Digga? Fei Lan tried a tentative roar. The next second, translucent text popped up right in front of him. Startup password detected. Void live ball rebooting. Live room connected. Barrage system loaded. Gift system loaded. Viewers in room. 14,751. Current status. Not enabled. Please name the live room. So it's real. Fei Lan froze for a beat, then said, "Name it." Missing anchor online thunder. Name set successfully. Open a live room. Open. The moment his words fell, live platforms across the world updated their back-end permissions for the first time in a month. His room was shoved straight onto the homepage recommendations. The chat, which had been messing around and chatting casually, instantly exploded when Fei Lan suddenly went live. What? The missing anchor is back. Bro, your stream just interrupted my trash talk session. Anchor, did you rent this real-time translation function? You got struck by lightning. How is your house still standing if it's been getting hit that long? That's not got struck. That's struck 24/7. How much bad karma do you need to unlock a moving lightning wallpaper? LOL. Bold guess. Are you tribulating? So this is what Immortal Cultivator means. The lively barrage finally killed the boredom in Fei Lan's chest. He picked a few comments and answered casually. My name is Fei Lan from the Dragon Kingdom, and I'm taming Mjolnir. Cultivation? Yeah, I guess you could call it that. I'm not transcending any calamity. I'm absorbing the lightning inside Mjolnir and strengthening my ability. And to the people calling me a scumbag and telling me to swear I'll get struck by lightning, sure. Give Alice moderator on the Void Live Ball. Start handing out bans. He wasn't a pro streamer, but he'd watched enough to know the rhythm. He bantered easily, and the room got even louder. Cold and aloof anchor can actually talk.
No, wait.
How are you talking inside a storm of lightning? Mjolnir? Like the one from 100,000 Bad Jokes. Who's Alice? Sounds like a pretty girl. I'm in love already. Time slipped by. 2 hours passed without anyone noticing. Then Fei Lan felt it. His body hit a threshold. It stopped absorbing Mjolnir's lightning energy. The lightning elementalization shut off, and his body returned to normal. And for the first time, he showed his face on camera. Sunlit, handsome, clean features. The barrage instantly rioted again. But Fei Lan didn't even have time to react. He looked down and realized Mjolnir had appeared in his hand. He scratched his head, genuinely confused. Wasn't it said only the worthy can lift it? So, what is this? Do I look like some kind of king? The barrage immediately leaned into it. Didn't you say normal people can't lift it? Anchor, I see you're not holding back at all. The suspicious vehicle upstairs is baseless.
Drive.
This is not a kindergarten car. Fei Lan didn't bother explaining. He only opened the stream because he was bored. He let them see Mjolnir on camera, chatted for a while. What more did they want? I've got things to do. Talk among yourselves. Close the live room. The stream ended so fast the entire room filled with question marks.
What?
This anchor is insane. With this much heat, you just leave? Right then, someone in chat with the ID Emperor of Science dropped a bombshell and started educating everyone on who Fei Lan really was. Second largest shareholder of Stark Group. Largest shareholder of Osborne Biotechnology. Actual owner of the formulas for the #1 terminal illness killer and the AIDS killer. The room detonated. What the? Isn't this guy richer than Daddy Ma? Shock. Big Boss streams getting struck by lightning because he was bored. My friend has AIDS. I should have begged the anchor for a volunteer position. Upstairs. Stop making things up out of thin air. Live room closed. Statistics for this live stream completed. Gift total 14,175.1 meters of gold. Number of barrages 1,457,574. New followers 214,147. Peak viewers 371,473. The Void Live Ball has fully retreated into the void. Upon detecting the activation password, it will restart again. Whatever chaos was happening in that room had nothing to do with Fei Lan anymore. He was already carrying Mjolnir, quietly trying to draw out the power of Thor sealed inside it. But the result wasn't what he expected. Fei Lan carried Mjolnir back to where it had been, trying to stir the power of Thor sealed inside. But it didn't respond at all. He could lift the hammer, sure, yet the Thor power inside acted like it didn't even recognize him. Like a dried, lazy salted fish that only wanted to lie down and do nothing. No way. With all that lightning earlier, it can't already be drained, right? He thought it over, then carefully placed Mjolnir back exactly as it was, so it looked untouched. Taking it away like this felt wrong. Better to wait until Thor arrived and tried lifting it himself. Then he remembered something else. He needed to tell Fury. Have Coulson sent over. Build a proper sanctuary around this thing and lock the whole area down. Alice, nearest town? Andy Captiant City. 42.1 kilometers.
Fine.
Let's go. Without the Thunderbody form, running back would be annoying. So he activated the rabbit charm. In less than 10 seconds, he was already above the town. Calling it a city was generous. It was basically a big town. He didn't have any tracking ability right now, so he went with the dumb but reliable method, a carpet search. Rabbit charm to the max stealth on. He swept past streets and buildings, checking room after room. Luck was on his side. Halfway through, he found them. Thor.
Jane.
Eric. Daisy. They were in a restaurant busy talking. Thor held a glass and spoke to Daisy like he owned the place. Then, out of nowhere, he smashed the cup onto the floor. The sound cracked through the room. Eric and Jane flinched hard. Daisy's chest bounced a couple of times even through thick clothing. Fei Lan's gaze drifted for half a second. Good man.
Ding.
Congratulations on signing in to the famous scene. Asgard's bad habit of smashing a cup for the sake of another cup. Sign-in reward obtained. Son Gohan's tumbler sandbag.
Nice. A reward the moment he arrived.
This was already feeling worth it. Right then, a group of customers walked into the restaurant. It was the same bunch Fei Lan had scared off earlier. So the plot hadn't drifted much. Fei Lan crossed his arms and waited outside. Inside, as soon as Thor heard someone mention a hammer no one can lift, his eyes changed. He stepped forward, asked a couple questions, then strode out like he'd found his compass. Straight toward Mjolnir. Jane, Eric, and Daisy stood there, stunned, then hurried after him, trying to figure out what the hell he was doing. It only got worse. Thor kept saying things like, I'm taking back what belongs to me, and repeating Mjolnir like it was a sacred word. Eric, being the oldest and most sensible, quietly told Jane to keep her distance from this abnormal-looking guy. Thor didn't argue. Instead, he surprised them. He gently took Jane's hand and kissed the back of it, oddly gentlemanlike for someone acting completely unhinged, then told all three of them, with full confidence, that they'd meet again. They finally left him behind. Thor marched out of town alone, and Fei Lan followed, invisible, floating behind him. He had a strong feeling the next thing was going to be another famous scene. Hanging in the air, moving lazily along, Fei Lan checked the rewards he'd gotten earlier. Name: Duplication. Category: Skill. Fit: 100%. World: Naruto. Level: F+. Effect: consumes energy to create one or more intangible illusion clones. No physical body. Tagline: Guess where I am? Name: Earth Release. Weighted rock technique. Category: Skill. Fit: 100%. World: Naruto. Level: D+. Effect: creates heavy earth to crush and petrify targets, or increases an object's weight. Tagline: Watch me sit on you to death. Name: Son Gohan's tumbler sandbag. Category: Other. Fit: 100%. World: Dragon Ball. Grade: F. Effect: a tumbler sandbag used for combat training. Tagline: Sweat is proof of youth. Weighted rock was actually useful. Duplication was also useful, at least for tricking people. But the tumbler sandbag? So he was rewarded with a sweaty training toy? Seriously? 10 minutes later, Thor passed a pet store.
He didn't hesitate, didn't slow down.
He walked straight in like a conquering king. I want a horse, Thor shouted. The shop owner looked up, confused, studied Thor's face for a few seconds, then shook his head. No horses. Only cats, dogs, and birds. Thor frowned. Then give me something big enough to ride. This time, the owner stared at him like he was a complete idiot. Coming to a pet shop for that? Either this guy was joking, or he was genuinely crazy.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Bingo. Fei Lan has been gradually caught, the regularity of famous scenes. Just when Thor tried hard to explain his needs to the pet shop owner, Jane showed up outside the pet shop in her car and shouted, I guess you need a ride. Seeing this, Fei Lan turned and flew towards Mjolnir's location. Next, just sit back and wait for Thor to come to the door and see if he doesn't lift it up and you're done. By the way, he is also very interested in Loki, since famous scene only requires specific person and not specific scene. So, if he replaces Hulk and grabs Loki's feet and slams Xiaji, I don't know if it's a famous scene. Expect. When Fei Lan returned to where Mjolnir fell, the people from SHIELD had also arrived, and various machines were building around Mjolnir. Phil Coulson came to Fei Lan for the first time. Mr. Fei, I have to say, what you said is true. Phil Coulson said in distress. That hammer is really Mjolnir? Are Asgard's aliens really the captain of the United States? Per capita? No. Fei Lan shook his head and said, the weakest of them is probably Roger's level. It's really not comforted at all. Get ready. I just confirmed that the eldest prince of Asgard was exiled to our Earth, and he is coming here, probably to get his hammer back. Fei Lan pretended to say, but the power seems to be sealed. There is a good show to watch. Prince Asgard. Phil Coulson was a little nervous. Do we need to go meet him? Not kneeling. If you want, I won't stop it. Fei Lan joked. Just follow the normal rules. He will probably sneak in, send someone to beat him, and then let him in and try. Lift. Is this really okay? Phil Coulson asked worriedly. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Fei Lan asked rhetorically. Okay, I'll do as you say. Well, get me another stun gun. Stun gun? Is that the one I understand? Right. Don't you know how to discharge? Phil Coulson made a flowery gesture with his hands. Why do you need? I noticed that you talk a lot today. Okay, I'll go get ready now. Phil Coulson turned around and went to work, and soon the agent brought the stun gun that Fei Lan wanted. Still an acquaintance. Indian Bald Sitwell, the Hydra who was kicked downstairs by Natasha Romanoff. Quickly, as night fell, Thor and Jane's car finally arrived at the newly built camp under the full monitoring of satellites. In the monitoring center, Fei Lan and Phil Coulson, as well as Barton, who was supposed to be beside the hammer, folded their arms and watched Thor come in from the corner of the camp, passing through all the way. Phil Coulson still needs tweaking from time to time. Don't go up for the time being. It's a little hard for him to deal with 5 people. Go up, divide into 2 groups, and control it within 4 people. Jillian is on, the others wait. Jellin, it's time for you to fall, let him in. Under Phil Coulson's behind-the-scenes control, Thor finally went through many hurdles and came to Mjolnir in a mess. The 3 Fei Lan were also standing on the top looking at him. Thor walked towards Mjolnir confidently, raised his hand on the handle of the hammer casually, and exerted a little force. Why don't you move? Thor's unbelieving force tried to lift Mjolnir, but the result was naturally negative. No, he screamed, holding the handle of the hammer with both hands and kicking the floor hard, trying to pull up the former love hammer with all his strength. But the result in exchange is destined to be only failure. Thor looked up at the sky in disbelief, and the 3 Fei Lan who were condescendingly overlooked him were nothing, and let out a roar of incompetence. No. Father. Why do you do this? Father. No. Don't do this.
Ding.
Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Thor. Get the sign-in reward gossip seal.
Ding.
Congrats to the signature scene. If you can't do it, call Daddy's Daddy Thor and get the sign-in reward, Lion's Roar.
Oh wow.
Win the lottery, still a double egg yolk. Fei Lan said to Phil Coulson. Okay, lock it up. It seems that this guy is indeed sealed by Odin's divine power. Phil Coulson orders the agent to take Thor away. He turned his head and asked, "Are you sure he's a god? This guy looks exactly the same as more than 1,000 years ago. There's no mistake." Fei Lan said firmly. Phil Coulson and Barton looked at each other with mixed eyes. You're 1,000 years ago, so it's hard for us to take up the topic. Fei Lan didn't care. He pulled out the stun gun and floated down toward Thor, who didn't fight back. Thor, who is stunned by a stun gun, must be a famous scene, right? Asterisk. Seeing Thor twitching and fainting on the ground, Fei Lan nodded in satisfaction. As for the principle or something, maybe Thor usually uses alternating current, but I didn't expect that this stun gun is actually direct current, and his heart can't stand it and faints? Who knows? Compared to these details, Fei Lan is more concerned that the core of the famous scene is with a dramatic ending. For the place and the person who caused the result, it is not as dead as the card. Fei Lan motioned Phil Coulson to go to the interrogation room for a walk and came out, while he turned on his stealth and followed in. The cat waited silently in the corner. Phil Coulson came out of the interrogation room. As expected, Loki appeared, dressed in a heavy suit as if he had just returned from the funeral, and told Thor the lie. Odin is dead. You are forever exiled, with a sad face. Thor, who was already brooding about not doing anything, now has a tendency to completely collapse. Loki sees this. In my heart, I was secretly proud that no one else would rob him of the position of the King of Gods. It's due later, bro. Loki said goodbye. Next moment, Phil Coulson just came in. He just went out and didn't find Fei Lan, so he was ready to seriously question him. As a result, Thor said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Phil Coulson looked confused. "I just came in." Fei Lan, who witnessed all this, accidentally glanced at the system, but there was no famous scene triggered. So, Fei Lan followed in Loki's footsteps with his superb hearing. Since there is no famous scene to trigger, then create it yourself. With his present strength, picking up a Loki Siaji and throwing it down shouldn't be a big problem, right? To be on the safe side, he secretly activated the bull charm. Fei Lan floated quietly to follow Loki, who walked towards Mjolnir without noticing it. He wants to try to see if he can lift it. But before he could take a few steps, Fei Lan used psychokinesis to cover the area around Loki, outline Loki's body, and then suddenly grabbed his right leg and slammed him over his head and smashed it to the ground. Superior. Boom. Just as he was about to turn around and continue to swing, he found that his hand was empty, belonging to Loki's body. Broken opened? Fei Lan was a little stunned. Could it be that he used too much force and killed Loki? That's not right either. Even if he was thrown to death, it couldn't have been shattered to the point where there was nothing left of ice. Loki was of giants of Jotunheim blood. Fei Lan suddenly remembered, Loki's duplication magic is very slippery. So, was that just Loki's duplication?
Gee.
It's a pity. I thought I would be able to sign in at a famous scene, and swiping Loki is also very emotional. Now it seems, just have to wait until Loki delivers it himself. At the same time, Loki, sitting on the throne of the Asgard God King, suddenly opened his eyes with a fierce light. Damn it! Midgard's ants dared to attack his king of Asgard? I am God, and sin is unforgivable. Only, since Thor was nearby, he couldn't tell Heimdall to find the murderer, so he could only record the crime secretly. In short, revenge. He stood up and walked towards Bifrost. Now that the matter on Thor's side has been resolved, it's time to perform the next level 1 quest, abandoning his biological father and gaining a full sense of presence in Odin and Frigga. On Earth, in Mjolnir, Fei Lan smashed Loki's duplication to death. The huge amounts of movement naturally set off the alarm, and Phil Coulson arrived immediately. It's nothing. I just beat off an Asgard felon. Fei Lan said indifferently. I'll go talk to our Thor. I stun him. You didn't reveal it, did you? Definitely not. Phil Coulson shook his head quickly. We don't dare to talk too much about things between you bosses. Fei Lan came to the interrogation room, glanced at Thor with a depressed face, and moved a chair to sit across from him. Hammer, cough, Thor. Thor heard that and looked up at Fei Lan with sadness in his eyes, but he didn't say much. Fei Lan didn't care and continued. I heard the conversation between you and Loki just now. Since you're going to live on Earth in the future, then I will let Shield give you an identity. How? Thor nodded sullenly. Fei Lan didn't continue talking nonsense with him, turned around and went to the interrogation room and asked Phil Coulson to arrange a car to take them back. Oh, by the way, load all the Jane's research materials you collected into the car, and I will bring them back. Fei Lan ordered. Anyway, these materials have to be returned later, so give him a wave of goodwill. As for Tony's side, there is still half a month before the World Expo. Ivan wants to come and still make steel soldiers, so he can put it aside for a while. Compared to these, he has some special thoughts on the horse fruit of the sign-in reward. Drive by Sitwell, pull up the data and instruments in a car, and drive out of the camp with Fei Lan and Thor, heading for Andy Captain City. Thor was silently sad all the way. Fei Lan was also very happy, and bowed his head to organize today's sign-in rewards. Horse fruit is a D- grade, which is an animal-type devil fruit. After eating it, you can gain a certain amount of physical enhancement, and you can turn into a horse to fight. How can horses fight? Kick someone? Fighting gas into a horse, so terrifying? It feels like a piece of shit. And this is a complete devil fruit, the kind with a curse. Not to mention that two devil fruits might collide and cause an explosion. Fei Lan would definitely not use it just because of the weak boost and huge amounts of side effects. He pondered. Fury is Magifac and Magifac, all day long. Maybe he likes this mama fruit? Find a chance to pit him again. Lion's Roar is E- grade, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom are all familiar with sonic attacks, but they don't distinguish between enemy and me. Fei Lan's attack methods are various, and he won't scream to scare people. It's not bad to use it as a megaphone. The remaining two sign-in rewards are a bit interesting. Name: Bagua Seal. Category: Skill. Fit: 71%. Plain: Naruto. Grade: B-. Function: it consists of two double seals of the 4-image seal. After modification, any energy can be used as the starting energy, and the energy flow, recovery, output, etc. of the object can be sealed. Ineffective against physical strength. Not valid for high-level life. Slogan: Come, let me stamp you a stamp. This gossip seal makes Fei Lan value, not this ability originally, but its level, B. This is his first B-level sign-in reward. But it's just a gossip seal. Maybe it's a level higher than the 12 spells? This is absolutely impossible. So, Fei Lan is more and more certain that this rating mechanism is based on difficulty to control, rather than powerful. Name: Lei Shun Body. Category: Skill. Fit: 71%. Plain: Naruto. Grade: D-. Function: concentrate energy on the feet for a gust-like, high-speed movement. The speed is so fast that the naked eye cannot catch it, and it seems to ordinary people that the caster has suddenly shifted in space. Slogan: Look how fast I run. There is nothing special about this Lei Shun Body. It is the short-range, high-speed movement ability. What interests Fei Lan is that the ability of Lei Shun's body reminded him of another ability, the Thunder Teleportation of the Thunder Fruit. Using the electric field released by the Thunder Fruit, the incarnation of the electric current moves in the electric field and can also pass through directly regardless of obstacles. This is different from the movement of lightning in a straight line. It is to carry out point-to-point electron movement in different paths in a limited electric field. As long as the concentration of the electric field and the external difference are sufficiently controlled, he will not have the possibility of overshooting. Do it when you think of it. Fei Lan and Sitwell said, You send him to Andy Captain City, and Phil Coulson informs me when it's almost there. Without leaving his contact information, Fei Lan dodged and left the car. Appeared in midair. Open an electric field, and electrons condense in the vicinity, forming a small area of high concentration of ions. Then, he identified a point and teleported over as a thunder element.
Pity.
He did not appear at the designated spot, but condensed at the edge of the electric field. But that's good news. At least he's not out of the field. This proves that his idea is right. Okay, continue training. Fei Lan invested 120,000 points of interest and began to train hard. Gradually, he really touched some doorways for him, and occasionally he could condense his body at the designated point. When she was almost in control, Alice alerted to a call from Phil Coulson. Connect. Did Mr. Fei? Sitwell said someone over there is picking up Thor. You'd better take a look. Okay, got it. Hang up the phone. Fei Lan followed Alice's location and quickly found Sitwell's car. There was another car parked next to it. Dr. Eric was negotiating with Sitwell. My superior is here. You can talk to him, Sitwell said. Eric looked at Fei Lan according to the words, looked left and right in surprise. There was no third car. How did this boy appear? See Eric. Fei Lan also remembered that Eric should have been called for help by Jane. When he came to rescue Thor, he also wanted to warn Thor to stay away from Jane. Seems like he'll get slammed down. You want to take Thor away, right? Okay, you take it away. Fei Lan said directly. Eric. Okay. Thanks. Although the pretense of preparation is useless, Eric quickly pulls Thor into the car and leaves quickly with a kick of the gas. Fei Lan instructed Sitwell to drive the car to the vicinity of Jane's house and stand by, and followed him in stealth. As expected, Eric drove Thor to a bar and talked to him earnestly, probably to stay away from Jane or something. Finally, the old man also wanted to get Thor drunk, but he was killed by Thor, who had grown up in a wine barrel since he was a child and was literally drunk. 1,000 cups don't get drunk, a passive ability with F-. The effect of alcohol has no effect on him since then. Talk is better than nothing. Now that he got the sign-in reward, Fei Lan didn't stop there any longer. Turn around to find Sitwell and knock on the door first. It was not Jane who opened the door, but Daisy, who had huge capital. See Fei Lan. Daisy's sleepy eyes lit up obviously, and she slammed on the door with a bang, and it took half a minute to open it again. She put on a light makeup. Hi, handsome guy, what's the matter? Daisy said enthusiastically. I heard that someone under my command took your research results, so I'll send it back to you. Fei Lan stepped aside, revealing the car behind him and the fully loaded carriage. Daisy was shocked when Roar heard this, and rushed up quickly. Fei Lan glanced at her subconsciously. Her strong capital was beating violently with her pace. Tisk, this guy is really hiding. Daisy rummaged in the carriage for a while, and excitedly pulled out an iPod. It's great. My iPod. And my favorite song. I almost didn't fall asleep tonight. Daisy roared and smiled at Fei Lan. Handsome guy, you're a good person. Fei Lan. This good man card, he was caught off guard. Daisy realized later that she had said the wrong thing, and she didn't know how to explain it. Ken only smiled and said, It's so late, do you want to go in for a glass of water? That's fine too. Fei Lan agreed, but he suddenly changed his mind. Maybe it would be good to stand by and wait for the rabbit these days. Daisy was a little surprised, she was just being polite just now. But soon, she smiled sweetly again, thinking that this little handsome guy was attracted by her charm, so she decided to stay. Without the slightest sense of crisis, he entered the house with Fei Lan, not forgetting to lock the door. A few minutes later, Thor was also carrying the unconscious Eric, who was already drunk, and walked over slowly. He saw that the interior lights of the RV were still on outside the house. Hesitation. Instead of knocking on the door, he walked towards the RV. Early the next morning, Fei Lan was woken up by a scream and felt soft and warm in his arms. Looking down, Daisy didn't know when she came to the sofa, as if she was treating him as a pillow, and the whole person with the hugging belt was attached to him. Especially that touch. At least it has to be right. This scale is the largest of all women Fei Lan has ever met. He recalled. I chatted with Daisy until midnight yesterday, and I didn't see Thor and the others coming back, so I stayed here, looking around. Make sure it's the sofa he slept on last night, not Daisy's room. So, it was this girl who ran over and slept with me in the middle of the night for some unknown reason? Then he can rest assured to take advantage, and he won't suffer anyway.
Pity.
Daisy was also awakened by the screams outside the house, opened her eyes hazy, and met Fei Lan. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. Ah! Another scream, but this time in my ear. Daisy wanted to bounce off Fei Lan, but who knew that the sheet was too tightly wrapped. Instead of getting up, she lost her balance and fell off the narrow sofa. On her. The two could even feel each other's roar's breath. Fei Lan didn't get up in a hurry and said slowly, First of all, I need to make a statement. This is a sofa, so you came over and moved first in the middle of the night for some reason. Daisy shyly said, First, let's not talk about this. Get up quickly. I think so too, but the sheets are very tightly wrapped. Fei Lan moved, and the sheets were even tighter. Daisy's face turned even redder. How could she move around in this state? Naturally, it was impossible for this sheet to trap Fei Lan. But Daisy has such a good figure. Why is he in such a hurry to get up? Bang! The door was pushed open, and Jane rushed in with a nervous look on her face. She immediately found the two people lying beside the sofa, and hurriedly turned around to stop Thor, who was coming in at the door. Daisy, go to the room when you bring someone back. How can you be in the living room? Jane shouted loudly.
No.
This is a misunderstanding, Daisy said helplessly. In short, we are entangled. Come and help solve it. With Jane's help, Fei Lan had to get off Daisy and shook his head regretfully. Looking at Daisy, she also looked a little lost. It seemed that she didn't want Jane to come. Fei Lan's eyes are bright, and there is a chance. Daisy just looked up and found Fei Lan's aggressive gaze, shyly looking down at her feet. Feet. Oh, sorry, can't see the toes. It is truly stunning. Fei Lan's eyes became even hotter. Daisy, she is most likely still a baby. It would be a pity to miss this, he admits. As soon as he sees color, clock, starts, loves, intends. Jane said at this time, Who'll explain to me what's going on? Asterisk. Jane. Who'll explain to me what's going on? I'll come. Fei Lan took the initiative. I believe you have also found the materials and equipment outside. They've been returned to you, and the check does not need to be returned. But as a price, I need to stay with you for a few days, monitor him. Fei Lan gestured to Thor with his chin. Originally, he didn't intend to live here, so let SHIELD keep an eye on it, and it's not too late to come over if there is trouble. Just a minute at most. But on the way to chatting with Daisy last night, he changed his mind. Such a good girl. It's a pity not to start. He? For what? Jane stood in front of Thor vigilantly. This is my intern, and it has nothing to do with aliens. Isn't this place without 300 taels of silver? Fei Lan didn't talk too much nonsense with Jane, and looked up at Thor directly, just talking through her. As the eldest prince of Asgard, if you want to settle on our Earth, you also have to be inspected. Do you have any opinion? Fei Lan said. Okay. Thor nodded. Happily agreed. Fei Lan looked down at Jane again, and spread her hands to signal the end of the conversation. What can Jane do? It can only be because Roar slaps Thor on the chest. The old lady is obviously defending you. Why did you collude with the opponent yourself? Makes her look embarrassed. Thor didn't know what he did wrong, and he looked like an Iron Man. Jane's anger comes and goes quickly. She looked at Fei Lan and smiled. Thank you for sending back the materials and instruments. Since you are going to live here for the next few days, then you can work with Daisy. Daisy, is it your turn today? Did you make breakfast? Huh. Daisy froze for a moment. But yesterday Daisy, you have to think about it. Jian, whose eyes narrowed into a straight line. The data monitoring point on the rooftop has not been guarded for a long time. Threat. The threat of red fruit. But what can Daisy do? Sent to guard the data monitoring point in the sky, She has no excuse to get along with Fei Lan, let alone continue to develop. It was rare to meet such a handsome little brother, so she decided to endure a wave. However, just when Daisy was about to make breakfast, Fei Lan held her back. "It's okay, I'll call someone else in to help." Fei Lan pressed her ear and said, "Alice, ask Phil Coulson to send an agent who can cook." "Okay, I have conveyed." Daisy looked at Fei Lan and was a little surprised. This person's identity does not seem to be simple. In less than 20 seconds, the big bald Sitwell appeared at the door and said with a smile, "Mr. Fei, are you calling me?" "Since it is this HYDRA, you are welcome," Fei Lan said directly. "You go to prepare a breakfast for 5 people, shout a few more. You are too slow alone." Those who are familiar with Hydra are most likely also Hydra agents, and they are not soft at all. Sitwell did not complain at all, smiled and led the way, and let the later agent slip a lot of ingredients. How could Hydra let go of such a good opportunity to kneel and lick? Daisy was a little embarrassed and said, "It's not good. Are they all that SHIELD?" "It's alright, they have to monitor Thor anyway, so it's better to come in and work if they're outside," Fei Lan said indifferently. "There are still a lot of things in the refrigerator at home. There's no need to buy so many." Jane frowned. "It can be reimbursed at public expense. It doesn't matter." Fei Lan waved his hand. "Don't think too much. The function of SHIELD is not necessarily the same, and the funding goes from the World Security Council, and it will not use the money of the United States taxpayers." Fei Lan said it was easy, but Jian and the others felt more and more that this SHIELD was extraordinary. The atmosphere fell silent a little. Fei Lan's familiar trick Roar sat down and chatted with Daisy himself. Jane's acceptance of ability was also strong, and she turned her head and began to fight with Thor, leaving Eric, who had just woken up from a hangover, in the middle, rubbing the bald hair on his head with an uncomfortable face. He didn't know if it was a hangover headache or the discomfort of being stuffed with dog food. Fei Lan is such a caring person. Seeing Eric doing nothing, he simply summoned Wulong and Fengchu and asked the two of them to take the foreign language learning schedule and asked the old professor for advice.
Wow.
"Is this your super ability?" Daisy poked Fengchu's back in surprise. "It's so real, like a person." This should be a compliment, right?" Strictly speaking, they should be considered one person?" Fei Lan touched his chin and thought. "You said that. I remembered something." Fei Lan just remembered. No matter which ghost mask it is connected to the dark space, and you can enter the dark space through the way the ghost ninjas came out. And it can also move through the dark country, hunting down Jackie Chan and his party all over the world. Although he is not a mask but an ability, it should be possible, right? Asterisk. Does Ninja's ability have dark space? Do it if you think of it. Fei Lan summoned Sitwell, who was still holding a spatula, and asked him to stand beside Wulong. "Don't be nervous. Just do an experiment. There is no danger." Sue the word. Using ability, he tried to sink Sitwell into the shadows, and it worked. Sitwell looked nervously at himself sinking into the shadow, saying in his heart that it was impossible not to panic. But seeing Fei Lan's conscientiousness, thinking that this person can't be joking about human life, he forced himself to calm down. He may be a colleague in the future, so I can't lose face. As everyone knows, as Hydra Sitwell in Fei Lan's eyes, he is really not a human. He simply used Sitwell's life to test whether the dark space under the shadow was safe. Happy to be alive. If it's a pigtail, oh sorry, it's a fart, it can only be blamed on Hydra he joined. As for Fei Lan, the big deal is to give Pierce the pomace fruit. I believe this matter can be easily uncovered. Daisy, Jane, and Eric also stared wide-eyed at Sitwell, who was gradually sinking. For a moment, their brains crashed and they didn't know how to deal with it. This unscientific scene makes their worldview collapse. On the contrary, Thor frowned and glanced at Fei Lan with some disgust. A man should fight with me, and those who play these magic and sorcery are like a sissy. After Sitwell was completely submerged in the shadow, Fei Lan waited for more than 10 seconds before pulling him out. Not bad, at least with a breather. Before he could fully come out, Fei Lan asked, "What is the world in the shadows like?" Sitwell said uncertainly, "It's too dark inside. I can't see anything, but I can feel it's very narrow, about 2 meters wide and 2 meters high, and nothing else is abnormal." So small? It shouldn't be. Otherwise, he had summoned dozens of ghost ninjas before. How could it be stuffed? Dozens of ninjas? Fei Lan felt a flash of light and felt that he had found the key point. A group of black shadows separated from his feet, and a ghost ninja emerged one by one outside the house. Just a rough head, let alone hundreds of people. Go down and have a look. A casual reminder, without waiting for Sitwell to answer, he was pressed into the shadow again. Daisy approached Jane quietly and whispered, "How do I feel?" Fei Lan seems to be experimenting with that bald head. Fei Lan's current Superman physique naturally heard Daisy's doubts. He didn't explain much. If you can accept his style of behavior, then continue to develop it anyway. Both of them are single and do not break the law. If you can't accept it, then it's better to get together and break up, and the next one will be more obedient. Jane responded to Daisy in a low voice. There should be no danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't do it in front of so many subordinates. Daisy heard the words, and the worry on her face eased slightly, but still a little confused. I thought he was just a handsome young man, but awakening came to hug them, and when he was about to make breakfast, he found that his identity was not simple, and now he has shown extraordinary power. Why do I feel a little unworthy of his rush? What? Fear? Such an excellent and handsome little brother. As an old school sister who is about to graduate after being single for 4 years, it is definitely necessary to start as soon as possible. What the hell is fear? If Fei Lan knew what Daisy was thinking, I don't know how she would feel. Fei Lan gave Sitwell more time this time, and it took 2 minutes to pull him up. He also reported consciously, "I still can't see things, but the space is much larger. It is 203 meters long and 203 meters wide. The error is within 0.1 meters, and the height cannot be touched." Fei Lan's eyes flashed when he heard this. The number of ghost ninjas he summoned outside was 200, plus Wulong and Feng Chu, and the one in Pepper's shadow. There were exactly 163, no more, no less. An average ninjago. 1 cubic meter of space? This time Fei Lan sank into a shadow with confidence and entered the kingdom of darkness. Sure enough, the surroundings were pitch dark. He directly transformed into thunder and lightning, illuminating the entire darkness. This is a cubic space with a side length of 203 meters, which is clean without even a trace of dust. At the same time, being in a dark space, he could sense the coordinates one by one, of which 202 were all gathered together, and only one was isolated far away. Not surprisingly, that should be the ghost ninja in Pepper's shadow. Fei Lan uses the ghost ninja as the coordinate and quietly emerges from the dark world. As soon as it emerges, I heard Natasha Romanoff's sexy voice reporting to Pepper. And his position is also a bit awkward. It turned out to be in, "No, no, no, no. This angle is too sinful. Slip away." Fei Lan hurriedly dived into the dark world and stayed there for fear that he might not be able to do anything. But basically, it can be 100% certain, and the basis for the evaluation level is the difficulty of mastering the ability/item.
No.
How can an E+ ghost core summon hundreds of people out and have a dark space with spatial displacement? Space ability, not so cheap yet. Asterisk. Fei Lan stayed here happily for the next week. Eat and drink directly to Sitwell to deal with, and he doesn't need to worry about it at all. In my spare time, I chat and flirt with Daisy, and the relationship between the two is also progressing rapidly, and they can already hug each other. This Daisy in control and admires the strong. Fei Lan's condition is simply her Prince Charming, and she fell into it early. It's just that Fei Lan still has some concerns. Otherwise, she could have eaten Daisy, who is shy but unusually active. The reason for his concern is, are you really hanging on this tree? Wanda's scale is not necessarily lost to Daisy, and Scarlet Witch's fame bonus. It will definitely be more fulfilling to conquer. Hill, the arrogant Wanisan commander, is also full of the desire to conquer. Sky is one of the few female characters with dragonborn blood in Marvel, and her figure and face are also in line with Fei Lan's aesthetics. If I have the chance to meet him, I would love to try it. Natasha Romanoff, well, this is at most a check-in, and it is impossible to have feelings for feelings. And people like Dr. Helen Zhao, Christine, Dr. Strange girlfriend, Sharon Carter, Colleen Wing, Lorna, Loki. Hey, seems like something weird got in there. In short, there are still many targets to choose from. Fei Lan didn't really want to hang himself on a tree. He is not scum, but his heart was broken into many pieces when he traveled, and each piece fell in love with a different woman. And through Daisy's jerky kissing technique, it was basically certain that she was a young child and didn't run away. How can he be so sloppy if he takes a blood straight away? What? Mary? I can't. It's hard to come to Marvel. How can you step into the grave of marriage without playing enough? Watching Daisy be called away by Jane unwillingly to help with research, Fei Lan sighed faintly. Hey, Natasha Romanoff is better. You don't need to be responsible at all. Okay, so many cover girls don't want. What kind of love are you running here? Fei Lan thought with some headaches. Should he go back to the button to avoid the limelight? With the expo in a few days, it's time for Iron Man 2 to wrap up. At this time, suddenly, a colorful beam of light descended from the horizon, and the location was more than 10 kilometers away from the town. Not surprisingly, this is the three warriors of Sif and Asgard finally coming down. Fei Lan breathed a sigh of relief. The plot of Thor 1 is finally coming to an end. Alice reminded in the ear, Master, Uncle Phil Coulson reported that he had a high-energy reaction, and 4 people dressed up like Xena, Jackie Chan, Jet Li, and Robin Han came to you. Quickly, there was a commotion outside the door, and Thor happily greeted Roar, his friend from afar. Fei Lan leaned on the door frame and watched them chatting freely. In a few words, he talked about whether Thor should go back to Asgard. Thor said with guilt, But I killed my father, and I was exiled forever. Killed to death. Sif said strangely. Although God King Odin fell into Odin's sleep, God Queen Frigg was always by his side, and I was guarding at the door yesterday. Thor's face froze. He's just stupid, but not really stupid. Between Loki, who deceived him like drinking water, and his loyal subordinates and the child bride appointed by Odin, he decisively chose to believe the latter. So, why did Loki lie to him that Odin was dead? To make him feel at ease on Earth? For the so-called King of Gods? While Thor was stunned, another Bifrost fell on the edge of the sky. This time it should be Loki who sent the destroyer down. Fei Lan pressed the earphone and said, Put on Phil Coulson. Okay. Fei, I was about to find you, and there was another high-energy reaction. It seems that a big guy has fallen. You're familiar with Stark. Can you ask if it is his new product? I'm sure not. You'd better stay far away. That thing will kill Deadman. Fei Lan said slowly. Huh? Is it a big threat? Then we can't retreat. Phil Coulson insisted. Their duty is to protect the Earth and protect its inhabitants. This is Asgard's family business. You better not make trouble. Why don't you hurry up and evacuate the residents of the town? The other side was silent for a few seconds before responding. Since you said that, I understand. With Fei Lan's advance reminder, plus SHILD, I immediately notified the town's J Bureau and cooperated with the evacuation of the people. When the destroyer walked to the edge of the town step by step, most of the residents were transferred. As for the remaining few who are stubborn and not afraid of death, those who can be knocked out will be taken away, and those who have slipped away, they can only ask for their own blessings. Jane and Daisy wanted to stay, but Fei Lan glared away with a rude look. Do you really think this is a love drama? For a while, there are only 3 warriors left in the town: Fei Lan, Thor, Sif, and Asgard. The battle is imminent. Asterisk. The family conflict of the alien civilization Asgard. Named successfully. Do you want to open the live room? Turn on. Moment. The live broadcast room, which was originally black, finally lit up again after nearly 10 days. Wood grass. The missing persons are back. The front row worships the boss. Can the boss give you a volunteer quota for the AIDS nemesis? Fei, a friend of mine came back from the bar the day before yesterday to test for HIV. Can I ask for an internal medication qualification? Money is not a problem. Upstairs, a friend from nothing.
Wow.
Is the name of this live studio really fake? Alien? Are you talking about the Iron Bump? I think it's Iron Man and the anchor who have jointly fooled us, and the identification is complete.
Wow.
That woman jumped on the roof all of a sudden, is it true? Let's lose the pressure.
Wow.
Bombing a house with one shot is a bit expensive for this joke. Brothers, as far as I think the status of the anchor, there is no need to joke with us. I feel that the anchor is boring. Take us to see the new world. +1. +10086. As soon as the live room opens, the audience who used the real-time translator to chat and fart in it immediately entered the state. Fei Lan set up the next bullet screen, and only the top half of the bullet screen will pass in front of him. The battle just started, and he came interested to act as a commentary temporarily. A brief introduction to the background. This is Asgard's older brother and younger brother grabbing the throne of God King. The older brother's team on the left, the contestants are the female god of war Sif, and the three warriors of Asgard, Hogun, Fandral, and Vorstiger. The big guy destroyer on the right is the younger brother's team. Although there is only one person, it is huge. And everyone has seen what was shot. The thief is very energetic, and the ashes are cremated directly after one shot.
Oh.
The three Asgard warriors launched a rush. Well, the destroyer swept them away with a destruction ray. But they were not discouraged and charged again. Warstag jumped up first, and he was holding an axe in both hands and preparing to slash Huashan with a single blow. Oh, I was slapped by the destroyer for more than 10 meters, and the car was smashed into shape-shifting and still got up? Phil Coulson, I said Asgard was the lowest. Rogers didn't lie to you. The destroyer wanted to cremate Vorstage with a shot, but it didn't find the Sif that was sneaking around. Sif took out her big treasure, eh? She turned the big sword into a sword spear and jumped down and stabbed the destroyer in the opposite direction. Do you died? Not dead. The destroyer turned around directly. This structure should not be learned by ordinary people. It's terrible. Hey, the members of my brother's team are being chased away by the destroyer's destruction light. It's not an opponent at all. Fei Lan, who used to be aloof in the past, suddenly acted as a passionate commentator, catching the audience in front of the screen by surprise. But Fei Lan at the moment didn't care about the situation on the barrage.
Ding.
Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, the destroyer's brief glory moment. Get the sign-in reward heat site. He frowned as he looked at Sif and the three warriors of Asgard who were completely crushed and beaten, with some hesitation in his heart. Do you want to make a move? Thor also obviously meant that nothing could be done, and persuaded the four of Sif to leave first, and he himself carried Sif's small round shield to the destroyer. The four of Sif thought that Thor, who was the most powerful in the past, had any trump cards. But Thor didn't. He dropped the small round shield in his hand and stood unprepared in front of the destroyer, speaking with sincerity. Brother, no matter what I did to make you go astray. No matter what I did, you did it all. I'm extremely sorry. You won't get any benefit by killing them. Kill me, remove all this, and don't cause more casualties. Thor was going to use his death to awaken Loki's conscience. Fei Lan, who is familiar with the plot, frowned slightly and looked at the scene in front of him. Life for a week. Fei Lan has a pretty good sense of Thor, who is iron and naive, and the tragic experience of Brother Hammer's future dead father, dead mother, dead sister, dead brother, dead base friend, and dead people makes him very sympathetic. Just watching Thor send death like this seems to be too ineffective. Will the destroyer fan fly, Thor be a famous scene? Do you really want to see death for the sake of a famous scene? Could Thor really be able to summon Mjolnir in time to reshape the godhead before he dies? Is there a 1 in 10,000 chance that Thor might actually be? Otherwise, why would Odin cry? For Thor's death? Or for Loki's ruthlessness? Thousands of words. converged into a choice: continue to watch or take action. Seeing that the orange light in the destroyer's helmet dimmed, he turned around to leave, but when Thor was about to sigh, "After all, blood is thicker than water," he suddenly slapped Thor with a backhand. At this moment of life and death, Fei Lan chose. Chilla. Clang. Fei Lan appeared in front of Thor with a lightning teleportation. His right hand was covered with a domineering look of armed color, and under the amplification of the bull talisman, he easily received the killer slap of the destroyer. After all, he still couldn't, watching Thor Taihenin die, even if it was only a 1 in 10,000 probability. Now that Marvel is here, just being a passerby without changing those sad endings would be too boring. I come, I see, I conquer. Crunch dash. Excited, Fei Lan made a dent in Destroyer's wrist. But only there. As a precious metal of Asgard, Ulu metal has a hardness comparable to vibranium and good energy conductivity. Fei Lan is still a little bit worse now if he wants to squeeze it with his bare hands. Buzz dash. The destroyer's helmet mask opened, and orange light was gathering momentum. Fei Lan didn't step back, and when he opened his mouth, a golden beam of light burst out, and then a beam of golden beam collided with the destruction rays shot by the destroyer. Dragon charm, dragon blast. Come on, right wave. Boom boom dash. A turbulent explosion sound came from the collision of the two beams, accompanied by a violent shockwave, washing the destroyer and Fei Lan at close range. To this, Fei Lan just used psychokinesis as a shield, which easily offset the aftermath of the attack and protected Thor behind him. The destroyer relies on its own material to resist bluntly. Seeing that the attack of the two could not stand, it raised its remaining left hand and slammed it down with a fist, and was easily blocked by Fei Lan. Clang. The low-level armament-colored domineering only covers both palms, which is still very relaxed. Fei Lan is not someone who gets beaten passively. I saw his eyes light up with blue electric light, and the thunder and lightning of the thunder fruit mixed with the electric eyes of the pig charm, intertwined and bombarded the light of destruction, and the stalemate wave immediately rushed towards the destroyer overwhelmingly. The destroyer tried to escape, but was caught by Fei Lan's hands. Two-pronged. He abruptly pressed the destruction light back into the destroyer's helmet, and the dragon blasted with 3 types of attacks, electric eye and lightning energy, and exploded along the helmet in the destroyer's hollow body. Boom. With a muffled sound like a bell, the destroyer was blown up to a height of 100 meters and then fell heavily and smashed into a wooden house, and there was no movement. Fei Lan turned to look at Thor and scolded, "You are courting death in front of me. Have you asked me?" Thor. Fei Lan's words were so domineering, Thor didn't know what to do next. Suddenly, he opened his eyes angrily and shouted, "Be careful," while grabbing Fei Lan with both hands to push him away. As a result, Fei Lan was naturally motionless. Just kidding, he was pushed away by your sealed power. Is he still messed up? On the contrary, Fei Lan activated the ability of the rabbit charm and quickly moved with Thor to the side of Sif, who were recuperating, and then used thunder teleportation to the side of the destroyer, who was sneaking a ray of destruction. Armed arrogance. Heavier rock technique. The right leg was covered with a thick layer of rock, and then painted with a layer of reflective black paint, and a burst shot slammed into the destroyer's stomach. It directly kicked the destroyer into a fold. Chilla. Fei Lan appeared on the side of the destroyer, who was about to fly away in a teleportation, and the double-blessed right leg swept across, literally changing its upward flying momentum to horizontal flying. Chilla. Thunder teleported to the front of the destroyer again, and a high leg slammed down on its helmet and stepped into the ground. Boom! The destroyer sank into the ground, and the same type of spider pattern was torn apart by the earthquake. Behold the destroyer. The 3 places that Fei Lan kicked in were exaggeratedly dented, and they were about to be scrapped. But when he moves his feet away, the destroyer's body had orange-yellow runes flashing, and the recessed position slowly bulged out, and sat up to pull himself up from the ground. Thor shouted from a distance, "Fat, that's my father's armor. It has a self-repairing rune. It must be destroyed in one go." Fei Lan's mouth twitched. Not because of Destroyer's difficulty, but because of Thor's strange accent, and it's just a matter of how to correct it. Destroy it at once with absolute power? Fei Lan thought about it. It flew into the sky, turned into a riot of lightning, and struck a thunderbolt with the thickness of an arm on the destroyer. The powerful lightning energy sent the destroyer flying dozens of meters away, but this time there was no depression. Only the arc flashing on the body's surface proved that he was struck by lightning. Can you believe this thing is immune to lightning? That Thor in the movie is. Smash it with a hammer? Understood. Fei Lan dodged and disappeared into the sky, not knowing where to go. Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, looked around and couldn't find Fei Lan. He's not bothered either. I just thought that it was the mortal who tried his best and failed to destroy the destroyer, so he chose to give up. Wise choice. Loki controls the destroyer, and it's a destruction ray at Thor. But the Sif people around Thor were not decorations, and one of them avoided this long-distance sniping while driving Thor. Loki also prepares to manipulate the destroyer closer. But at the moment, Fei Lan, who had disappeared for a while, reappeared, holding Loki's familiar Mjolnir in his hands and clenching a power to split Hwashan in both hands, and he slammed the destroyer's head into a crooked head. Bang! The destroyer was smashed to the ground by inertia, and the orange-yellow runes flickered wildly. Obviously, the hammer just hit it hard. Fei Lan weighed the Mjolnir in his hand, and it was really easy to swing. Come a few more times. It shouldn't be a big problem to scrap this destroyer. But seeing the destroyer swaying up and down, Fei Lan suddenly threw Mjolnir on the destroyer's chest and suppressed him on the spot. He changed his mind. Before hammering this armor, try the new ability first. And Destroyer is such a useful turret. He has a better way to deal with it. Asterisk. Fei Lan threw Mjolnir on the destroyer's chest and with Mjolnir's planet mass, suppressed it on the spot. Then, dodging to the side of the destroyer, holding a few ninja prints in his hand, he raised his hand and slapped the destroyer. Gossip Seal. The introduction of this ability is that it can seal the energy flow, recovery, and output of the object. Does it work for the destroyer? The answer is that the thief is useful. Under his palm, a line glowing with black light slowly emerged, following the mysterious lines to outline the mosquito coil in the center, and then extended complex seal formations around it. This process took more than half a minute, and although the destroyer was suppressed by Mjolnir, his hands were free. Loki controlled the destroyer to attack Fei Lan, but Fei Lan didn't even bother to resist, so he directly turned on the elementalization of thunder. Let you fight. You can count him lose. Loki in vain directed the destroyer to attack Fei Lan, who turned into lightning. After several unsuccessful attempts, he was horrified to discover that his connection with the destroyer was being erased little by little. Why is this? By the time he realized that the problem was in the seal of gossip that was being drawn under Fei Lan's palm, it was already too late. Gossip sealed seal. The sealing formation was completely formed, and the connection between the destroyer and Loki was completely disconnected. Together with the original energy operation of the destroyer, it was sealed together, and it was as quiet as a dead object. The black shadow spread out under Fei Lan's feet, slowly swallowing the quiet destroyer into it. Not devoured before. It is because during the period of swallowing into the dark world, the swallowed person can break free, and it is very easy. This thing is his trophy, as a sign-in reward to make up for the lack of intervention in the plot. Definitely. Mjolnir still has to pick it up. This thing is really a hammer in Fei Lan's hands, and it's useless except for hitting it smoothly. Fei Lan carried Mjolnir and walked to Thor and others who were dumbfounded. You're actually able to lift Mjolnir? Thor couldn't believe it. But are you its new recognized owner? Thinking of Fei Lan's incarnation as Thunderbolt before, Thor felt that he was enlightened. But Fei Lan threw Mjolnir away in disgust and said, I just sucked a little lightning energy from it before, and then no matter how much I push it, it just doesn't cooperate with me. So stingy. Thor. Sif. Asgard 3 warriors. Thor asked cautiously, what do you mean by absorbing the Mjolnir lightning energy? It literally means. Fei Lan elementalized the lightning in his right hand and said, I originally have the ability of lightning, but for some reason the power has been reduced a lot. Just absorb its lightning energy to replenish it. Who knows? Stingy. Thor. Is this his honey and your arsenic? Mjolnir, whom Thor couldn't ask for, was not only despised by others at Fei Lan, but also tried to drain their lightning energy reserves. It's so speechless. Actually, Fei Lan is also a little bit at a loss what to do now. One just couldn't control it. He rushed up and slapped the destroyer by himself. Now what is Thor going to do? If he doesn't go back and smash Bifrost, how is Loki going to meet Thanos? I feel like a lot of scenes have disappeared inexplicably. Scratched his head. Fei Lan felt that he could still be rescued. Ahem, that Thor, you said your power was sealed, didn't you? Fei Lan asked. Thor nodded, not knowing what Fei Lan was going to do. Then can you tell me, are you Thor? Or the Hammer God? Fei Lan questioned his soul. Thor said without hesitation, it's definitely Thor. Fei Lan spread out his hands. Then why do you have no power without a hammer? Thor. Hill and the three warriors of Asgard looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Yes, Thor's priesthood is Thor. But why does his power come from a hammer? Fei Lan saw Thor brooding, while Mjolnir remained silent. He simply hesitated. I bet you Mjolnir has a tool spirit. He only listened to his negative test. Or Thor, you can't lift this Mjolnir anyway, so just give it to me, smash it, and extract the remaining lightning energy, half of us. Thor looked reluctant when he heard the words, but he didn't directly refuse. On Asgard's side, he still needs to go back to save. If you just sacrifice a handful of Mjolnir, you can return to the Order of Asgard. Thor, who has realized the true meaning of guardianship, actually thinks that this trade is a good deal. Seeing that Thor was really starting to think about it, Mjolnir panicked. It has no doubt that this Midgard who almost drained it and sealed the destroyer can really do the thing of kill the hammer and divide the corpse. Yes, it decides, asterisk. Mjolnir panicked. It has no doubt that this Midgard who almost drained it and sealed the destroyer can really do the thing of killing the hammer and dismembering the corpse. Yes. Thor, who was on the verge of getting Mjolnir's approval, was surprised to find that Mjolnir flew into his palm from the floor. It's so sudden. Then, the thunder rolled in, and one after another of angry thunder struck down, replenishing Thor with divine power and reimagining Thor's armor. Incidentally, occasionally, a few lightning strikes deviate and just happen to avoid Sif, and the four of them only hit Fei Lan, which is not difficult to understand. Fei Lan doesn't care. As soon as he rang the Thunderfruit ability, could he still be struck by lightning? After all, he threatened Mjolnir, so it's not a big problem for him to vent his anger. By comparison,
Ding!
Congratulations to the famous scene, Hammer God Thor regains the power of Thor, and get the sign-in reward fighting sword. Come, Meow Ernir, you should split more, you're welcome. Quickly, Thor completed the metamorphosis of divine power, but without the slightest high spirits, he looked at the Meow hammer in his hand with a dazed expression. To be honest, you chose to recognize the Lord because you were afraid of being demolished, right? Think of this. Thor grinned with a toothache, not knowing what to say. Now that Jane is not around, and the information Fei Lan has already been returned, Thor has no idea of going to Jane to pretend to be. He recruited Rorsif to stand over and said to Fei Lan, Fat, thank you for your help, but Asgard needs my help now, and I will come to you for a drink when I solve the trouble caused by Loki. Generally, people who say things like this won't come back. Fei Lan joked. Thor has never experienced the cultural edification of the earth, failed to understand Fei Lan's meme, and shook his head seriously. Impossible, Loki is not very strong except for playing tricks. Fei Lan shrugged, no objection. Goodbye, my friend. Thor looked up and shouted, Heimdall. He held up Mjolnir in what he thought was the coolest move. If Bifrost came down at this time, it would indeed be picturesque. But Bifrost didn't fall. This caused Thor's posture to be a little awkward, and even the Sifs behind him turned their heads slightly. So embarrassing. And Fei Lan didn't pay attention to the bullet screen for a long time, and it was also madly brushing embarrassment, petrification, goosebumps, and so on. Pity. This is not a famous scene. Fei Lan looked at Thor with a smile, and after holding on to this position for more than 10 seconds, the latter finally couldn't hold it anymore. Ahem. Heimdall may be a little busy. Thor embarrassed. He is Aris, guardian of Asgard. He controls Bifrost and allows us to enter and leave the 9 realms at will. Fei Lan nodded approvingly, motioning Thor to continue. The current Heimdall was no accident, probably frozen by Loki. Thor could only continue shouting, Heimdall, we need you. Heimdall, can you hear me? Heimdall. Heimdall. Heimu-derb. Shouting and shouting. Thor didn't know why, and his voice gradually became lower. Fei Lan guessed. Probably worried about Heimdall? Shake your head. He thought of something and summoned a ghost ninja. Thor, I'll let ninja lurking in your shadow. If necessary, I can tell him the news, and then I'll know after disbanding him, Fei Lan said. Thor doesn't suspect him. Nodding in agreement. Ninja silently walked behind Thor and sank into his shadow. Asgard coordinates. The delivery is complete. At this time, a colorful beam of light fell from the sky, and the area was a bit large, so that Fei Lan was also shrouded in it. So Fei Lan can go to Asgard? A lightning teleportation flashed out of Bifrost's envelope. Let Jane wait for me. Thor shouted and disappeared into the sky with Bifrost. The plot of Thor 1 is basically over by this Earth chapter. At this time, a car rushed in, and before it could stop, Jane jumped out of the car and saw that Fei Lan was the only one left with a lost expression. Still a step behind, Daisy, who was also a step slower, slammed into Fei Lan's arms happily. Because of her excessive force and too much capital, she actually bounced herself half a step back. Gee, what a great experience. Fei Lan wrapped Daisy's waist in one hand, looked at Jane, and said, Thor asked me to tell you that you should wait for him. I know, I'm also watching the live broadcast. Jane raised the phone in her hand. Then it's none of his business. Fei Lan looked down at Daisy, ready to give a victory kiss. In no mood, asterisk. Fei Lan bowed his head to give a victory kiss. In no mood. Daisy pushed Fei Lan away, shyly lowered her head to look at her feet. Buried her head in her chest. What's the matter? Fei Lan was a little puzzled. Didn't he sneak up on his bed in the middle of the night before? Live. Daisy whispered. Oh wow. It turned out to be shy, and did not dare to make out before the live broadcast. Fei Lan glanced at the live broadcast room, and the barrage inside flew up. Master Ball. Catch the anchor girlfriend. The anchor actually has a girlfriend? Shut off, shut off. Bold demon girl. How dare you rob my husband? Mom. I'm lost in love, crying chirp. Did no one find out that his girlfriend rushed over from the live broadcast just now and bounced himself off? What size should this be? Blind student, you have a bright spot. Originally thought that the anchor was watching, but later found out that it was a live broadcast of the battlefield. Today, you actually slapped an alien creature with your bare hands? Anchor, I'm in love with your girlfriend. Draw my sword. Upstairs is your sword drawing as I understand it. Sharp sword, sharp eyes. Have I turned yellow? You are wrong. You are wrong. Seeing that the anchor room is so lively, Fei Lan's backhand is a downcast at the speed of light. Chatting and spanking with these audiences. Is there a kiss from Daisy? Close the live room. Fei Lan took a step forward and hugged Daisy, bowing his head for a deep kiss without a doubt. The live room has been closed. In the statistics of this live broadcast, the statistics are completed. Amount of gift, 147,175.1 meters gold. Number of barges, 14,157,574. Winky face. Get attention, 3,745,785 people. Historical audience limit, 5,475,473 people. The Void Live Ball has completely escaped into the void. After the activation password is detected, The Void Live Ball will be activated again. The kiss is over. Fei Lan wiped the saliva from his mouth happily, put his arms around the shy Daisy in his arms, and looked at Phil Coulson. Why do you keep looking at me like this? Are you envious? Phil Coulson moved his head away silently. The TSK of your kiss. I can't even pay attention. But who makes people's fists stronger? Bear with it. It's Jane. Seeing her steadfastly standing beside the magic circle left by Bifrost, Fei Lan kindly persuaded her as she was Daisy's mentor and best friend. It's the same wherever you wait. Heimdall's eyes can see through most of the 9 realms. So don't call his name casually when you're taking a shower. Fei Lan said into his arms. Daisy couldn't help but hug Fei Lan a little tighter. Could it really be? Fei Lan was naturally teasing Daisy, not to mention that Heimdall is very serious. He should be tired of watching it for thousands of years. Jane shook her head and said, No, I'll wait for him here. This girl has a savage strength, and she will not look back if she is sure that she will not hit the south wall. I don't know how I broke up with Thor later. Could it be that Thor couldn't satisfy her? Shake your head. Since you want to wait here, just wait. But for the sake of saving your boyfriend just now, is Daisy's credit? Fei Lan hinted. Daisy is a senior this year. The reason why she followed Jane and Iris to this remote town is for the credits in Jane's hands. She's just about to graduate, although it is with Fei Lan whether that diploma is the same or not. But after all, it was people who put in 4 years of thought, and she will have her own career in the future, and her diploma from Columbia University still has a face. Don't tell me. I will definitely give it. Jane glanced at Daisy. Take him down quickly, come on. Daisy. She turned her head and buried herself in Fei Lan's arms again. She didn't know if she was really shy or if she took the opportunity to wipe her oil or something. The little hand kept lingering on Fei Lan's abdominal muscles. Fei Lan said, It's not certain who eats who tofu. He just put his arm around Daisy, raised his hand, and nodded his ear. Alice, inform Lu Dan I'm going to see Space Gem now and ask him to send me the place. Okay. So far. The thing about Thor 1, even if it came to an end. Fei Lan looked at Daisy in his arms and asked, Are you going to make an appointment with me now or stay here with Jane and wait for Thor? Daisy naturally wanted to follow Fei Lan. But she looked up at Jane, who was staring at the sky, and sighed softly. It seems that good sisters need someone to accompany them now. Fei Lan understood. He summoned Feng Chu from his shadow and let her sneak into Daisy's shadow. Such a good girl can be protected. You want to come to me, call me. I will come to you. Okay. Daisy reluctantly left Fei Lan's embrace, but Fei Lan walked freely, turning into lightning and dissipating directly on the spot. You can be sweet when it's time to be sweet, but you must be decisive when it's time to part. Otherwise, really hanged on this tree. Follow Alice's directions. Fei Lan came to a secret base in Detroit, and Fury was still rushing to the top of the building to pick him up. After waiting for half a minute, Fury arrived in a hurry. You're so fast, Fury pun. Heh. Fei Lan squinted at Fury, extracted the pony fruit, and said, The power of my thunder comes from this magical fruit in my hands, and I plan to trade it with you. Now look at it. I've come to think too much. Fury. Looking at the dark green fruit with strange patterns in Fei Lan's hands, I think of the same strange blue fruit that I used to monitor Fei Lan with satellites and ate in the Pacific Ocean. Fury. Cough, you heard it wrong just now. I said I'm fast. I'm fast. This guy is also fighting for the devil fruit. The long-legged Wani Sandhill who followed behind heard the words, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little, but he was professionally trained, so he just held back. Fei Lan didn't need to endure it any longer, grinned unscrupulously, threw the devil fruit under his feet with his backhand, and put it into the dark world. Fury is also in no hurry to trade. Taking Fei Lan into the secret base, he tentatively said, A lot of news has been known to the public, but it is actually not conducive to the stability of the Earth, so you live broadcast? You can't hide it for a long time. Fei Lan said, I am going down the mountain this time to promote the contact between the Earth and the cosmic civilization. It is better to warm up first. Fury is a temptation. Since Fei Lan has said so, he can only acquiesce. What else can he do? SHIELD can't do anything about Fei Lan. Verification, all the way. The three came to the laboratory hundreds of meters underground. Or Tesseract space gem, set in a groove in a precision mechanism. Fei Lan's first glance at the space gem made Roar's suction rush. Probably because
Ding.
discover an evolvable energy source, and after absorbing it, you can evolve the system to obtain new functions. Asterisk.
Ding.
Discover the energy source that can be evolved, and after absorbing it, you can evolve the traditional system to obtain new functions. Fei Lan was a little surprised by a traditional sound. I thought it would be a famous scene, but it turned out to be a surprise. This tradition can be regarded as the representative of cherishing words like gold, except that at the beginning of the game, the airport issued a novice reward, and after that, it was just a traditional reminder to sign in the famous scene. Today's sentence is the third new reminder. Evolutionary energy source. Needless to say, it must be the space gem in front of you. New function. Fei Lan is a natural imperative, but the problem is how to absorb. Fei Lan waited for a while. Seeing that Fantong didn't move at all, he knew that he needed to open the body to energy absorbing. However, if you touch the space gem with your bare hands, there is the same risk of being teleported away as Red Skull.
So,
Fei Lan hesitation for a while and chooses to sink into the dark world to verify something. Fury and Hill looked at each other and waited in silence. In the dark space, Fei Lan can vaguely feel the one in the shadow of Thor in the distant Asgard among the coordinates. But he was unable to establish a passage leading to Chinko over there. His physical strength is not enough to support this long-distance consumption. Although the horse charm plus dog charm allows him to have unlimited physical strength, it cannot increase his physical strength limit, just like the coffee that can be refilled indefinitely. It seems it can only be hoped that Fantong can safely absorb the energy of the space gem and will not let him be teleported away. Fei Lan frowned and walked away from the dark space. After staring at the space gem for a few seconds, he made up his mind to walk forward. Seeing this, Fury reached out and wanted to be rotten, but found that Fei Lan's figure flashed, and he was already in front of the space gem. Just grab the space gems with your bare hands. Yesterday, the tesseract on the outer layer of the space gem was directly crushed by Fei Lan, revealing the space gem inside the hook. Zitzy. Dash. The violent energy burst out suddenly, and the blue space gem energy rushed out from the space gem, and the huge amounts of energy fluctuations caused the underground space to shake and dry. It scared Fury and held back half a step, and the busy agents next to them were even more like enemies. But they didn't know how to deal with it at all. As Fei Lan, who is at the heart of the energy riot, at the moment is very at ease. Although the irritable space gem energy was extraordinary, it was still unable to escape the devourer of the system, and not a single bit could escape within a half-meter range around him. As for him, who was baptized, sorry, Thunderfruit is immune to physical damage. Although the energy of this space gem is powerful, it still does not escape the definition of physical damage, and Fei Lan, who has been transformed into a thunder element, is not even a tickling. There is also a trace of space gem energy, which was pulled by some kind of power in his body, and it was actually snatched away from the traditional tiger's mouth. Fei Lan searched carefully. It was found that it was a horse spell and a dog spell, which absorbed the energy of space gems little by little. Do these two spells have spatially related abilities? Fei Lan couldn't figure it out, but he felt that it shouldn't be a bad thing, so he just waited and watched. Time is passing little by little. Fei Lan was absorbed in a blink of an eye for 6 hours. Fury had already let the others retreat, leaving him alone, staring at Fei Lan silently. Fei Lan, on the other hand, was staring at his two precious spells all the time, ignoring him. Finally, when a certain critical point is reached, the space gem energy absorbed by the dog and horse talisman is saturated, and traces of blue cracks spread on the surface of the talisman. Wokao. It won't blow up, will it? A mantra of scolding mother. The two talismans shattered and turned into a streamer and merged into Fei Lan's body, which was still the element of thunder, followed by an influx of infinitely abundant energy into the body. This feeling. Fei Lan hurriedly opened the system. Super God's famous scene sign and tradition. Host, Fei Lan. Age, 19. D. 121/221 plus 100. 1:149/157 plus 100. E. 109/209 plus 100. Stamina, 1240/1240, x 10 plus 100. Rewards, 12 charms, heat energy sight, Duki Huajian. The upper limit of physical strength has soared to 1240. The X10 after the brackets is one of the benefits of absorbing the horse drying spell and dog spell this time. And the ability that originally belonged to the two spells was also completely absorbed by him without any discount. The regenerative healing factor of dog charms. The healing and restoration of the horse charm. Although ability doesn't increase much, at least you don't need to worry about losing these two spells in the future. With the fragmentation and fusion of the two spells, the complex evolutionary energy source was also absorbed. The riotous space gem energy gradually subsided, and the space gem that originally exuded blue light was now a little dim. Known as infinite energy, it seems to be sucked a bit by the complex. Fei Lan was not interested in this thing, so he threw it back to the original groove, but the signal must not match.
Ding.
The system evolution is completed, and the new function, traditional space, is obtained. System space? As soon as this thought arises, Fei Lan can sense it a world. One world. This system has a large space as if it is an endless world, and it is bright and dignified in contrast to the dark world. Fei Lan looks down from God's perspective, and he can't see the edge of the world. This time the system upgrade function. That's all? Well, such a large traditional space seems not bad. Fei Lan tried to enter the traditional space by himself, but failed unexpectedly. Inquire about psychokinesis. Taking the mama fruit from the dark world, the thought disappears in the hand, and the hook is now in the infinite complex space. From a distance, it is like a star in the universe, seemingly unique but incomparably small. Fury, who had been waiting, said, "It's over? I thought you were going to suck it dry." "I can't." Fei Lan was in a good mood and explained, "Each infinity gem has almost infinite energy. This space gem is caught a little too much at once, and it will recover on its own after a while." Fury remained noncommittal. "Have you mastered the method of invoking the energy of the space gem?" Fury asked again. "You can't learn." Fei Lan cut him off. Choking Fury paused for a few more seconds. "Let's talk about the magic fruit you talked about." 99 Fury changed the subject. "What do you want?" "What do you want?" Fei Lan glanced at Fury up and down, a little hesitant. "What else does Shield have now that is useful to him?"
Money?
"This thing is enough. Tony and Norman help him earn it. Enough for him to squander Shao.
Right?
Isn't he fragrant when he is at ease? Why does he have to go to intrigue? Color? B. This can have. But the woman Fei Lan likes is still more inclined to go to the strategy and let Shield deliver it to the door. It can only be beneficial. What other famous scenes can Shield sign?" Scratched his head. "It seems that there are no famous scenes that can be played at this stage. The rest also need villains such as Hydra and Ultron to rhyme and deter together." "Yes." Fei Lan in a good mood. "Take the thrips fruit and throw it away."
Here, let's eat.
Rather than spending his brains on getting Fury to make a famous scene for him, now he wants to see Fury eating the horse and horse fruit and turning into a horse. Must be exciting. Fury held the pony fruit and stared suspiciously at Fei Lan. Suspicion made him think there must be a conspiracy. Hey, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Fei Lan was unhappy. Master Gao Yuji gave it today. Otherwise, few people can own such precious things as evil, cough, and magic fruit, even Kamartosh. Excited, I almost said the devil fruit, but still spit out a syllable and was caught by Fury keenly. Do not. Fury, who wanted to question him, smelled the unique smell of devil fruit. The stench of hundreds of scents made him retching with his mouth open. Immediately, I disliked it and took the horse fruit farther away. How could this thing smell like urine? After a few seconds of getting used to it, Fury said, You just said evil what? Did you hide something? Still noticed. Then fool around. Magic fruit, also known as devil fruit because each one has different abilities. Eating them is like trading with the devil. Fei Lan said half-truth. The one like mine is the thunder fruit. After eating it, you can gain the power of lightning. Fei Lan smoothed his hair and lay down a small arc from the whole body, which is also very handsome. Although Fury doesn't eat this set, there is a hint of desire in his one eye. The goal of desire is naturally not Fei Lan gap, but desire to gain power. Then what is my ability? Fury asked. Hey, I don't know. Do not know. Otherwise, why would I give it to you for nothing? I just want to enrich the Devil Fruits illustrated book. Why don't you eat it yourself? Everyone can only eat one devil fruit, otherwise it will explode. 1-3. You can't finish. Fei Lan was annoyed and said impatiently. In 3 seconds, you can eat it or I'll take it. 3. The countdown canopy is ringing. Fury is decisively grabbing the peel of the mama fruit, revealing the dark green flesh inside. This is also a werewolf. Just whistle up without hesitation. Vomit. The soaring smell made Fury wretched, but he kept his mouth tightly shut, chewed a few bites quickly and swallowed it, then the next bite, and then the next. The devil fruit of pineapple file size was actually eaten in less than a minute. Watching Fei Lan stunned. No. Why do you eat all of it? Just one bite is enough. Forehead. He seemed to didn't say anything. Holding the peel, Fury hesitation for a moment, then looked at Fei Lan and said in a trembling voice, Do you want to vomit and eat this one too? Hiss. Fei Lan sucked in a breath and lit up. Thumbs up. The original intention was to praise Fury. A devil fruit was directly finished. No idea. Fury misunderstood that he meant to eat it too, and directly stuffed all the devil fruit skin into his mouth, puffed out his cheeks and chewed fiercely, and swallowed it with his neck stuck. Fei Lan. 2QAQ/ Werewolf. Werewolf. Wolf extermination. Fei Lan silently swallowed the words, just take a bite. He was afraid that Fury would really fight with him and accidentally kill him, and many famous scenes in the future would be impossible. Not worth the loss. Not worth the loss. Although he wasn't ready to say it, he was definitely having fun. Fei Lan opened his mouth and smiled happily, making Fury feel inexplicably furious. Suddenly, Fury's eyes changed, and he felt that he really had some kind of ability. Following his instinct, he activated the newly acquired ability, and his body was gradually raised, shape-shifting, protruding from the position of the back waist, and 2 calves were randomly avoided. After 10 seconds, Fury burst out his favorite black leather jacket and turned into a group of black tall horses. From his shocked one eye, it can be seen that his current mood must be very complicated. Turned into a horse? Turned into a horse. He tried walking left and right, running, spitting, bumping. No footsteps, auspicious clouds. No stride. No mouth fire. No King Kong is not bad. He is just an ordinary horse. Damn it. Fury, the dark horse, spat out. Fei Lan. What's going on? How did I become a horse? Fei Lan. Ha 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 ha, drink. Although Fury has a horse face now, it can be seen from the one eye full of haze that he is very angry now. Anyone who becomes a horse in vain will not feel good. If he didn't know that he couldn't beat Fei Lan, he might even be rubbed against the ground with his backhand. Fury would definitely be violent. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, so you can only attack with eyes, staring at Fei Lan, who is laughing. Fury, oh carrot hashtag. Waiting for Fei Lan to laugh enough. He then hung his stomach and straightened his waist, smiled. Devil fruits are divided into 3 types: animals, Superman, and naturals. Mine is natural, thunder fruit, and yours should be animals, horses, and horses. Ability is, turning into a horse? Fury sad face 0 carrot hashtag. Seeing that Fury was on the verge of breaking out, Fei Lan couldn't stop laughing. After all, the two of them don't have a lot of hatred, do they? Maybe after today. Ha 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 ha. Simply Fury is still very shrewd, knowing that Fei Lan can't offend, and he also said before that the gap is don't know what ability. When he eats the devil fruit, he has the element of gambling. If you lose the bet, you can't blame anyone. I don't know how he would feel if he knew it was Fei Lan's black box operation. In short, Fury quickly adjusted his mentality and consulted with Fei Lan for the ability to simply control the mama fruit and return to his original body. Here I have to talk about the poor treatment. Why is Fei Lan's natural fan turned into thunder and lightning, and after condensing his body, he can't even break the corners of his clothes? After Fury transformed into a horse and returned to his original form, Mo was left with only a pair of blindfolds. Simply excessive. But after sinking his heart and feeling it seriously, Fury found some surprises. His physique has grown tremendously. Although not sure how many, but judging by his years of combat experience, at least he is the captain of the United States.
And
Fei Lan also said a human saying, the horse fruit not only gives you the ability to transform, but also allows you to break through the limits of human beings, continue to receive training, and your physique can grow. And if the devil fruit can, if you wake up, you can get a powerful physique that can self-healing infinitely as long as you don't have your heart or brain cut off. Natural systems are directly immune to all physical damage. But no matter what, with these increases, Fury thinks it would be nice to transform into a horse. Isn't he not a human being, and he has great power, so what's so picky about? Become a horse, become a horse. Soothe Fury. Fei Lan also left the secret base and returned to the city of DiCaprio. At the moment night has come, Jane and Daisy were still standing beside the magic circle branded by Bifrost. I'm determined to wait for Thor. Daisy smiled at Fei Lan, and her eyes signaled the lost Jane. It is not good to be too affectionate and stimulate good sisters now. Fei Lan nodded in understanding. Since Thor hasn't returned for a long time, it seems that there is a high probability that Bifrost was smashed by him according to the plot. The time for Loki to come to give the head is just around the corner. Sweeping around again, Eric was nowhere to be seen. Where's Dr. Eric Hang? Fei Lan asked. He had a few chats with the bald uncle, as if he had been invited to a secret study, Daisy replied. Uncle's show? Phil Coulson? The portrait is obviously just a higher hairline. Fei Lan shook his head amusingly. If Phil Coulson heard this, no matter how good his mentality was, he would have to break the defense. Wait me a moment. After explaining, Fei Lan dodged and left. He went straight to the Star headquarters in Los Angeles, where the CEO's office lights were still on and Pepper and Natasha Romanoff were busy at their desks. Fei Lan turned into a thunder element, entered through the window, and then condensed back to the main body. Darrow. The crackling movement at that moment had already alarmed Pepper and the two. Even though they knew that Fei Lan was coming, their eyes were still very strange. Extraordinary power. Mortals always have to look up. Why are you here? Pepper asked. Tony is over at the police house. No, I'm here to find you. Fei Lan said. Help me prepare some things, a tent for the night, materials for the fire dance, and a dinner for 3 people. Fei Lan read a lot of things, and Pepper naturally didn't have to worry about it. Natasha Romanoff wrote it down and quickly arranged it. She deliberately spared a few more steps, and when she brushed past Fei Lan, she hooked Fei Lan's palm. This goblin is really just giving any chance to be seductive. Fei Lan pondered. Did you find a time to take this goblin down? After eating the gaps, you will no longer think about it. After a little chat with Pepper, She was busy with her feet on the ground for the World Expo in the next few days, while processing documents and answering. Fei Lan also confirmed that Hammer Industrial Group also applied for a booth on the day of the expo. The plot is on schedule. After Natasha Romanoff arranged things, Fei Lan used psychokinesis to put everything directly into the system space. Taking advantage of no one left or right, Fei Lan raised his hand. Snapped. A slap on Natasha Romanoff's trend tee. The feel is very good. Before Natasha Romanoff's attack, Fei Lan's incarnation of lightning disappeared. Natasha Romanoff, who had a seductive demeanor behind, suddenly turned cold, while the surrounding tea sets were shaking slightly. This is not normal. The other end. Fei Lan put away the things he brought and invited Roar Jane and Daisy to come to dinner. But Jane has no appetite. Daisy sees Jane not going to eat. She is also a little hesitation. Fei Lan smiled and said, Sakura Wagyu beef, French foie gras, and Chinese black pork just arrived by air today. Are you sure you won't eat them? Daisy's eyes lit up when she heard the words. Where did she remember any honey? She rushed over directly. She has never eaten these high-end goods. Jane was also a little moved, seeing the happy expression on Daisy's face as she devoured her food. She couldn't resist coming over after all. After all, she and Thor have only known each other for less than half a month, and even if there is affection, they won't be at the point of not eating or drinking. The food is not to be missed. Oh, it smells so good. For a moment, Jane suddenly looked away. Anyway, Fei Lan also said that the whale, Heimdall, can be found no matter where she is, so why is she guarding it here with all her heart? Without the one kiss before leaving in the movie, Jane's love for Thor does not seem to be so firm. Fei Lan didn't pay attention to the change, and all his attention was on Daisy. After a luxurious dinner, he thought that he would continue to guard briefly and recruited Roar Daisy to set up a tent so that it was close and convenient for rest. In no mood, Jane stopped and said, Wait. I'm not waiting here. Go back. 93. No, wait. Daisy said strangely. You just said you would wait for 3 days and 3 nights. Didn't Faye say that Heimdall can see every corner of the earth, and it's the same wherever he is? Jane said. As a woman, Daisy immediately noticed Jane's loosening. Fei Lan was not so careful, and it wasn't why his own woman was thinking about her emotions directly. Then you go back to live, Daisy. Will you come with me or stay with Jane? Daisy heard the words hesitation. She wanted to wander the world with Fei Lan, but she could only sigh when she looked at Jane, who was staring at the magic circle. I'd better stay with Jane, and I still have some luggage to pack. Daisy grabbed Fei Lan's clothes and coaxed softly. Wait for me, it will be soon. Fei Lan also laughed a little. Is this sudden coaxing tone serious? Jane said coldly. The investigation work here is basically over, and AI Rue was invited to leave the team again. Next, I will go back to school to summarize the gains during this period. Columbia University is in New York, so you have time to stay together. Daisy's cheeks flushed slightly when she heard it. Fei Lan has a smile on the surface, but is a little panicked in his heart. It's time to choose a tree or a forest. Cough. Then you are busy, so there is no need to pack up the things here. Finished. Fei Lan lowered his head and pecked on Daisy's forehead. His lips dissipated as lightning without parting. Daisy's arms and her arms were empty, looking at the electric arc dissipating in front of her. Her eyes were blurred for a while. Is this her future other half? So handsome. So strong. Looking forward to it. There was no one at the New York police villa, so Fei Lan chose the coastal police villa in Los Angeles. In the living room, Tony and Pepper are kissing, and their hands and feet are already a bit irregular. At this time, the sporadic arcs condensed into a human-shaped outline from nothing, and the sound of thunder and lightning woke up the two sides who were throwing in, and a certain transparent liquid, and body was drawn for a full half a meter, and the chem was broken. Fei Lan, who condensed into an adult, shook his head in amazement. Do you have cheese for dinner so smooth? One Fei Lan teased. Rao is Pepper, who is a strong woman. At this time, she was also a little embarrassed. She said, I'm going to make money for you, and fled in high heels in a panic, leaving Tony staring at Fei Lan speechlessly. "Can't you knock before you come in?" Tony grumbled. "Yes. Can't you hear such a loud electric flow sound?" Fei Lan spread his hands and said, "How about I strike a thunderbolt at the door next time before I greet you?" Tony thought about the embarrassment of being watched and the psychological shadow of being struck by lightning, and decided to choose the former. He sighed helplessly and walked to the wine rack. "Won't you bring your little girlfriend back for the night?" Tony asked casually. He has not yet become an Avenger, but he also has his own intelligence channels, and it is even more alarming that Fei Lan has been broadcast live on the whole network. "Don't worry, I haven't played enough." Mentioning Daisy Fei Lan, he had a headache and he said, "How did you do it in the first place? You can still make Pepper stick around and volunteer to help you." Picking up the mess. "Because of charisma." Tony raised his eyebrows proudly. Fei Lan raised his hand and fired an electric spark, but it didn't do much damage. It just made Tony's tender cry. "Let you sing." "Hush, you wait. I'll be finishing the anti-Thor suit soon," Tony threatened, baring his teeth. "Anti-Thor suit? Anti-me or anti-Thor?" 99. "Thor? Well, that Thor from Asgard? Is he strong?" Because of Fei Lan's intervention this time, Thor didn't have the opportunity to show his combat power throughout the whole process, and finally, he was embarrassed to pose for a long time. If this were a superhero on Earth, it would be a social death. Also lead to, most people think that this Thor is probably a parallel import. Very strong. Fei Lan nodded and said, "Hammer like you, there's no negotiation." "The one in the steel suit?" "The policeman who hammered a few times." "So strong? How long do people live, what do you think?" Tony drank his glass and frowned. Thinking about the Earth's 863 status before alien civilizations. Fei Lan didn't bother him either, getting ready to check today's gains. There are still 2 sign-in rewards that haven't been withdrawn. The traditional upgrade function. At present, I know that there are more infinite complex spaces, and he himself cannot enter it, and he can only look at it later. There is no traditional elves 1 by 1. Bad review. Then there's the Destroyer. Fei Lan summons the recumbent dragon and asks him to go to the workshop to fetch the rat spell lined by Bumblebee. Incidentally rhymes the Destroyer from the world of darkness. Tony, who was thinking, couldn't help but look over. His eyes fell on the Destroyer, thoughtfully. "This metal, it should be pretty good, right?" Tony asked. "Ulu metal, its hardness is comparable to vibranium, and it has good energy conductivity. Mjolnir made it with this stuff." Fei Lan explained, "Think about it. This can't be given to you, and I will meet Thor in the future. I want him and myself." "Che, who cares?" Tony grinned disdainfully, but kept his eyes on the Destroyer. "Metal comparable to vibranium. If you can make a steel suit with this URU metal, then hammering Fei Lan is not, Thinking of Fei Lan's live broadcast of smashing the Destroyer with his bare hands, Tony felt that there was still a big question mark. Quickly, Wulong returned with the rat spell and offered it to Fei Lan on his knees. "It does matter." Fei Lan took the rat charm and came to the Destroyer and gestured. Finally, he chose to lift off its skull, ATU, and helmet visor, and poked his hand to cover the rat charm in its hollow interior. Lightning-like patterns flickered on the surface of the Destroyer, and then it came alive, got up from the map, and half-kneeled to Fei Lan beside Wulong. Tony, who witnessed the whole process, had to sigh again at the power of magic, and driving dead objects out of thin air is not scientific at all. "Can you talk?" Fei Lan asked. The Destroyer half-kneeled in place. "Come on, shoot him." Fei Lan pointed at Tony. Startled Tony, staring warily at destruction. He saw the destructive rays of this thing in the live broadcast, and a single shot can blow up a house. The Destroyer reacted this time, turning his head to look at Tony, the already open helmet visor glowing orange. "Fei Lan, are you trying to demolish this place?" Tony yelled. He must have known that Fei Lan couldn't really let the Destroyer bomb him. Fei Lan ignored him, and when the Destroyer lit up the orange light, the gossip seal lighted up, and the traces of orange light and the blue light with the rat spell were all pressed back. But the gossip seal is not without a price. Its seal rune is being wiped off by the rat spell. It seems that the evaluation of D-S rat spell is better than the evaluation of B-S gossip seal. Okay, stop. The destroyer stopped moving, and the gossip seal lurked again. Fei Lan stepped forward, squeezed a few ninja seals, and slapped and twisted on the destroyer. Gossip seal, corner. Not solved. After all, it is the difficulty of B1 level policeman, and it still requires training to lift the gossip seal for the first time. Fei Lan repeated several times, and gradually touched the doorway. Gossip seal, solution. The black seal rune faded on the destroyer, and the sealed power was restored. The destroyer suddenly turned his head to look at Fei Lan, but soon the rat charm lit up, causing it to refix on the spot. After a few seconds, a golden light shot hooks from the destroyer's helmet and condensed into a white-haired old man holding a golden spear on the ground. Asgard god King Odin. Tony stood up in surprise and wanted to say something, but sat down and chose to wait and see. Project Odin ignored Tony and looked directly at Fei Lan. When you came, Ancient One and I both paid attention to you. Odin's projection language hook was astonishing. I was going to exile you, but Ancient One stopped me. It seems that I should thank her. When you came? In the police officer's place, this sentence may refer to birth, or to exaggerate it, that is, the arrival of aliens. But Fei Lan knows that he traveled from reality to Marvel. So, Ancient One stopped Odin. Did he see something with the time stone? Fei Lan felt a little uncomfortable thinking that there might be another self in the future timeline. Please rest assured, host, you are unique in all time and space. Oh, it turns out to be unique. Then I can rest assured and, wrong. How could this system answer him? Traditional? Aren't you? Different voice. Fantong has no movement again, and I don't know if it's just so cold or what. But now is not the time to look into that either. With the traditional tips, Fei Lan also has confidence. He looked at the Odin projection and said neither humble nor arrogant. I don't know if the King of God is coming. What is the order? I don't care about your origin, so you don't need to worry. Odin projected. Yes, Thor still has too many shortcomings. I hope you can teach him more in the future. As a thank you, this destroyer will be given to you. 0.99. Fei Lan was a little speechless. Young Master's trophy as reward for Young Master? I'm afraid you are not wise. And, are you sure that Gangluo didn't want to take back control of the destroyer, and was slapped in the face by the rat spell, so you continued to say that? And, didn't you always say that you were going to exile the Young Master? You have broken Asgard Bifrost. Why are you still putting it on hold? There is durable dark magic here. He directly replied to you. This destroyer was sent by your son to make trouble on Earth. I defeated and rescued your eldest son, by the way. If you ask for reward, the tool will be confiscated. I thought the Odin projection would be angry. I don't want him to agree and nod. I forgot. Then Thor will ask you. Finished. The Odin projection dissipated directly on the spot, not giving Fei Lan a chance to refuse. Fei Lan. Tony. So seeing that the generosity of others is no longer enough, you just change it directly? Tony, who was worried for a long time, complained, Is this guy really the King of God? Well, it's 10,000 years to live. It's a thief to grow old and not die. Fei Lan said, But I remember that when he was on Earth, he first came as a pirate in Norway. 99. Tony nodded suddenly when he heard the words, so it was. The logic of pirates is just unreasonable, then Odin style is no problem. Fei Lan didn't take care of this little interjection. He said, Destroyer, put on Wulong yourself. The voice fell. The destroyer immediately turned around and walked towards the Wulong and swallowed it like a flower. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared on the original black helmet.
Could.
But then Fei Lan frowned. Destroyer, the policeman is wearing you. How do you use the destruction ray? The destroyer raised his hand, and the metal twisted the barrel of the black hole. I see. Fei Lan nodded and asked Wulong to leave the destroyer, summoning a new ghost. He put on the destroyer to sneak into the dark world and sent it to Fengchu. After, it was Fengchu who wore the destroyer and lurked in Daisy's shadow to protect her. The next step is to get 2 sign-in awards today. Name: Heat Energy Sight. Category: Skill. Cheekwar, 97%. Plane: Batman vs. Superman, Dawn of Justice. Grade: ID 1. Function: Condensed light energy is turned into ultra-high temperature light in the eye, and the target is melted with the sight of the hook. Slogan: Do you dare to give me a try? Name: Battle Chi Huajian. Category: Skill. Between Deeds, 191%. Plane: Breaking the Sphere. Level: IE+. Function: Consume Do Chi to condense into a Do Chi longsword. If there is Do Chi attribute, additional attribute damage can be added. Slogan: Do Chi turns into sword, not Do Chi turns into horse. 2 skills. The heat energy line of sight and the electro-optic eye of the pig charm are a bit more difficult to ask, but the attributes used to be high temperature attribute and lightning, and the latter is a foreign object after all, and there is no convenience for skills.
Good.
Do Chi Huajian can be considered to make up for the problem that he is always empty-handed. Should it also have light and shadow special effects? Test it to find out. Fei Lan looked around and locked on the sofa in the living room. I saw his eyeballs suddenly turn red and brighter, and 2 red rays of light fell on the leather sofa with his eyes. In an instant, they melted and fished for a big hole, leaving a small hole in the marble floor, which has red magma flowing. It turned out to be melted into magma, and the part of the leather sofa that was not melted was also burning, and the fire almost reached the ceiling. Fei Lan is a little surprised the movement is a little louder. But it's not a big problem. Although he doesn't have the ability to put out fires, he runs fast. When the free spell was activated, he brought more than a dozen fire extinguishers from the police villa, summoned ghosts and sprayed them, and directly suppressed the fire. Then he stroked his hand on the sofa, and the horse charm recovery ability he had just absorbed was activated. The sofa was immediately restored to its original appearance. The magma on the map is a bit troublesome. Use psychokinesis to throw the magma into the complex space, and then restore it to its original state. Simple. Fei Lan's movements were so fast that Tony was so angry that he wanted to scold him just now, but his eyes returned to his original state in a flash. It made Tony a little surprised, not sure if he was wrong, but soon. He was still confident that he would not be wrong, and pointed to Fei Lan to say something. In no mood, Fei Lan hooked a blue lightsaber that splattered with electric light, and there was a sound that cut through the air when he swung it. Then, I saw Fei Lan use the blue lightsaber to split the newly restored leather sofa in half with one sword. Fei Lan used psychokinesis to put the 2 halves of the leather sofa on the sofa. This time, he didn't need to do anything, and directly activated the horse spell's restoration ability through psychokinesis. The leather sofa was restored to its original state. Tony had a mouthful of old phlegm stuck on his vocal cords. He didn't know what to say about Waste Blue. Did he destroy it? He destroyed. But did he really destroy it? He fixed it again. There is a kind of deliberately jumping to death in front of people repeatedly, but you can't beat his cheapness. Tony drank the remaining half bottle of spirits, turned his head, and walked to the underground laboratory, without saying a word. When Lao Tzu develops the anti-Thor uniform, today's revenge will be doubled back. Tony is gone. Fei Lan's attention is on the complication. Fan Tong, come and chat. I'm afraid I'm not a bad person. Open sesame? Hey, cool dog? Digga? The startup password is detected. The Void Live ball is restarting. It's none of your business, go back. 11. No matter how Fei Lan thought about it, he just followed Ming Yan's explanation, but there was no response. This made Fei Lan very helpless. Forget it, let it happen. Fei Lan turns to 2 newly acquired skills. Regardless of the thermal sight, the experience is the same as that of the electro-optical eye. As for this Do Chi Hua sword, the name is a bit long, and looking at the appearance that resembles a lightsaber, plus the damage of the thunder attribute. It is called Lightning Sword. Originally called Thor Sword and Lightning Sword, there are many cards. Think of Thor's naivety. Lightning swords are pretty good too. In the next time, Fei Lan occasionally went to flirt with Daisy during the day, and by the way, he helped pack the large and small bags of luggage, equipment, etc. in the traditional space and sent them back to New York. Columbia University is also in Manhattan, which leads Fei Lan to spend most of her time in Los Angeles. He was afraid that if he stayed with Daisy for too long, it would be really easy to miss out. It's still the excuse that Daisy didn't get to stick to him by assisting with the work at the Stodgy Expo. Later, knowing that Daisy is only an elective in astrophysics, majoring in financial management, Fei Lan does not have any hesitation. Throw her directly to Norman as an assistant to learn how to run a company by doing. It coincides with the final stage of the clinical trial of AIDS Nemesis, and the sales approval stage is about to start. Daisy is busy now. Every night, Ji Nung and Fei Lan complained about the hard work, but the next day, he went to work full of energy. Probably because Fei Lan said, "This is all yours from now on. Are you sure you don't take care of it yourself?" Osborne Biotech? Is it her Daisy Louise estate? From the perspective of part-time work to manage one's own industry, it is definitely full of energy. Temporarily stabilized Daisy's side. After a long period of time, the World Expo has finally opened smoothly. Cutting-edge products in various fields of the world will be exhibited at the Stark Fair tonight. This is the world's event. Daisy dressed up in rhythm, wrapped Fei Lan's arm, and appeared on the red carpet with Tony, Pepper, and Natasha Romanoff. To vent, Daisy's movements are a bit shape-shifting, but Fei Lan finds it a little funny. "Why scared?" Fei Lan teased. "I was not very happy when I invited you over yesterday. I'm happy because you invited me to be your female companion. Who would have known that you would sing with Stark and the others?" Daisy couldn't help hugging Fei Lan tightly when she spoke, sinking into the softness. Well, the touch. Hiss. Fei Lan suspects that this girl is just taking the opportunity to show her capital. Cough. Hold it so tightly, the dress will wrinkle. 99, Fei Lan reminded. Oh, 91. Although Daisy let go of her hand a little, the corners of her mouth twitched. This dress was picked by Fei Lan, and the exposed hook part is only above the neck and below the calf, and the whole decorated pleated gauze is not afraid of wrinkles at all. Obviously can't stand it. Fei Lan also knew that his reason was not good, so he simply pulled Daisy and stood in front of those cameras. This made Tony's limelight and was immediately robbed.
Fei.
Are you a mutant?
Fei.
How did you get so many ability? Do aliens really exist? The war between Thor and the Destroyer, isn't it a big play where you and Iron Man fool the world? 99. If alien civilizations really exist, why Norse mythology? 99. Will you fight to protect the planet? The pile of microphones moved from Tony's side to Fei Lan's, which shows how popular he is now. It's not that Tony is no longer popular. It's Fei Lan who can't see the end and almost never had the chance to interview this master except in the live broadcast room. This rare opportunity. Compared with Tony, who is constantly dangling in front of the camera, Fei Lan's preciseness is obviously higher. Fei Lan is not interested in these media. 105. Silent. Fei Lan's words used, lions roar, and the sound of one person overwhelmed all the reporters, making their heads buzz. There is a brief silence on the scene hook. He smiled with satisfaction. Daisy Louise is our CEO secretary of Osborne Biotechnology. The AIDS killer is about to complete the clinical test. If you have any questions, you can ask her. Talking. He pushed the dumbfounded Daisy down and let her be overwhelmed by the media's microphone. Definitely. Fei Lan is protecting it with psychokinesis next to -3.1, but you can't let people eat tofu of her own woman, such as putting the microphone in the chest, coughing, nostrils, etc. Tony walked over in annoyance and scolded with a smile. You are obviously the second shareholder of Stodgy. Why do you still advertise for the police company? Osborne, you're out of stock? Fei Lan squinted at Tony. Haha, let's go. Daisy is about to cry. Look at Daisy again. How has she experienced this battle? Her brain blanked by successive questions. She really has a tendency to cry. Fei Lan knew that he was joking a little too much, and hurriedly hugged her waist and turned away. As for the media, what's the matter with him? If you dare to write it, let SHILD go to them for tea. After going through this little interlude, the five Fei Lan quickly entered the infield of the expo, and exhibits of different themes were listed in different exhibition halls. The most dazzling. The booth of Hanmer Industrial Collection was already overcrowded at the moment, and the Iron Soldiers, who claimed to be everything comparable to Iron Man, felt reassured by both the military and the public. With such weapons of war, the United States' position as world hegemon is more stable. In front of the Steel Soldiers booth, it was the War Machine leader modified by MK2, and the driver was Rhodes. Wearing a steel suit from Tony, at Tony's Expo, on the platform of Tony's rival company. Have to say, what Rhodes did was very inappropriate. You could tell by looking at Tony's frown. Hammer Industries did not declare that War Machine would be on stage before it started. Natasha Romanoff reminded, "We have the right to let." No need. Tony waved his hand in rejection. It's not that he has tolerance. On the contrary, this thing has a vengeance. Tony simply looked down on Hammer Industries and didn't think the steel soldier they developed was really comparable to his steel suit. Not even the shoes. It's just an eye-catching clown, and he doesn't even bother to pay attention to it. I'm about to go to the police showroom to have a look. In no mood, the steel soldiers on the booth were also Tony and Fei Lan, who were locked in the rhythm seats in the distance. Ivan, who was manipulating behind the scenes, immediately entered several commands. Next moment, the six-barreled machine gun on the shoulder of the War Machine and the barrels of the steel soldiers were automatically activated and aimed in Tony's direction. This move aroused constant cheers from the scene, and Roar thought it was a cover-up. Only Fei Lan sighed helplessly. "Are you going to fire as soon as I enter the door? You big brother, don't talk about martial arts." "Am I going to fire as soon as I get in?" "You big brother, you don't talk about martial arts." But no matter how Fei Lan complained, Ivan at the other end was obviously inaudible.
Fire.
When the bullet-spraying fire snake lit up, the cheers at the scene suddenly turned into exclamations, and bullets poured out from Tony, who was locked at the end. Daisy, Tony, and Pepper didn't have time to react at all. Natasha Romanoff was a nimble pounce, knocking Pepper to the ground and rolling aside. As for the rest, Tony decisively cat behind Fei Lan. Fei Lan doesn't even drive bullets. The psychokinesis shield is like a chasm in the sky. No matter how big your armor-piercing bullet is, it can't go beyond the slightest. Super God's famous scene sign in tradition. Host: Fei Lan. Age: 19. E. 221 plus 100. 19:181/187 plus 100. FA 209209 plus 100. Stamina 1240/1240 x 10 plus 100. Rewards: 12 spells, psychokinesis seeds, heat sight, battle chi hua sword. Another month of development. The residual heat of psychokinesis crystal development was completely drained, raising Fei Lan's spirit to 87 points, plus Real Man's proof 30, all attributes plus 100. The only round of bullets is still very easy. Fei Lan even had time to comfort Daisy, suggesting to send her back to New York first. Then you have to be careful. Daisy also knew that she couldn't do anything here, so she kissed Fei Lan on the cheek before she sank into the dark world and was sent back to New York by Feng Chu. During this time, Fei Lan has left nearly 100 ghost ninjas around the world, just as coordinates. 1240 physical strength and unlimited refills, that is, you can spend it at will. Send Daisy away. Fei Lan looked at Tony and said, "Are you going to wear a steel suit as well?" "Okay." Tony followed into the shadow beneath his feet, with a ninja lurking in it too. Tony's side needs some time. Then Fei Lan is needed here, to delay the time. After all, this is an exposition of the stodgy. Innocent people have found too many casualties. In the end, they still need to pay for it, which will also affect the stock of the set. At the same time, Ivan's unscrupulous behavior of firing in the crowd also made Fei Lan a little difficult to protect him. Digga. The startup password is detected. The Void Live Ball is restarting. The live room has been connected. The loading of the barrage system is completed. The gift complex is loaded. Audience in the live room, 121,457. Current status, not enabled. Please name the live room. Battle Iron Man Boy. Named successfully. Do you want to open the live room? Turn on. Looking at the barrage of chatting and farting in the live broadcast room, Fei Lan flew straight into the sky, not forgetting to add some lightning special effects to himself. I was afraid that Ivan couldn't find him, and he was angry with the commoners. And Natasha Romanoff, who knocked down Pepper, also took Pepper to the backstage of the showroom owned by Hammer Industries, and she needed to figure out what was going on. On the booth, War Machine and a portion of the Sky-type Iron Soldiers deployed their rocket launchers to chase the garish Fei Lan. The unflyable ground-type Steel Soldiers strode under the booth, firing howitzers and incendiary bombs indiscriminately to create chaos. Here's the exposition of the star set, and all the chaos will be Tony's loss. And Fei Lan's. Fei Lan in the sky, seeing half of the Steel Soldiers downstairs wreaking havoc on the crowd. Can that be endured? Chilla. The sound of a bolt of lightning piercing the air sounded, and he himself made a net arc in the air, and he was already in the middle of the raging Steel Soldiers. Unexpectedly, he saw May's mature and charming figure in the auditorium below, and beside her was a child wearing his own mask. Own mask? Fei Lan thought in his mind, his hands inserted into the ground slowly. His physical strength suddenly dropped to 100 points. Follow. A large number of 5-meter-high white bones were barbed from the ground, and their hardness was so strong that any Steel Soldier with thorns would simply string them together, without discussion. Even if the other Steel Soldiers were not stabbed, they were stuck in the dense forest of bones. Bone Vein Dance of Early Fern. The strongest killing move of the corpse veins. But Fei Lan's attack didn't stop there. I saw his physical strength suddenly drop by hundreds of points again, and all the white bone forests instantly turned into riotous lightning, forming a sea of lightning that swallowed all the Steel Soldiers in it, without even spreading to other places. Although both are mechanical units, the Iron Soldier is obviously not as precise as Tony's iron suit, so naturally there is no setting of absorbing electricity and recharging energy. The circuit and electronic components were directly burned out by the riotous lightning, and a burst of black smoke risked hooking from the inside. This is one of Fei Lan's most frequently researched tricks during this period of time. Early morning dance of ferns, Leyland riot. With one blow, kill nearly 50 Iron Soldiers. Only on the edge of the corner, there are still 2 left that have not been destroyed. He dodged to the side of the 2 Steel Soldiers and flew them one by one. The landing is just right. It smashed in front of May and the child wearing his own mask, blocking the way of the big and the small. The electronic eyes of the Steel Soldier instantly locked on the mask of the child. Fei Lan, as the one who prevented Ivan from killing Tony at the beginning, was naturally listed as a must-kill target by Ivan. When the hand cannon is raised, it is about to attack the child. Fei Lan has a lightning teleportation hook now beside the child. Using psychokinesis, he raised the frightened child's hands, followed by raising his hand to shoot 2 thick lightning bolts, directly smashing the 2 Steel Soldiers into black smoke. Forcibly completed a wave.
Ding.
Congratulations on signing in the famous scene. Little Peter and the hero in your heart deserve to kill the enemy. Get the sign-in reward D-Class Blind Box. D-Class Blind Box.
What?
After the D-Class Blind Box is opened, you can randomly obtain abilities or items of Mastery difficulty, D- or D+.
I see.
The new style after the traditional upgrade, etc. This complex comes out to admit that level. Is it actually the source of the difficulty of mastering it? Thinking, Fei Lan smiled and looked at May, who was still in shock, and said, "It's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. And everything you gave before, I really don't know how to repay you." May was sincerely grateful. Fei Lan did hear something curved. But now is not the time to think deeply. He looked down at the child wearing his mask. What is this mask? He made it himself. Mei said a little embarrassedly. I told him what you did, and he kept clamoring to come and see it, and made this mask by himself, saying that you will be his idol in the future. You won't be angry, will you? Oh, nothing, just curious. Fei Lan shook his head. I asked them to send you out. The 3 ghost ninjas appeared at the call, standing beside Mei, and the 2 of them as guards. Mei also knew that this was not the time for small talk, so she walked away with some regret, and turned back 3 times. Fei Lan didn't move again. Although there were still 24 units floating in the sky, there was already a small light spot on the horizon, and Tony finally arrived in time. Why didn't he come through the dark world? Ninjas can help send people out of the dark world, but they can't bring items other than themselves into the dark world. So, if outsiders want to transit through the dark world, Fei Lan must be present to detour. At this time, a ghost ninja fishes from under Fei Lan. The one Fei Lan sneaked into Natasha Romanoff's shadow. He made an okay gesture, indicating that Natasha Romanoff was already on his way to Hammer Industries. On the way to the past here, there is a proper famous scene. Fei Lan glanced at the sky. Tony has attracted the attention of all the steel soldiers, and as soon as he arrived, he was carried away by the Air Force led by Rhodes. There seems to be no famous scene in this first wave of aerial battles. Or go to Natasha Romanoff's side, by the way. Hey. Sinking into the dark world. Fei Lan always sticks his head out of Natasha Romanoff's shadow coordinates after turning on stealth. Just happened to see the best scene. Sure enough, this is a very famous scene. Fei Lan wasn't in a hurry to return to the expo. It was enough to have Tony there. At the same time, he used psychokinesis to tilt the rear-view mirror of the front seat to prevent Happy from peeking at the one that the young master has seen, so he can't see it. After watching the whole process of Natasha Romanoff's costume change in stealth, I shook my head regretfully. With such a good figure, how could he be an agent?
Wrong.
Natasha Romanoff seems to be in such good shape because of being an agent? Hammer Industries was not far away, and soon the car was at its destination. Natasha Romanoff got out of the car neatly. Her tight battle suit perfectly outlines her figure and at the same time greatly facilitates her movement. Happy took a step to keep up. Still serious, he was wary of the empty square with his back to his back. It can be seen how strong the desire to express. Fei Lan watched from the side, all embarrassed for him. While Natasha Romanoff was busy opening the electronic lock, Fei Lan always noticed the barrage flashing from the corner of his eyes. I am in middle school. He seems to be on live streaming all the time. That freshly wrapped Natasha Romanoff dress up. Why is the screen black in the live broadcast room? It feels like the anchor is eating alone. Listening to the sound is in the car. Could it be that the anchor was in the car just now? Everyone come to open the blessing mode. Anchor, you must have cancer early. Anchor, you must have medical insurance if you have a terminal illness. Anchor, your sentence will be commuted halfway through your jail time. You will find out if your partner is cheating on the anchor. Anchor, you have a car accident and the other party is fully responsible. Anchor, you must have a green light all the way in the ambulance. Anchor, if you cremated, you will explode the relics or 2. From the pure blessing of the underworld, the audience in the live broadcast room did not see anything, but they guessed that there must be good content. But why is the screen black? In order to build a beautiful network environment, this void live ball automatically blocks all illegal and prohibited content such as pornography, gambling, drugs, etc. Please know. Oh shit! The void live ball is indeed a super era high-tech, but it is much more intelligent. At this time, just listen to Happy swore. I can't let you go by yourself. You want to help? Then turn the car off. Natasha Romanoff said it as vaguely as possible. But Happy had no self-knowledge at all. As soon as the electronic door was opened, he opened the door and rushed forward, facing the security guard who tried to dissuade him without hesitation. Have to say, Happy can be hired by Tony as a personal bodyguard. In addition to his trust in him, his fighting ability is also above ordinary people. In the face of the tall and powerful security, the two of them can also fight back and forth, which can be called a close battle. But as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. I saw Natasha Romanoff slide the shovel sideways and past the oncoming security guard, turn around and take out two of her unique weapons, the Widow's Salt, falling at the foot of the security guard and hooking the strong current through the thick layer. Clothes are all put that security down to Corona. Number of kills +1. At the moment, Happy is still in the fighting of your punches and my punches. Natasha Romanoff turned around and rushed inside. With the help of the cleaning truck, he split his legs and jumped in the air, turning his body and raising his legs. He hit the face of the security guard who was just about to come to help and let him lie on the ground on the spot. Number of kills +2. At the moment, Happy is still in fighting. Natasha Romanoff slid the shovel from the corner of the security crotch again and took advantage of the trend to hit Huang Long one by one. Number of kills +3. He got up and jumped his legs, clamped, grabbed the neck of the other security guard, did a 360-degree mirror double scissor, and passed out by flying to the ground while she was standing steadily. Number of kills +3. He got up and jumped his legs, pinched the other security guard's neck, did a 360-degree Yeezy double scissors, and passed out by flying to the ground while she stood firmly. Number of kills +4. At the moment, the battle between Happy and his opponent is in full swing, and the two have forgotten everything about their affairs and only have each other in their eyes. I originally thought that this evenly matched fight would continue forever. In no mood, with the weakness crit move that he learned from boxing champion Tyson, I will bite your ear if I can't beat you. He took advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and bit his ear, grabbed his fist, and moved roar on his stomach. Finally got the enemy. Happy laughed profusely and shouted, "I brought him down. I brought him down." Seeing the security guards laying corpses scattered in the aisle in front of him, the smile on Happy's face froze.
Ding.
Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Happy and Black Widow fighting side by side, and getting the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. Fei Lan hugged his chest next to him and looked at it funny, and what was even more interesting was the speeches of the people on the barrage. I want to fight close to that young lady. Love. I'm not sparing that little sister's body. I just want to be beaten. An embarrassing one. Are you, boxing champion Tyson, funny? This big move is invincible. I can do this too, so am I also a boxer-level police officer? A portrait kills more in 1 second. You kill more in 1 second. Ordinary people just act as drivers honestly, and they are blind to their abilities. To tell the truth, am I the only one who found out that this fat man has a gun on his waist? He glanced at the bullet screen and then at Happy, who had a gun on his waist but didn't use it. I don't know if it should be said that he wanted to show off, or did he really not think of it? All right, the good show here is basically over, and the rest is the end of the other side. Fei Lan still wants to see the weapon of ex-wife. No way? No way? Wouldn't someone really use duds as a killer move without knowing it was so stupid? Into the dark world emerges from the shadow of a certain ninja who escorted Mei. Because it is hidden, so it should be impossible for Mei to notice, but she suddenly turned her head to look at Fei Lan. For a moment, Fei Lan thought he had cancelled the stealth. But then, he saw the screen of the mobile phone on Mei's hand, but it wasn't that he was broadcasting Jane's screen live. Did you see? Fei Lan released his invisibility, a little embarrassed. Mei was silent for a few seconds and finally summoned up the courage to say, "My figure is not worse than hers." Fei Lan. 9.
What?
Are you implying something? Have to say, Mei is still very mature and charming. Even Fei Lan is a little moved. 10. In his current live broadcast room, I am afraid that Daisy is also watching it. When I saw Natasha Romanoff's dress change, I didn't react. Now it's time to fix it. Yes, he said righteously. Oh, that's good. You need to exercise more, and keep it up. I'll go to Tony's place to see. 9. Finished. Immediately turned into a lightning bolt in the sky, giving Mei no time to continue answering the call. If you say a few more words, Daisy will be angry again for a long time. Well, as expected, it's better to be single. If you have a girlfriend, you're tied. Hey? I don't think I'm officially dating Daisy yet, do I? Thinking room. Fei Lan found Tony and Rhodes, who were in the ecological environment simulation hall, and they were communicating with their steel masks open. You came just in time. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Natalie said that there are nearly 100 steel soldiers flying here. We need to assign a task. What advice do you have, Rhodes? We want to occupy the commanding heights and fight them with the most powerful cannons. Rhodes said. Got it. Tony nodded. Then, the two sides walked to the commanding heights side by side, took a few steps and looked at each other in confusion. What are you going to do? Tony and Rhodes said in unison. You've got a cannon, but it's definitely not the most powerful, Tony said with a pun. Tony, the police are jealous of me. This is my position as a firefighter, let's admit it. Rhodes refused to admit defeat. These two people are still bickering at this point. Fei Lan is also convinced by watching. Are you here to be funny? The best time has been missed. There were a lot of bright lights approaching quickly in the sky, and each steel machine more delicate than the previous steel soldiers landed, smashed to the ground dong dong dong, Jean, and surrounded the three. One after another huge movement. It also made Tony and Rhodes come back to their senses, and they both put on their steel masks, ready to face the hard battle. Only Fei Lan stood seemingly defenseless, scratching his head helplessly. Do you want to do it? Let's paddle. It doesn't seem quite right. Hook, these things don't seem to be enough for him? Decided, let's put water in. An electric arc lit up in Fei Lan's eyes, and the electro-optical eye lased a steel machine, easily destroying the ladder circuit and crashing directly into the street on the spot.
Boom.
As the steel machine fell to the ground, it seemed as if the signal to start a war had been sounded, and all the steel machines rushed up. The melee model jumped up, the anti-air model released multiple missiles, and the air model flew down. Not so lively. This is where the contrast between Tony and Rhodes is highlighted. Rhodes is equipped with civilian weapons such as semi-automatic pistols, M24 shotguns, submachine guns, machine guns, etc. Although there is no black technology, it is better than a large amount of firepower. It's just that his single-person firepower is tilted, that is, he can recruit roar to all directions, and steel machines are constantly being smashed and exploded by him. In contrast, although Tony is full of high-tech, even black technology, he is a little bit weak when it comes to group fights, and the most commonly used method is energy cannons. The armor of the steel machine is also very thick, and it is difficult to kill with one shot if it fails to hit the key point. If it wasn't for the occasional release of a few miniature missiles, with the help of the traditional system, it could be precisely targeted and killed. I'm afraid the result would be very embarrassing. As for Fei Lan, feel sorry. When he decided to release water, he really only used electro-optical eyes to kill the enemy, and the slowness of the frequency should not be too obvious. Whereas the appearance of killing 100 steel soldiers with one lure before. Fortunately, Tony didn't make him wait for a long time. After loudly reminding him to squat down, he activated the laser devices on his arms, and the two lasers followed Tony's number 720, cutting all the objects still standing in a radius of 100 meters, including but not limited to rockeries, trees, steel machines, and
Fei Lan.
Yes, Fei Lan himself was also cut by the waist by this laser. But it wasn't that he didn't dodge it. Although he did not hear Tony's reminder, he just wanted to test whether his armed arrogance could withstand the laser cut. Somewhat surprisingly, the domineering part of his weaponry was just a bit staggered from the laser.
Oh.
No. Tony opened the steel mask in shock and said in horror, I clearly told you to squat down, aren't you, in the conversation channel? Fei Lan looked at Tony silently, not saying a word. It can't be said that he tested ability, and the result was not accepted, right? Damn it. You, me, him. Tony's language was a little confusing, and he was about to call an ambulance, but when he saw the steel machine that was cut down by the waist, he felt that there was no need for rescue, right? Rhodes originally wanted to praise this move as a signature, but he didn't know how to say it. And Fei Lan, he was looking at the traditional reminders.
Ding.
Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Iron Man's most handsome laser weapon debut. Won the sign-in award, E-Class blind box. Just E-Class? E-level is good. It is easy to master at a low level, and its power may be strong.
He has now.
The Thunder Fruit and the Seal of Gossip are still not understood. After reading the traditional reminder,
He found that the
atmosphere was inexplicably quiet, and it stands to reason that Tony's poisonous mouth and Rhodes' slashing knife should not be. Look up. Seeing that Tony and Rhodes were staring at him with sadness, they followed their eyes and found that their bodies were somewhat misplaced. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Fei Lan activated the Thunder Fruit ability, and the part cut by the laser flickered with lightning, and it was sticky again. 11 Tony's laser is so sophisticated, it is also a physical range. How is it possible to get Fei Lan injured? Hey, are you okay? Tony blinked hard. Then you didn't tell me sooner. It hurts me. He decisively put on the steel mask, and he didn't know what he was covering up. On the other hand, Rhodes maintained his usual habit of making up the knife and said strangely, Are you still a person? Huh. Fei Lan's head full of question marks. I suspect you are scolding me. Now you have 3 seconds to explain. The arc flashed in his eyes, and the electric eyes were ready to go. Rhodes immediately confessed his anger. I surrender. I just praise you for your strength and awesomeness. Yes, this wave is very sincere. Fight room, Tony suddenly said. Natalie said there was a high-energy reaction, maybe. The voice did not fall. A steel machine with a height of 3 meters fell from the sky. The weight of the tonnage made the ground tremble. And when the other party straightened up and scrupulously opened the steel mask, revealing Ivan's proud smile, Fei Lan frowned. You look down on me too much, don't you? How dare you show your head directly? I have at least 10 plans to make headshots, Next second, as soon as Ivan used his hands, 2 10-meter-long high-voltage electric whips were used to rhyme, and the turbulent electric energy above them shone dazzlingly. I think this is where his strength lies. At this time, Rhodes took a half-step forward and said, Let me use a killer to deal with him and enjoy my ex-wife. The ambiguity of the second half of the sentence. Rhodes suddenly did not know, and saw that his left shoulder armor was opened, revealing a small missile launcher. The loaded Sidewinder missile ex-wife sprayed ferocious flames. And during this period, Ivan was just looking at it playfully, which made Fei Lan smell a strange smell. Why is this person so confident? He didn't even ask about the steel mask. 80% is that he either knew the power of the ex-wife, or he replaced it. Fei Lan prefers the latter. After all, Han Industrial MO is also a military interoperability unit of the University of Connaught. Once again, it can't use a dud to make up for it, right? As expected. The terrifying ex-wife. After 2 seconds of activation, Yurua hit the armor of the Whiplash armor with a flavor of the Sky Monkey and then fell weakly to the ground and was hit by the stream. Chong didn't even make a sound, and the electric spark went out in a flash.
Rhodes.
Tony. Ivan. 14 F sharp. Fei Lan. Ha 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 ha, drink one by one.
Ding.
Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Rod's ex-wife warns, and getting a sign-in reward F-Class blind box. Tony. Weapons from Hammer Industries? Rhodes. Tony. Look at me. The armor on Tony's shoulders opened, and he didn't have any momentum to shoot a series of armor-piercing bullets. Unfortunately, Ivan had put on the steel mask again, and the thick armor made the armor-piercing bullets only have a few small holes. In contrast to Ivan's counterattack, after using the high-voltage electric whip, even if it falls in the air, the powerful energy is the power to create a grenade. Rhodes used the firearms on his arms and shoulders to counterattack, and the whip chain armor of bullets clattered, but it was only a skin injury. And Ivan's high-voltage electric whip was used to easily cut the barrel of Rhodes' 6-barreled machine gun. Tony took the opportunity to use the energy cannon to bombard the fire chain battle armor, and he was also helpless with its heavy armor. Although the technology of Hammer Industries is not good, there are still many good materials. Resignedly, Tony could only give up the tickling energy weapon and clenched his fists and stepped forward to play close combat with the whiplash armor. The police said, "The effect is immediate. Not only can the high-voltage electric whip be restrained at close range, but the huge force provided by the multiple hydraulic machines is also enough to shake the whiplock armor." The human whiplock armor is 3 meters high, and it is not equipped with other weapons except high-voltage electric whips. What is so much space used for? A simple head hammer smashed Tony into the air for a few meters. The tonnage difference is too big. Ivan chased after the victory. After a few punches, Tony couldn't find the north. He was about to raise his hand and shoot an energy cannon to force the opponent back. As a result, Ivan directly squeezed Tony's charged hand one by one. Crunch dash. In the harsh steel twisting sound and the short-circuit electric spark, the energy transmitter in Tony's steel suit's hand was crushed. This time, Fei Lan, who has been watching the play next to him, is not happy anymore. "You crushed Tony's energy launcher. How could he use explode on the waves with roads to KO you? That little master's famous scene is gone. Damn it. It's hard for you, young master, and you once wanted to be proud of yourself." Annoyed, Fei Lan teleported in front of Ivan, and the pavilion opened the hook to pull a lightning sword, and the sword slashed on the right wrist of the whiplock armor. This heavy armor saved Ivan's life again. At this time, Ivan still refused to let go of Tony, who was still holding him, and kicked Fei Lan, who was in the way. "Fei Lan, is that your guy? Follow your feet to the opposite end, and see who cuts whose leg ends today." Weighted rock technique. Armed arrogance. Full charm. Bang bang. The 3-layer ability blessing, coupled with Fei Lan's current physique, 22 times that of ordinary people, a disproportionate kick, turned out to be the thick armored legs of the whiplash armor, and gave him the right fold. Chilla. Thunder teleportation starts. Fei Lan suddenly disappeared in front of Ivan, and appeared on top of his head. His right leg, blessed by the heavy rock technique and Qian Qian's armed domineering, was raised high, and then fell heavily. A battle axe slashed and smashed the head armor of the whiplash armor into the interior of the armor. And obviously, the whiplash armor is tailor-made for Ivan, and it is impossible to have enough extra space to accommodate the head. So, Ivan died. This goose man, who was still a little admired, facing Fei Lan under rage, only had enough time to take a kick, and it was soul return to Hell Shao. And Fei Lan also came to his senses at this time. Tony's energy transmitter is broken. He can use the horse charm to restore it. Why do you have to die, Ivan? Tony, the head was punched in the stomach. Is there any help? Fei Lan asked Tony, looking at him. Tony, hey, can't you heal? Please help me heal my hand. I just burned my hand when the energy transmitter was damaged. Fei Lan shook his head regretfully. He painted his right arm with domineering color, ripped open the armor of Tony's hand directly, and then used heal ability to heal him. Pity. Bye-bye is missing a famous scene. Wait. Fei Lan suddenly thought of a possibility, shouted to wait, sank into the dark world, and returned after 10 seconds. Next, he used the restored ability to repair Tony's energy launcher and the whiplash armor that was smashed by his head. Then dragged out the shrinking head corpse Ivan, let Wulong wear the whiplock armor, and also inlaid the mouse charm. Okay, Fei Lan said expectantly, Wait, let Wulong entangle the two of you with a high-energy electric whip, and then you will kill Wulong with the moves you did in the police villa that day, understand? Tony.
Rhodes.
Wulong. Crying face. Although they don't know what Fei Lan is for, Tony and Rhodes still do it. As for Wulong, does he have the right to refuse? After half a minute, the plot was staged according to Fei Lan's script. Tony and Rhodes were entangled with high-voltage electric whips, and the temporary countertap both raised energy transmitters and lased energy cannons to meet in front of the firelock armor. After a short period of confrontation, there is an exponential explosion of energy. Boom dash. The shockwave caused by the violent explosion even shattered the glass that was hundreds of meters high, and the ceiling was wide. The pleasant smash fell softly on both sides. However, Fei Lan, who had turned on the elementalization of thunder early, was unscathed, waiting for the reminder of the complex system to light up with anticipation. Next moment, the traditional reminders really light up. Only, seems like something is wrong?
Ding.
Please stop such stupid behaviors. Fei Lan. He took a closer look at the traditional prompts and made sure that he was not mistaken. Fei Lan couldn't help but turn a little dark. Is this being despised by the pedigree? You really are wise eyes and pearls. He was originally a perfunctory behavior, wondering if he could take a bite of the system, but now it seems obvious that there is no such thing as opportunity. It's also good, so that he will not encounter similar things in the future, and he will try his best to restore the crime scene. Can be used as a killer. Just for this? You let us test this. Tony couldn't believe it. Why not? Fei Lan asked back. If you hadn't removed Ivan's body, I would have thought you and him had a revenge for killing his father and wanted to whip the body.
Rhodes said slowly.
Fei Lan squinted at him, eyes flashing with lightning. Old comrade, you need to think a little bit about what you say. Rhodes is the one who has come to his senses. The young man in front of him has a little mind, and it is easy for him to be implicated in making up the knife. He silently raised his hand and slid from left to right beside his mouth, signaling that he would keep his mouth shut. Tony was also very agitated today and was not in the mood to investigate Fei Lan for what he did. He looked at what Rhodes was about to say. All of a sudden, all the steel machines on the ground, including the whiplash armor, turned on the red warning lights of coughing up blood, accompanied by the familiar sound of dididi. Tony and Rhodes looked at each other, and Fei Lan said, "Time bomb ah." Tony's face was dignified, and his steel mask rose into the sky. Pepper was still dealing with the follow-up in the expo. Problem. Rhodes followed closely and fled the scene of bombs all over the floor. Fei Lan was not in a hurry. He dodged to the side of the whiplash armor and took out the rat charm. Then a lot of lightning appeared, devouring everything in this ecological simulation museum. The violent thunder light ruthlessly flows on all the objects that can circulate in it, especially steel machines. The internal circuits and parts of the steel machine, incidentally, also violently destroyed the timing device. Fei Lan was a little surprised this trick actually worked. He is a dead horse as a living horse doctor. After all, this World Expo is also a STA Kajiba's property, even if it was bombed, also has a small half of his loss. Fei Lan summoned the Hiccups Wulong again, and then gave him the rat spell. Send it to Feng Chu. This thing is still on the destroyer, which is the most effective way to deal with it. On the other side, when Tony flew to Pepper, he found that Pepper was standing at the gate of the expo, and there was no wreckage of the Iron Soldier around. Looking inside, except for the air-type steel soldiers who chased him before, most of the first batch were on the booth, and they were destroyed by Fei Lan's Dance of Early Fern, Leyland Riot. The only two used to complete the sign-in scene were also damaged by lightning and could not start the self-destruction program. Look back at where you left off. The explosion didn't happen for a long time. He hurriedly opened Fei Lan's live broadcast room and happened to see the riot thunder and lightning subside a little bit. So, he has been able to kill these opponents a long time ago, but he hasn't done it. Tony sighed. It's really a reassuring power, but sometimes 880 hours will be inexplicable. Easily. In the live broadcast room, Tony swiped 100 of the most expensive gifts, Tianchi number 7, for a total of 1 million meters of gold. He was also full of mischief and asked JRVS to change his nickname to Tony Stark is the strongest and biggest. All I want is to buy Fei Lan with a compliment.
But
Fei Lan just glanced at it lightly and said, "This is the end of the live broadcast today." The broadcast went down at the speed of light. The dynamic of his gift-giving is not over yet. Tony's smug smile froze, not knowing how to react. Is this live broadcast like this? And the barrage is also very happy.
wow.
Thrilling boss. Local tyrant, do you still lack a pendant for your leg hair? Watching the local tyrants in the front row, by the way, false size. What if you have money? The anchor is still going his own way. No matter how good you are to the anchor, whether you are poor or rich, the anchor ignores you or ignores you. Ha ha. Millions of local tyrants reward. The anchor broadcasts at the speed of light. I can spit it out. The anchor broadcasts at the speed of light. So local tyrants equals me. I equals own $1 million property. Logical ghosts upstairs. 6,666. My monthly salary is 20,000 and still prostitution. The rich man's game. You have no money. This is not for you to play. Hello, handsome. I live a good life and don't stick to people. The contact information has been private to you. Most of the barrage ridiculed Tony, a suffering local tyrant, but not many people complained about Fei Lan's broadcast at the speed of light. So, is this the norm? Tony is also getting old, and with a black face, he closed the live broadcast room where the screen was black, but the barrage was still flying. On the other hand, the live room has been closed. The statistics of this live broadcast are in progress. Statistics are completed. Gift amount 5 for 47, 174.4 M gold winky face. Number of barrages 197,157,574. Get attention 9,757,247 people. Historical audience limit 11,477,471 people. The Void Live Ball has completely escaped into the void. After detecting the activation password, the Void Live Ball will be activated again. The historical audience limit is 11.47 million. The number of followers has also exceeded 9.75 million, which is close to the 10 million mark. Fei Lan had no idea. How could his occasional live broadcast attitude attract so much attention? Probably I'm more handsome, puff. Fei Lan was too lazy to take care of this live broadcast. It was just a small hobby. Compared to this, he is much more interested in the F.E.D. blind boxes obtained today. Shut down all communication from the outside world and let the problem fly for a while. Into the dark world. Back at the Linhai police villa, and took a good bath. This is to sit down and prepare to come to the F-class blind box to see the process. This is also considered to be Mu-Wise dressing gap, but it must be European.
Ding.
Open the sign-in reward F-class blind box and get Illusion Tree Bound. Illusion? Fei Lan hurriedly opened the traditional map, skipped the data above, and directly opened the Illusion Tree Bound at the end of the reward column. Name: Illusion Tree Bound. Category: Skill. Deed. 94%. Plain. Naruto. Grade: Frowny Face F+. Function: make the target fall into the illusion of being entangled by a big tree and cannot act. Slogan: when you see me, there is nowhere to run. I once saw that it seemed to be very powerful. It was a big tree, it was wrapped around R, and it was bundled with F. In the final analysis, it is a control skill, and there must be face-to-face contact. It's a complete bummer. This F-class blind box is most likely obtained from the famous scene of Lord's ex-wife warns. The same is ineffective.
Hashtag. Ding.
Open the sign-in reward F-class blind box and get Forging Pill, perfect. Name: Forging Dan, perfect. Category: Other. Deed asks: 100%. Plain: The Legend of Mortal Cultivation of Immortals. Grade: Frowny Face F-. Function: after eating, you can draw the energy of heaven and earth to temper your body. The longer you endure, the more increase you'll get, and it will end when you can't bear the pain or when the body training pill is exhausted. Slogan: Heaven and earth are the melting pot, energy is the hammer, and the flesh is the prototype. Only by forging 7 and 49 days can you break away from the boundaries of mortals. It's a pity that you only have one. Seeing how awesome the slogan said, Fei Lan thought it was a good deal. At the end of the result came the sentence, unfortunately, you only have one. This is not to tell you how good a certain product is with the police. The lotus flower in your mouth makes your heart skip a beat, and at the end comes the sentence, unfortunately you can't buy it. It's funny, isn't it? Although there is only one, but looking at the coquettishness written inside, the effect should not be too bad. As for the pain in bodybuilding, feel sorry. Pain is also a kind of external force, which can be shielded by using the horse charm. Before, the reason why he fainted from the pain when he used psychokinesis to develop crystals was probably due to the pain in the soul, and it did not belong to the category of horse charms. After inquiring about the body-forging pill, he found a small white porcelain bottle in his hand, and inside it was a pill that was as black jade. Put the system space first and then use it later. Come again.
Ding.
Open the sign-in reward, E-Class blind box, and get sweet fruits. Name: Sweet fruit. Category: Other. Cheekware: 100%. Plain: 1 piece. Level: Frowny face E+. Function: Superman's multiplicity of devil fruits. The ability of those who eat it can fascinate the rough girl and petrify those who are heartbroken. In addition, it can materialize the blowing kiss and turn it into a physical attack and other means. Slogan: Because the concubine is so beautiful, everything you do will be forgiven, right?
Oh wow.
This sweet fruit is definitely the sexy Black Widow dress-up online famous scene. This fruit is not very powerful and can be considered for Natasha Romanoff.
But
to get this sweet fruit, she also has to pay some price to get around. Take out the sweet fruit. This is a pink H-colored devil fruit, about the file size of an ordinary apple, and the peel is full of pink H-colored little hearts. The gadgets look quite alert. The sweet fruits are collected into the traditional space. Come again.
Ding.
Open the sign-in reward, E-Class blind box, and get Drawing Sword. Name: Drawing the Sword. Category: Skill. Deed: 91%. Plain: Dungeons and Warriors DNF. Grade: E1. Function: Draws a knife and slashes the surrounding enemies with a barely powerful blow. The damage range covers 180 in front of it. Slogan: No one can survive my sword.
Can
Fei Lan's eyes lit up, and he was looking forward to this drawing sword. Dungeon and Warriors DNF. S proof of a real man. Fei Lan is still wearing it on his wrist, and Dungeon Slash sounds very handsome. Fei Lan can't wait to test it out. It's definitely not good to test it in your own bedroom. He sank into the dark world, and rhymed now on an uninhabited island in the North Pole. I chose to set up coordinates here for the convenience of doing some unspeakable things in the future, like practicing a new ability. What are you thinking? What can you do in the cold weather? With the ability shield of the Arima talisman, the cold is nothing to fear for Fei Lan. Extracted drawing knife cut and savored the details of this skill carefully. After 10 seconds, Fei Lan used his Do Chi Huajian to condense a lightning sword. According to the point of drawing the sword and slashing, the sword was slightly bent at the waist, and then he drew the sword sharply to draw a brilliant blue arc from left to right.
Slash.
The blue sword she cut through the air and flew forward in a semicircular crescent shape. The harsh sound of breaking through the air proved the strength of this stab. Cracks in the ice surface underfoot.
Cool.
Mastery. There is force. Also powerful. Fei Lan was very satisfied with the lightning sword and expressed his love for this E-level skill. If you want a sword, you are really handsome. And handsome for a lifetime. Not surprisingly, this E-Class blind box is in the famous scene, Iron Man's most handsome laser weapon debut. But mine is more handsome. After being narcissistic, Fei Lan opened his eyes wide. Hashtag. Also the highest level blind box obtained today.
Ding.
Open the sign-in reward F-Class blind box and get the Life and Death Talisman. Name: Life and Death. Category: Skill. Deed asks, 100%. Plain, 8 dragons. Grade: Frowny Face D+. Function: the Life and Death Talisman is a hidden weapon. It uses liquids such as wine and water to reverse the infuriating chi, turning the masculine chi into feminine softness, making the infuriating chi in the palm of the hand several times colder than ice, and causing its liquid to condense into ice. The middle one cannot survive but cannot die, and is subject to others, hence the name, Life and Death Talisman. Slogan: those who obey me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. Life and Death sign? Fei Lan's first reaction when he saw this ability was, Hydra, you are finished. 0. Just look at the introduction. This Life and Death Talisman can be called a change of labor, so that the middle person can't survive and can't die. In Dragon Babu, relying on this ability, Tianshan Tongmu has controlled a lot of heroes in the arena. Isn't there a hard bone in it? There must be. But still no one can resist the torture of this Life and Death Talisman. Either die or die. You can see the horror of this Life and Death symbol. Fei Lan is such a good person. It is definitely impossible for ordinary people to use it. It's just like the Hydra
But
Fei Lan remembered that this Life and Death Talisman only has the 6-yang palm of Tianshan Mountain, and it is accompanied by the medical script of the Vulture Palace, in order to master the yin and yang of each Life and Death Talisman, and the voids may be removed. He only gave a Life and Death Talisman, and it seems that it cannot be lifted. Oh, whir. You have done a great job with the Horse Talisman again. The 12 spells given at the beginning, Fei Lan is still in infinite use. Fei Lan nodded happily and extracted the ability of the Charm of Life and Death. The difficulty of D+ level police made Fei Lan very hard to grind for half an hour. Then, the hot site directly melted the solid ice under his feet into water, and then used psychokinesis to take a little bit into the palm of his hand, and between the palms, he activated ability according to the points of the Life and Death Talisman. It is also miraculous. He obviously does not have the energy body such as Domineering and Chi, but as long as he can still use various abilities smoothly. This explains traditional cowhide, open palms. The original water has been recondensed into ice cubes, and the lozenge lies in his palm. The whole body is transparent like glass, and it is difficult to connect with the terrifying means of Life and Death Talisman. Now that the Life and Death Talisman has been successfully condensed, it is easy to break into the target. Really cannot. Then open the mouth of the target and stuff it into the head office, right? Throw away the sign of Life and Death. Fei Lan pondered new questions. This Life and Death sign. It is from the only D-Class blind box, which is the signature scene Little Peter and his hero's partner H kill the enemy. But is there anything special about this famous scene? Not as funny as Rhodes' ex-wife. Not as cool as Iron Man's laser weapons. There is also no temptation for Natasha Romanoff to dress up. The only bright spot. Probably Peter, wearing a mask belonging to Fei Lan? Could it be that I should try my best to participate in these famous scenes or even replace them for a reason so that I can get better rewards? 99. It's just a coincidence. This still needs to be proved by time, so don't worry about it now. No matter what. Fei Lan, who had a big harvest, flew into the sky and prepared to fly back to North America slowly, blowing the cold wind to calm down his brain and thinking about how to coax Daisy. His phone hasn't been turned on yet, so you can imagine what will happen then. Flying in the air. Fei Lan flashed various solutions in his mind, but they were all rejected by him. Either too decisive, easy to hurt Daisy. Either you are too tempting, and you will be hanged here. Either too contrived, lower their image. Pondering. Suddenly, I heard the loud noise of rumbling in my ears, and I looked at the sound subconsciously, and I saw a glacier collapsing with a bang, and in the white expanse, there was a dazzling green jumping repeatedly. It's green fat. It's really a life where we don't meet. This guy smashed the glacier in anger, and then fell down without a foothold. This style is very green and fat. Fei Lan shook his head amusingly and was about to see if he should catch the Hulk. In no mood.
Ding.
Congratulations for signing in the famous scene, Team Rice Bing Bing, and getting the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. This is a white name scene? Fei Lan is a little surprised. This luck is a bit ominous. Then this green fat will be saved even more. Fei Lan teleported to and fro in the debris, but still kept falling and was not ready to touch the humanoid nuclear bomb, so he grabbed it with psychokinesis and carried it by the back. Shouldn't he feel pain? Tenderness. Hulk yelled angrily, intending to grab the little bit of meat on his back. But anyone who has earned iron books knows that if the muscle R is too developed, there will be a blind spot on the back that cannot be reached. The Hulk is facing this dilemma now. He can't reach that piece of psychokinesis. Moreover, the others were still in the air, so there was no point to use force at all. They could only be carried by Fei Lan, but there was no way to do it. Fei Lan praised his wit and found a little trick to make Hulk. Without torturing the Hulk too much, Fei Lan found an intact glacier next to him moved. Hulk over there, and then plunged into the bottom of the sea. Since he activated the famous scene of Team Rice's popsicle, then it seems that Rogers should appear in his field of vision, but he didn't notice it himself. Hurry up and find out if we can squat another famous scene, and there will be many famous scenes in the future that need Rogers' participation. But well, looking at the vast amount of ice cubes around, Fei Lan felt that it was a little hard for him to find it. Shouting SHILD over here? Reasonable V. Fei Lan summoned a large number of ghosts and let them spread out a carpet-like search. Alice, who blocked all communications, dialed Fury's number. Ditto. What the hell did you do? Fury asked sharply. How can Natasha Romanoff perform the hidden mission in the future? You have to compensate for this loss. Although Natasha Romanoff's outfits were blocked, the picturesque battles that followed were all broadcast live. Fury will make up for it when he comes up. It seems that it was the horse and horse fruit that gave him a good increase, so he wanted to order it again.
But,
Fei Lan sneered. Want me to compensate? You are trying to eat shit. When it comes to eating shit, Fury couldn't help but think of the magical taste of devil fruits, but after reminiscing some memories, he couldn't help retching. Are you pregnant with Y? Fei Lan teased, knowingly asked. It's been a few months. If you can't, just ask for pregnancy leave. If you work so hard, the world will not be destroyed without you. 99. Fury knew that it would be no good from Fei Lan. Simply change the subject. What's your problem with me? I'm dealing with follow-up troubles. Hey, then you go to the front line, and I'll deal with the trouble behind the computer? Fei Lan raised an eyebrow. It sounds like it's all your fault. On the opposite side, Fury weighed his current strength, then weighed the whiplash armor and the hundreds of steel machines. There is a lot of self-awareness in my heart. At the same time, Fei Lan was also very upset when he knew that he would ask for guilt as soon as he came up. So, Fury chose to recognize it very skillfully. What do you need me to do? He said directly. Fei Lan nodded in satisfaction and said, I found something unexpectedly here. This time the shelves update 30,588 words. Proudly insert the waste. The other conditions for adding and changing are unchanged, and the flowers are changed to 1 chapter for every 5,000 flowers. Finally, the old iron who subscribes automatically will get a promotion and salary increase to Mary by Fume. Fei Lan, accidentally found something here. I don't need you here. I found it myself. Fei Lan hung up the communication at the speed of light and turned into a thunderbolt to shoot electricity in the sea. Unsurprisingly, it rushed over his knees. It's better to be honest and use the spell-free spell. It's too close, too lazy to use the dark world. Quickly, he came to a certain ninja with a coffin-shaped ice cube under his feet, Roger's star-striped uniform, and the signature vibranium shield on the other side.
Pity.
There is no traditional reminder, this is not a famous scene. 2. After all, when Rogers was in front of Yun Bing, he had already prostituted a F-class blind box for nothing, which is enough to say. Sink Rogers' ice coffin into the dark world. Fei Lan opened the F-class blind box easily.
Ding.
Open the sign-in reward F-class blind box and get 100% empty hands. Take the bare-handed sword with your bare hands. It feels useless, even if it is a 100% success rate, but there are no people in Marvel who use cold weapons. Either a long-range bombing or an infinity stone. Talk is better than nothing. Fei Lan dispersed the ghosts, ready to continue flying on the way back. What if there is another surprise? Easily. He opened the system panel and checked the introduction of this empty-handed hand-to-hand. Name: 100% hand-to-hand. Category: Skill. Deed: 100%. Plain: 100,000 bad jokes. Grade: F+. Function: can be activated or deactivated autonomously. When this ability is activated, it can be activated by equipping any weapon with a sword in its name, and the effect will be activated. After every time a hooked sword is hacked, someone will definitely come to pick up a bare-handed sword. Slogan: the single attribute of the target is more than twice that of the user, and it can be immune to this ability. Fei Lan. Ha shit. 100% handicapped hand-to-hand? Focus on being one by one. A flash of light flashed in Fei Lan's mind, and he suddenly remembered a picture. Li Jing, the general soldier of Shentanguan, did not change his face in the face of the mass of enemies coming from the collapse, and pointed his long sword in the distance, and all the enemies were kneeling on the ground. Raise your hand to surrender. How dare you believe this is a group attack skill? Fei Lan has some surprises. This is a concept-level ability. Unless a single attribute is higher than twice that of Fei Lan, you can only kneel obediently. Like the forbidden speech ability of the Forbidden Elder, it belongs to a kind of powerful appraisal technique. Hey, why do you still want to find someone to test? Fei Lan thought so. There is no longer the mood to fly slowly, and it turns into a lightning bolt and shoots towards North America. It's time to chat with Fury. By the way, lay the sweet fruit for sales. And you can grab a Hydra and test the power of the life and death talisman. Why are you so busy all of a sudden? And soon after Fei Lan disappeared, a certain green figure flew past the position where he just disappeared, and then fell to the sea with fangs and claws. Huashing Shield, Trident Building. When Fei Lan appeared above the SHIELD headquarters, even with the cover of the night sky, it was immediately detected by SHIELD's alert system. Definitely. This is also related to his unpreparedness to hide his stature. Quickly, it was Fury who sent a communication request. He just went around Fei Lan and asked Alice to unblock his communication. I'm not at SHIELD headquarters, can you see me? Fury said, Oh, it's better if you're not here. Help me get in touch with, Pierce, right? Fei Lan laughed. Huh. Fury remembered Fury's strange request last time and said vigilantly, You won't scold him again, will you? Then you have to prepare a gift.
22.
Listen, is this human? To scold an old comrade in his 80s, as long as he is prepared for the benefits, he can do whatever he wants. Don't scold him to death. I prepared another devil fruit. If you are not at the SHIELD headquarters, I will give it to him. Fei Lan smirked. As expected, the opposite said almost immediately, Wait for me. Up to 40 minutes.
Hill.
Prepare me for F-22.
Me.
Communication has been hung up at this point, but it looks like Fury will be here soon. Fei Lan has to hurry. He fell to the ground. It happened to happen that Rumlow led the team to come face to face. This is Hydra's force and shield. Exactly. You take me to see Pierce. Fei Lan said casually. Rumlow didn't buy it and frowned at Fei Lan. He only listened to him solemnly. You are suspected of breaking into the headquarters of the World Defense Organization without permission. I now have the right to.
Pity.
Rumlow's handsomeness couldn't hold on for 3 seconds when he saw Fei Lan pull out a lightning sword and immediately raised his muzzle with the other agents on guard. No way? No way? Does anyone still think that ordinary firearms can be a threat to Fei Lan? Fei Lan raised his brows and pointed at Rumlow with his lightning sword. Rumlow thought that Fei Lan was going to speak harshly, but he actually dropped the spear uncontrollably, and the sound of pop was unprepared, and he raised his hand above his head to ask for help. 100% hand-to-hand. Fei Lan looked at the scene in front of him strangely, and couldn't help laughing out loud. This ability is so buggy. But Rumlow was obviously in a bad mood, and he was about to order Fei Lan with a black face. But at this moment, he should have received an order from above, so he had to turn to politely. "Member Alexander, please come with me." Fei Lan heard the words. Knowing that he had no choice but to continue playing, he dispersed the lightning sword and signaled to Rumlow to lead the way. Rumlow, blackfaced the whole time, took Fei Lan into the Trident building and stopped in the familiar elevator. "Please state the floor you're going to," the electronic voice asked. "On the top floor, the World Security Council is in the headquarters office," Rumlow said solemnly. "Received, permission pass. This is how the elevator works." Fei Lan looked at it with interest, thinking about Rogers in his dark space, where he was beaten by Rumlow and other Hydras and jumped off the building. This should be a famous scene, which can be arranged later. To the top floor, Rumlow took Fei Lan straight all the way. At the end of the floor, the office lover stopped, knocked on the door, and got permission from an old voice, and then pushed the door and entered. There is nothing unusual about the office. On the contrary, Pierce dared to turn his back to him, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and pretending to overlook Washing Shield. "Very good. The last person who dared to act like this in front of me was Fury's braised egg. Today, you are the first experiencer of the life and death talisman. P. When you come up, catch the boss of Hydra to test the water. If the life and death talisman fails to control him, then the plot behind it will not be completely messed up. But on second thought, the plot of the Serpent and Shield, at most, goes to Captain of the United States, the collapse of SHIELD. Many of them, such as Avengers 1, Iron Man 3, etc., have nothing to do with them. But if you can control Pierce, that's a lot of room for manipulation. You can do a wave." Fei Lan made a decision with a sudden change of heart, and also made a simple move with Pierce Roar. Rumlow stood silently on the sidelines, not seeming to be going. Fei Lan glanced at him and said, "Mr. Pierce, I have a secret that I need to talk to you privately." Pierce pondered for a while, but did not answer immediately. To be frank, without Rumlow, the strongest thug, he felt a little guilty when facing Fei Lan. Fei Lan laughed. "The police are worried. We are a gang, hey? Dark Claws." Hearing the familiar slogan, Pierce and Rumlow were stunned. They can be sure that there must be no Fei Lan in the Snake Shield Bureau. So it can only be a member of the Hydra branch of the police? Pierce looked at Fei Lan tentatively and said tentatively, "Straker." Fei Lan smiled without saying a word. Pierce basically understood and waved to Rumlow to step back. When the door is closed, Pierce suddenly found that he couldn't open his mouth, tried to press the alarm device in horror, but he couldn't control even a finger. Illusion tree binding. Silenced Elder's silenced ability. The confinement package is a two-pronged approach, which directly makes Pierce unable to control anything except his pupils and nose. And Fei Lan. He also took out the pre-stored seawater from the traditional space, made it into a life and death talisman, and slapped Pierce on the eyebrow. The life and death talisman in the shape of a transparent ice cube immediately penetrated into Pierce's skin. Done this, Fei Lan sat at the desk, staring at Pierce with interest. By the way, maintain the consumption of 2 ability. In just 10 seconds, Pierce suddenly looked strange. His body that was previously uncontrollable also trembled slightly. His eyes were full of pain and struggle. His skin was even more strangely covered with red spots, and his nasal voice was constantly making strange noises. "I can't speak or move. I can only be forced to bear all this. After 10 minutes, Fei Lan reckoned that fury was almost back, and love was lifting the restrictions of the tree-binding technique. Pierce fell to the ground softly, scratching his whole body like a madman and stroking all kinds of twists and turns on the map with an extremely painful expression. But these can't be alleviated at all. He simply kowtowed on the spot, but instead of begging Fei Lan for mercy, he tried to directly kowtow himself to death.
Pity.
The torture of the life and death talisman consumed most of his physical strength. Although he was kowtowed with blood on his head, he was still far from dying. I am amazed to see Dianlan spray. Is this life and death talisman so terrifying? Really can't live, can't die. Fei Lan didn't directly lift Pierce's ban, but stepped forward and patted a few of his acupuncture points. Valid for only 1 day. Without the torture of life and death symbols, Pierce was like a salted fish who had lost his dreams, slumped to the ground except for panting, but staring blankly ahead, but without the slightest focus. Is this a waste of torture? Fei Lan, do you want to experience it again? Pierce shuddered violently and hurriedly got up with his breath, but when he was about to stand up, he saw Fei Lan slashing down with a lightning sword. Snapped. Pierce knelt squarely, raised his palms above his head, and asked Ten, who didn't know he thought he was visiting Fei Lan. What are you trying to do?
Pierce shuddered.
Who the hell sent you here? Is this important? Fei Lan held up the lightning sword and said easily, in the future, the Hydra where you and SHIELD are located will be my dog. Usually without my instructions, you can operate normally, understand? Pierce's cheeks were crushed, but he didn't have the courage to say no. Just following the 10-minute experience, it was more terrifying than going to hell. More cautioned. According to his understanding of Fei Lan's combat power, Hydra has now lost its hidden ID. Even without the control of this tormenting object, can Hydra be able to escape? Perhaps we can change the snakehead. 99. Pierce thought so in his heart, and said without hesitation, yes. From now on, Hydra will be your master. Although Fei Lan doesn't know Pierce's thoughts, he is not a rookie who just believes in people. Immediately, Pierce called up the snake and shield agents known to Fei Lan, including Rumlow, Sitwell, Gartler, and Ward one by one. In the shadows of these core personnel, a ghost is placed lurking. While confirming the coordinates, by the way, it is also monitoring these people and letting them do more moths. Not only that, Fei Lan also used the famous Sitwell as a breakthrough point, called the middle layer of the snake shield together, asked Pierce to ask them not to move, and planted a life and death talisman for them one by one. Then, during the 10-minute experience time, Fei Lan seemed to have seen hell. Then, in such a short half-hour, Fei Lan directly controlled the snake shield, which was equivalent to having at least 50% command authority of shield. In addition, Fury couldn't raise his head in front of Fei Lan. So, SHIELD is now in disguise, and Fei Lan has spoken. At this moment, Fury also personally drove the F-22 and just flew across the Atlantic to get here. It can be seen that the temptation power of the devil fruit is great. Yes, you have the opportunity to continue to stick to your posts. Whatever you planned before, you will execute it. Ordered a sentence. Fei Lan left immediately, and he didn't even give Hydra a single sweet date.
What?
Benefit? For Fei Lan, these Hydras are just props used to complete famous scenes. Obedient words. Then let them live for a while longer, and give them some hope that they can resist. Can modern technology remove the life and death talisman? Not listening. Then we can only hook the Hydra's business bucket, clear the famous scenes that Hydra can participate in advance, and then remove this tumor from the earth, which can be regarded as doing good deeds. In short, Hydra is here in Fei Lan, and it's a bargain. After leaving the World Security Council office on the top floor, Fei Lan headed to the floor where Nella Fury's office was located in the elevator. And Sitwell, who was in charge of leading the way, was terrified. It took this master half an hour to master the Hydra SHIELD branch, which had been planned for nearly 70 years. How can Sitwell not be afraid?
Fei
Fei Lan coughed, making Sitwell's fat tremble with fright, and subconsciously, he was about to kneel for Fei Lan. If Fei Lan's psychokinesis hadn't held him back, it would have been a matter of monitoring the leaks. "What are you afraid of?" Fei Lan frowned. "I just want to ask, why Fury as the director? His office is not the top floor but the middle floor?" 11. Zero ask for flowers. Go back to your lord, he. If you stutter and waste your time again, I will activate the life and death talisman." Fei Lan said lightly. 2. 9 QAQ. My lord. And I Fury is suspicious by nature. He gave up the top office on the grounds of respecting the former director, but he was actually worried about being attacked by missiles on the top floor. The relative survival rate of the middle level was higher, and every so often, will move his office. After answering the question, Sitwell's bald head was covered in sweat. It's so scary. He had always thought that working for Pierce was like a tiger with a king, so now knows. Compared with the young demon in front of him, Pierce is simply a scum. Fei Lan listened to the explanation, but nodded understandingly. Sounds like Fury's way of doing things. What? When the elevator reached its location, Sitwell hurriedly took small steps to lead the way until Fei Lan was sent to Fury's office, and the suit was already damp, as if it had been soaked in water. Great relief, sighed, raised his legs, and ran out. In the office, Fei Lan glanced at Fury and was actually sitting peacefully at the desk, not pretending to be in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. This guy has learned to be good, knowing that he once pretended to be in front of Fei Lan. Otherwise, he must have been the one who was half paralyzed by Fei Lan's lightning strike. When Fury saw Fei Lan's complimenting gaze, he knew that his careful choice was right. Although a bit frustrating, but thinking of a new devil fruit coming into his account, he couldn't help retching sound. The taste of devil fruit is not an exaggeration to say that it is a biological weapon. Really pregnant? Fei Lan said in surprise. Is the mama fruit that I gave you the mother's? #H. What? Is the devil fruit still divided into male and female? But looking at the smile in Fei Lan's eyes, Fury probably guessed that he was making fun of him, right? Is there really a male and female? Fury confirmed worriedly. I don't know, but I haven't found it yet. Fei Lan shrugged. Fury was slightly relieved to hear that. Going straight to the topic. Devil fruit. How do you trade around, Ken?
0.
Fei Lan ignored Fury. Instead, he expanded the shadow under his feet and hooked a certain popsicle. Fury just gave a casual compliment, still thinking about the devil fruit thing. But suddenly, the familiar stars and stripes, and the vague but distinct vibranium shield, a figure who had fought alongside him, came to mind. Captain the United States, Steve Rogers. Fury stood up in shock, lying on the ice to identify with one eye, basically confirmed that it was the hero of the United States. 70 years later, it's still lifelike. Fury sighed. What do you think, this person is still alive? Fei Lan said. Fury, alive? Fei Lan, if you delay any longer, it won't be the case. Fury, what am I going to do? This question stumped Fei Lan. He thought about it. Tan Shou said, I have dug up all the people for you. As for how to save them, that's your business. 99. What can Fury do? It is definitely to seize the time to arrange manual processing. He grabbed the phone at the desk and said anxiously, let Phil Coulson come up, and then call up the person in charge of biological-related scientific research, free up the independent warehouse, and we will welcome our hero back. If you say, just the strength of Rogers alone didn't make Fury so excited.
But
Rogers is the hero of the United States, a growing idol for countless people. If he was there, then his Avengers plan can be implemented more easily. Put down the phone. Fury looked at Fei Lan and said, I have a plan, as the last barrier to protect the Earth. You Avengers? Fei Lan asked directly. What did Star tell you? Are you going to invite me? What are your conditions? I agree. Fei Lan glanced at Fantong but didn't respond. But I don't stop anyone instructing me. It depends on my mood, and you have to ask Hill to date me a few times. Hill? Maria Hill.
Right.
Okay. Make a deal.
Deal.
33. A few short sentences. The Avengers just confirmed a new member. Fei Lan glanced at the still motionless complex, which was a pity. He didn't demand too much from Fury, mainly because he didn't seem to lack anything now. What do you need? Wouldn't it be alright to just let Pierce get it for him? Compared to Fury's hands and feet, Hydra, no matter what kind of benevolence and morality, all means are to complete the task. As for the date with Hill, I just wanted to get in touch with her and see if this long-legged and cold-blooded sister is his food. Quickly, Rogers was taken away by a group of people. Fei Lan followed and looked over. The Shield had a discussion and decided that the lockdown could not be lifted immediately, so be fully prepared. Fury also wanted to create a comfortable environment that would allow Rogers to adapt. That is, there was no way to see Rogers jumping around in a short time. Fei Lan felt bored and turned to go to sleep. It's late at night. Fury stopped him. You didn't say there was a devil fruit. Oh, that one can't be driven by ordinary people. You can let Natasha Romanoff come to me by herself. Leave a word. Fei Lan sneaked into the dark world and returned to the seaside police villa. His keen hearing made him hear a strange sound. Today's Pepper and Tony, a little unrestrained. I'm afraid I can't stay here anymore. Fei Lan decided to sneak into the dark world again and came to the police villa in New York. There is no one here. He yawned, a little sleepy. Too lazy to wash. When you take off the clothes and directly under the thunder element, all the dirt is vaporized and clean. Lying in bed. Before going to bed, he vaguely remembered that he seemed to have forgotten several things. Never mind. Wake up tomorrow and talk about it. At the same time, New York Columbia University girls' dormitory. Daisy stared at Fei Lan's text message interface on her phone, her eyes unblinking. In Luoshan Coastal Police Villa. Wearing her tight-fitting uniform, Natasha Romanoff evaded the surveillance of JRVS and sneaked into Fei Lan's house, but it was already empty. Fei Lan slept until he was full, then wobbled and woke up. He is now physically strong and does not need much sleep time, and it is still very early. Confused, he habitually touched the phone to dry, and after a few clicks, he found that it was turned off and subconsciously pressed the power button. Looking at the maple leaf picture of Warwick turning on, Fei Lan's rationality gradually returned. Next moment, his eyes widened suddenly, realizing something terrible, but it was too late to think about shutting down.
Ding. Beep. Beep. Beep.
Drip.
Drip.
Drip dash. The prompts of various communication software are constantly sounding, among which the common chats such as WhatsApp, WeChat, and FaceMessage are the main ones. It was bombed. Fei Lan frowned, thinking that Daisy was making too much of a fuss, bombarding so many messages with text messages in one night. If it is really so clingy, Fei Lan will have to think about it. Unlock and check the message. Fei Lan knew that he misunderstood Daisy, and most of the information was not sent by her, but was human flesh by his account. A large number of people have added his various software friends, and this is the main reason for the movement just now. But what puzzled Fei Lan was that, isn't his information a high-level secret from SHIELD? How can all the information on the internet be exposed? Alice, do you know who exposed me? Fei Lan asked. By the way, set these to add my clearance and set it to reject all friend addition applications. Although he is an anchor, he is only an amateur hobby. I don't want to be disturbed too much by the outside world. Okay, the message has been cleared, the permission has been set. Alice paused. Alice has been paying attention to the process of the exposure of the owner's information and has locked the target. It's in Queens, New York, and needs to be given to the owner. Positioning? Wait. Fei Lan noticed the key. Since you watched the whole process, why didn't you stop it? Master, you didn't authorize the duck. Alice doesn't know if you enjoy being in the spotlight, so she doesn't dare to make her own decisions. This explanation. It can barely understand. If something similar happens in the future, press it first, then ask me for instructions. Fei Lan explained. Okay. Well, don't rush to find someone to settle the account. I'll have breakfast and 8 first. Fei Lan simply washed up, went to the Dragon through the Dark World, and bought the most authentic Oriental breakfast directly. The chef Tony hired was not that authentic after all. Don't care to eat. He went back to the United States nonstop, leaned on the Bumblebee remote controlled by Alice, and put on a new calling card. Compare with Daisy and explain why he turned off the phone last night, or change a new one. Phone cards are the most convenient.
What?
Have you found me? My phone card broke during the fight last night, and now I'm looking at my phone. Changed the SIM card. Fei Lan called Daisy, and it rang for half a minute. Huh? Who? A confused voice. As soon as I heard it, I was woken up by the phone before I got up. Fei Lan. Late. Fei. The opposite side was silent for a few seconds, although he suddenly said, Fei? Are you all right? Why didn't you turn on the phone all night?
Great.
I thought you were having an affair. What can I do? It was a small battle last night. Fei Lan comforted. The phone card broke during the fight. I woke up in the morning and found out that this is a new number. Buy it for you. After breakfast. Let's come down to eat. 99. Oh, that's what it is. You wait for me to come down. I will come down immediately. 19.
Then.
The matter of losing contact all night, last night, was simply revealed. Fei Lan had to give a thumbs up for his wit. Seconds. Although Daisy said to get down immediately, the girls immediately couldn't understand it, and she even warned that she had just woken up. Washing, dressing, makeup, shoes, etc. To be able to hook him in front of him in half an hour, Fei Lan already felt that Daisy took him seriously. Wait for a long time. Daisy took the initiative to hug Fei Lan's left hand and said with a smile, I waited for you to wait until after 3 o'clock last night. You can see that I have dark circles under my eyes. Good.
Oh, yeah? Let me see.
Fei Lan smiled and approached Daisy, who brought her face up with a serious expression. Bah dash. Fei Lan kissed Daisy's right eye and smiled. Is it better now? 99. Although she had only been close to the door many times, she had been kissed in such a large audience at school, and Daisy was immediately flushed red above her neck. Where's the look of staying up all night? Fei Lan also stopped teasing her. Push it into the passenger seat, flatten the cushion, and hook a small table board. The temporary dining table is completed. As for Bumblebees, there will be Alice's remote control, driving to the deserted grove. No one outsider. Instead, Daisy was very open, enjoying the still warm dragon country food, and Roar asked everyone's name in a small voice. It's all so delicious. Just as Fei Lan thought, what happened last night was just out of date. Daisy suddenly said, Well, actually I'm in good shape too. Or, let's go swimming at the beach?
What?
Fei Lan didn't respond immediately. I know you are in good shape, but it's not that you haven't measured it, especially the headlights. Last night, Natasha Romanoff's online dress-up and what May said to Fei Lan made Fei Lan understand what Daisy meant. But still the old problem. He didn't really want to hang himself on a tree like Daisy, so he finally came to Marvel, and he really died from the beginning? They've all gone through, and still abide by that thing? Isn't she fragrant with 3 wives and 4 concubines? Not being a scumbag, only for cheating, is his last insistence. Yes. Fei Lan pretended not to understand and changed the subject. I remember you had a class in the morning, right? I just have something to deal with. Someone exposed my information on the internet, so I have to settle the account with him. Daisy's expression was a little disappointed when she heard the words, and the food lost a third of its flavor. Hastily ended breakfast time. Fei Lan left Bumblebee to Daisy to travel, and he didn't even have a kiss when the police came, just sank into the dark world and left. Daisy could almost hang an oil bottle on her lips when she saw this. But he couldn't resist complaining. She knows. Fei Lan, such a good boy, will definitely attract a lot of girls to like, and she herself is 3 years older than him, and she feels even more inferior. This is why she didn't question Fei Lan about her live online female agent changing clothes, because she had no position to question it. Neither of them even confirmed their relationship. But Daisy is not reconciled. Such a good quality stock has been lost from her hands. For a time, she sat inside the Bumblebee, not knowing what to do with it. Simple Daisy. I still haven't realized that Fei Lan wants to own the whole forest. If she is willing to not monopolize, Fei Lan can climb into her bed tonight. The other end, Fei Lan wasn't as much as Daisy thought. He is young. The attitude towards feelings is that I get lucky and lose my life. So, in a woman, it is destined not to spend too much time. Queens, in a poor neighborhood. Fei Lan followed Alice's instructions and found the residence of the person who exposed him and unexpectedly found that it was a small shabby house less than 30 square meters. Someone who can hack into the SHIELD database actually lives here? Is it intentional to hide it? Not much, he thought. Fei Lan raised his hand, duang, and knocked on the door vigorously. His keen hearing had already heard someone inside. Who is it? A beautiful female voice came. I have already paid the protection fee for this month, and I have no money and no takeout. 33. Is a woman? The voice was a little familiar, but for a while I couldn't remember who it was. But since it can impress him, the people inside are not simple. Fei Lan, no nonsense. He kicked the dilapidated but heavy anti-theft door directly, strode into the house, and saw the Asian girl sitting up startled from the bed at a glance. She panicked and took out an electric J gun from under the pillow and aimed it at Fei Lan. I tell you, I'm not a bully, eh? Fei Lan? K. Fei Lan's eyes flashed, and he recognized the Asian girl in front of him, Sky, the heroine of SHIELD Agent and Simmons, who is now busy in Osborne Biotechnology, support half of the show's appearance. Why did Sky reveal his information? Fei Lan asked directly. Why are you exposing my information? Sky was obviously surprised. Unexpectedly, her front foot was still complacent for exposing the astringent anchor, but the back foot was actually broken into by someone? Exaggerate. TV shows don't dare to act like this. But during the search for Fei Lan's information, Sky also watched Fei Lan's previous live broadcasts and probably knew that this was not an ordinary person. Don't provoke him, or the consequences will be serious. She took the initiative to put down the stun gun that did not threaten at all and said in confusion, What are you talking about? I don't know. I'm just a part-timer. Come on. Since I dare to come to you, I must have a clue. Fei Lan interrupted directly. You have my information, and you should also know that I am the director of Star and Osborne. Now I will give you a minute to explain, or I'll keep you in jail forever. 9. Although Sky is in line with his aesthetics, he was exposed when he came up. Fei Lan said that he did not have the habit of licking a dog. So his threats are genuine. Sky's face was ugly. She realized that she had kicked Taekwon, but as a hacker, she was caught in reality. What a struggle. I can only confess. I was searching for some information, and I clicked into your live broadcast room. At that time, you were broadcasting a woman changing clothes. I thought it was a live broadcast of astringent feelings, so I... Fei Lan looked at Sky with a dark face. Astringent anchor? This is the reason he can't think of anyhow. He couldn't help frowning and said, Then when you look for information later, don't you know what's going on? I'm so tall, so I'm doing this? The richer the people, the weirder their hobbies. Sky whispered BB. But Fei Lan, who was very good at hearing, listened to his ears without saying a word. How dare you, Mr. BB? I'm just waiting to teach this little girl a good lesson and let her know the dangers of the society. The black bamboo pole suddenly rushed into the house with a gun and glared at Fei Lan fiercely. Sky, the police are worried. I'm here to save you, the black man shouted. In no mood, Sky refused and said, Jesse, I warned you to stay away from me. Are you taking drugs again? Take a closer look. The figure of this black bamboo pole was completely inversely proportional to his race. His eyes were sunken, his skin was dry, and his expression was even more erratic. It seems that there is a lot to say. Fei Lan didn't have time to entangle with this person, raised his hand to imprisonment package and fixed him in place, then turned to look at Echo Sky. Since you think I'm a bad person, I can't be wronged. From now on, you follow me and act together until you admit your mistake. Fei Lan's tone was unmistakable, leaving no room for Sky to refuse at all. As for why let Sky follow, Sky had a place in his original plan for afforestation. Since it was a misunderstanding, then take the opportunity to let her know more about herself. What if it happens? even if it doesn't work. After all, Sky is also the female lead of SHIELD Agent, and she may trigger a famous scene at some point. For example, using the obelisk to awaken the ability is a properly famous scene, right? And this little girl is in line with Fei Lan's aesthetics, and it is also good for eye-catching.
But
Sky obviously won't just follow the astringent anchor, and his face is full of resistance. I refuse. You have no right to enforce the law at all. Oh, sorry, I really have. Fei Lan took out the SHIELD consultant certificate and threw it away. SHIELD, the World Protection Organization, directly under the World Security Council. I now suspect that you have committed crimes against human security and need to observe you 24 hours a day. Sky certainly recognized the SHIELD logo. I downloaded Fei Lan data from here last night. I thought it was a secret organization, but it turned out to be the World Defense Organization. This made Sky look weird. And the enthusiastic people thought they had reported a fugitive, and it turned out that the person was the world's anti-terrorism mission, and she was obstructing official business. It's so sudden. Sky still refused to admit defeat and insisted. Your certificate must be fake. I'm going to… What? Go to police, Jay? Fei Lan G. 911 right, I'll call or you call. Sky grimaced and stared at Fei Lan angrily. With her identity, isn't she going to the police, Jay, to throw herself into the net? Pulling over the laptop by the head of the bed and knocking on it, I finally realized bitterly that the boy in front of me, who was not much older than me, was actually a SHIELD consultant. Just Nima's exaggeration. She sighed and gave up struggling 0.0. Until at the moment, Skypawn noticed that Jessie was motionless at the door and realized that Fei Lan was doing it. Let go of Jessie, and I'll just go with you. Sky frowned. Fei Lan then noticed that there was another person in the room and then summoned 2 ghosts. Send him to Rehabilitation D. 99. The ghost figure took the order, set up Jessie from left to right, and walked out the door. Sky was not at ease and wanted to keep up with it. I'm not in the mood to deal with an addict. Fei Lan scratched his ears. Now, pack your bags and come with me.
9.
Boss Sky reluctantly got up and packed his luggage. She simply wandered around all the time, but she didn't have much, and she was usually half-packed so that she could run away at any time. Packed up soon. Fei Lan asked Wulong to carry it, put his hand on Sky's shoulder, and was dodged by the latter half a step back. What are you doing? Sky stared at Fei Lan vigilantly. You're not going to go, are you? Since you've watched my live broadcast, you should know that I can travel through shadows. Like this, let's shake hands. Sky asked Fei Lan to hold the front end of his right hand, thinking he was vigilant enough, but he didn't know what Fei Lan said. Small. Sneak into the dark world as long as you are within his shadow range and don't resist, wherever physical contact is required. The reason for doing this? It's because physical contact can effectively relieve people's psychological defenses and can better deal with this tough girl. After passing through the dark world, he came to the New York police villa. Tony's luxurious decoration made Kai secretly stunned. The happiness of the rich is really unimaginable. But Fei Lan turned around and walked out the door. Seeing that Sky was still looking at the living room, he frowned. What are you looking at? I don't live here.
12.
Such a big place. Don't even give me a bedroom? Sky stared at Fei Lan in disgust. This is too stingy. Fei Lan didn't speak, motioned her to follow, and walked quickly to the single-family police villa next door. This is the absolutely wealthy area of Manhattan. Even if it is an inch of land, a police villa can be built one by one, and the price is definitely the same. Fei Lan came to the door of the neighbor 2 kilometers away and slammed the door directly. It was a young couple who opened the door, and they were very dissatisfied with Fei Lan's impolite smashing of the door. Sky also frowned, feeling that Fei Lan's behavior was too overbearing. In no mood, Fei Lan said, SHIELD agent, right? Is it Fury who asked you to monitor me and Tony? Or is it Pierce? What are you talking about? The young man stepped in front of him and warned, if you don't woo-woo again? 3. The forbidden words were thrown, and all his next words were swallowed back. Fei Lan has no intention of acting with him. Dial directly to No Rumlo's communication, and the opposite side is almost connected in seconds. I ask you, is it yours or Fury's who is monitoring us in New York? Fei Lan said bluntly. Nominally, it's the agent sent by Fury, but it's ours. The opposite replied. Although Rumlow may not necessarily handle this kind of fieldwork mission, Pierce must have let him operate it, so his memory is still fresh. Okay, I like this police villa. You ask them to clean up and change the place. Fyra is domineering. Opposite Rumlow did not dare to resist, and the experience of the life and death talisman was still vivid in his mind. Rao is a tough guy like him, and he can't rely on that kind of torment. Hang up the phone. Fei Lan hugged his chest, and Sky stared at him. In half a minute, the young couple in front of them received the order and immediately put away their resentful eyes. 3 minutes after returning home, 20 agents walked out, and everyone was carrying various tools in large and small bags. Surveillance, eavesdropping, camouflage. That professional level. C3.1 Sky dumbfounded. Is it really an agent? So, isn't Fei Lan gang around arrogant but purposeful? Sky realized that he had misunderstood Fei Lan. Yet to apologize. Fei Lan has already entered the police villa, almost the same layout as Tony's, with a simple Eastern European style. But, at Tony's police villa, he still has a collection of shoes, watches, etc. that he has to move over, as well as those beddings, which also need to be replaced. This Fei Lan didn't want to bother, contacted Pepper, and asked her to make arrangements. After half an hour, Natasha Romanoff, dressed in an OL uniform, came with a group of housekeeping and decoration company employees to clean the police villa. And Fei Lan. It is leisurely and Natasha Romanoff, standing outside the yard chatting. Looking aside, Sky is a bit of a lemon circle. Is this the world of the rich? Moving only moves shoes and watches. Are you an octopus? You don't need to do it yourself in the whole process? And, at the moment, Fei Lan has no time to care about Sky and is discussing compensation with Natasha Romanoff. I have been raised a lot by you now, and the difficulty of performing the latent task will be greatly increased in the future. How do you want to compensate me? Natasha Romanoff said with a fascination. I gave you a code. I just showed my face. Fei Lan said, I have a devil fruit that is suitable for you, but it's not enough for you at the moment. If you want it, come to my room tonight.
Chat.
Finished. Fei Lan smirked and turned back to the police villa. Leaving Natasha Romanoff with a playful look on your face and going to your room? It was their last night, you just missed the gap. But when Natasha Romanoff turned around, the Demon M's color was gone, thinking about Fei Lan's request. Are you really going to his room tonight? She had already made up her mind. I didn't expect that when you become an agent, you will also encounter hidden rules. Natasha Romanoff sighed. And at this time, Tony, who had disappeared for a day, came from outside the police villa and glared at Natasha Romanoff when he saw Natasha Romanoff. The female agent was still with Starly, which made him very upset. As soon as you enter the door, just listen to Tony laughing. Ha ha ha. You finally moved. It just so happens that I also have good news to tell you. Huashing Shield, in front of the Black Palace. Fei Lan, Rhodes, and Tony stood on a makeshift medallion platform, and Senator Stan, who had previously chaired a military court, tried to obtain the Iron Man technology and awarded the Medal of Honor one by one. That's the benefit Tony raved about yesterday, in exchange for being an advisor to the Avengers. For Fei Lan, it's just a dispensable medal. But for Tony, that is to make the former opponent bow his head, pretend to be amiable, and personally put the Medal of Honor on him. It's so cool. As an officer, Rhodes' Medal of Honor is an affirmation for him, standing straight. In contrast, Fei Lan seemed a little indifferent, and even opened the Void Live broadcast room, chatted and spanked with the audience, and broadcasted the whole process of the award ceremony from the first perspective. Love. I watched the whole award ceremony in the live broadcast room, which is equivalent to the medal I received. So the anchor is the hero of the United States. I want to eat upstairs. This time the medal was awarded by the Security Council, and the anchor is still the descendant of our long kingdom. You are all arguing. The Dragon Country is the smecta of our kimchi country. He came, and the Smecta who applied for Confucius to be his ancestor came again. Kimchi may be late, but will never be absent. You guys are crooked. Why is the anchor getting a medal? No one is curious? The police forgot that he broadcasted some live broadcasts. Yes. The good anchor has a safe life. Kneeling and begging for more similar content. Still coming? The child's nutrition is almost unable to keep up. Just ask if you're fragrant, right? It smells so good. The barrage flew up happily, but Fei Lan was a little dizzy. Until there was a barrage across, and there was a wave of wind noise. By the way, the anchor is considered a superhero now. What is his hero's name? Look at people, Iron Man, War Machine, they sound domineering. Yeah, the anchor doesn't seem to have a name yet. Then let's get one from the baby. I think Iron Man's dad is very good. Upstairs, lawyer's letter warning. What about the world's #1 live broadcaster? I think the world's first up master is also excellent. I think the anchor can thunder and flash D, or we will call him. Dads continue. Good son. Dad is here. Lei Jinzi. One day Lei Shi. Lei Gong. To tell the truth, isn't the ability of the anchor my strongest natural thunder fruit antelope? Zeus. Electric mother. Funny. Yes. Shu Peinyang. Li Peinyang +1. Li Peinyang +10086. After watching the bullet screen and starting to discuss the issue of hero titles, Fei Lan always remembers that he doesn't have a hero title yet, although he doesn't think he is a superhero. But as the saying goes, do as the Romans do. Now that Marvel is here, no hero title is complete. He thought. The title either depends on ability or style. First of all, it must be ruled out that it is named according to ability. The Thunder Fruit is only his strongest means for the time being. Following the level of a dash, it will definitely be replaced by a stronger ability after 30. It's just a matter of style. His way of doing things. Have fun?
Competitive?
Like to watch a play? Like pretty girls? Fei Lan glanced at the bullet screen and suddenly had a flash of light. When he broadcasts live, there is always a sense of sight that he is inspecting his own territory, and he will definitely go to the universe to broadcast live in the future. It must represent the Earth, and according to his style, it is estimated that it is also the self-proclaimed master of the Earth. Then the title is Roar's desire to come out, Earth Observer. It's not very loud, listening to a patrolman, Dimensional Inspector, Space Watcher, Inspector of the Universe, Unlimited Observers, Dimension Watcher?
Right.
Dimension Watcher. Thinking so. Fei Lan directly changed the name of the live broadcast room to Dimensional Inspector and said, look at the name of the live broadcast room. I can't be bothered to pay attention to these barrages that call the title Electromagnetic Cannon Girl. At this time, Congressman Stan also ended his lengthy speech and awarded medals to the 3 people one by one from left to right. First of all, Rhodes is a very ordinary awarding process. Rhodes also salutes Senator Stan. No way. As a soldier, this is the military etiquette that he must show. The second Tony was interesting. When Senator Stan was putting the medal on him, the police needle accidentally pierced a little deep and almost streaked Tony's skin. But looking at Tony's grinning face, Fei Lan deeply suspects that it may not only be about the skin, but also a pimple. Pimple. Everyone knows it. When it's time to award Fei Lan, Senator Stan changed his appearance again, a kind police badge without any moths, and then patted Fei Lan on the shoulder and said a few words of encouragement. The big guy is full of style. If this guy knows that the current Fei Lan is Hydra's news talker in SHILD, would he dare to be so pretentious? That scene should be a little interesting. But Fei Lan didn't mean to bother with Stan, and the little guy bullied him without any sense of accomplishment. If you want fury, Pierce, etc., it's interesting. In the final question and answer session, Tony suddenly approached Fei Lan and whispered, "Lend me your magic bracelet." 93. This is definitely going to happen again. Fei Lan took down the sandalwood bracelet and handed it to Tony. This is the equipment Real Man's Proof, which can increase all attributes by 100. Because it is a passive blessing, it can also be used by police officers. Tony put on the sandalwood bracelet and draped it on Stan's shoulder in an apparently affectionate way, but in fact he was secretly exerting himself. Crack dash. Even in the lively scene, Fei Lan heard the sound of broken bones. Spray. Tony's hand is a little light, otherwise, according to the attribute of 100 strength, it should not be crushed but crushed. With the official reporter right in front, press the shutter moment.
Ding.
Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Avengers and Hydra's friendly photo. Get the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. Oh shit! This turned out to be a minor scene, but it was an unexpected gain. After taking pictures, this award ceremony is over. But Stan, who was supposed to be interviewing together again, was running fast with his short legs hanging on his shoulders. Satisfied, Tony returned the sandalwood bracelet to Fei Lan. Haha, today is a good day, come to my place for a drink tonight. Tony invited. Okay. Fei Lan nodded. Tony then caught up with Rhodes and went to the media to show his face. Tomorrow's headlines are pre-ordered in advance. Fei Lan was no longer interested in participating in the interview. He got up and walked outside. Facing the reporters who tried to hand over the microphone, he used psychokinesis directly in front of them. Seeing that there was no chance here, they retreated to find Tony and Rhodes. This time, make Skye stand out from the crowd. She'll have to follow Fei Lan until she admits she's wrong. In fact, Skye now looks at Fei Lan a little bit, and it's obviously unlikely that someone who has won the Security Council Medal of Honor has that kind of eccentricity. Was all last night really a misunderstanding? But out of face. Skye still refused to admit his mistake now. At least wait a few more days. Fei Lan doesn't care about this. Skye is such a seductive beauty. Just follow her. He raised his hand, and Skye obediently handed out his right hand and was held by him, then sank into the dark world, and then appeared in the police villa on the Upper East Side. You play by yourself, I'll take care of something. Confessed. Fei Lan backhandedly closed the door in the master bedroom. In no mood, Skye followed suspiciously, putting his ear to the door trying to hear something. There must be something wrong with putting yourself in the bedroom during the day. Fei Lan didn't notice Skye's movements. At the moment, he took out the white porcelain vial and took out the black, jade-like body-forging pill. This thing is said to be able to draw the energy of heaven and earth to temper the body, Fei Lan said. He was very curious. Put it in your mouth, and ready to chew a few times. I didn't think that the body-forging pill would melt in the mouth, but I felt that a dense line slipped into the throat and reached the stomach in one step. Soft entrance. A line of throat. Interesting. Before he could savor the magical taste, the air suddenly solidified a little for no reason, followed by a hammer-like outline that slammed down on the head.
Boom.
Ringing. Fei Lan's body was not hammered, but the shock wave blew the bedroom into pieces. And Fei Lan just felt hit by something and squatted down, only tactile but no pain.
Boom.
The next strike followed in an instant, followed by the next strike, as if it were endless. OM.
9.
OM. 22. Fei Lan was hammered just like that, and Yu Ruo wanted him to be trained a lot, and with every 2 to 3 times he dropped the hammer, his 4-dimensional strength and reaction also jumped up by 1 point. Physical strength is exaggerated. Every hammer will jump up and say 5 points less. It's really refreshing. As for the spirit, I don't know if it's because the body training pill does not include this business, or because the horse charm is immune to pain. There has never been any growth. But this flaw does not hide the good. The growth of other measurements has been very gratifying. This went on for a full 9 hours. The effect pot of this body-forging pill is finally exhausted. And Fei Lan's data has also reached a gorgeous level. Super God's famous scene sign in tradition. Host. Fei Lan. Age. 19. 401/417 plus 100. H. 181/190 plus 100. E. 407407 plus 100. Stamina. 1247/1715 x 10 plus 100. Rewards. 12 spells, Psychokinesis Seed, Shadow Soldier, Ghost Soldier, Human Strength Pharmacy KW89, Rubber Fruit, Remnant, Boundary of Blood, Bone Vein. Bone Vein, low-level armed color domineering, soil escape, snorkeling in the earth. Sound Thunderfruit, modified, proof of a real man, the forbidden ability of forbidden elders, water mist. Turtle School Qigong, wave, dance in the sky, duplication, earth escape, weighted rock, lion's roar, bagua seal. Lightning teleportation, don't get drunk. Heat energy sight, battle Qi Huajian, illusion tree binding, drawing sword. Life and Death Talisman, 100% empty-handed blade. This time the book has been published since the opening, and most of the items have been removed. Strength and reaction have increased by nearly 200 plus data. Only this increase in physical strength is a bit unscientific. But think again. This physical strength has an increase of x10, and each base increase is a 10-fold increase, so this increase does not seem to be exaggerated. Yes, no exaggeration. Fei Lan closed the traditional panel with a smile and got up cautiously to get used to the surge in strength. But surprisingly, he didn't use Yun Xian's force too much. This part of the strength that had just grown was actually driven by him like an arm. Is it because the response has grown in tandem? Or is it the power of forging pills that can be mastered freely because it is tempered with a single hammer? But no matter what, it also saved Fei Lan a lot of trouble. Take advantage of your enthusiasm. Then just open the F-Class blind box.
Ding.
Open the sign-in reward F-Class blind box and get Broken Fire Source. Name: Broken Source of Fire. Category: Technology. Deed: 100%. Plane: Shape-shifting King Kong. Grade: Frowny Face F-. Function: because it is opposed to the Decepticon's fire source, and the only remaining broken fire source can only allow a single large electronic instrument to obtain a shape-shifting King Kong body, you can freely choose whether it is a Decepticon member or an Autobot member. Slogan: only by devouring a life star can be born Kuei-Bao.
Late?
It's not a coincidence, it's not. He happened to have a model of a bumblebee in the Bumblebee collection, the kind that was originally capable of shape-shifting, just without a weapon. Originally, the mouse charm can also be used. But now that the rat charm is used by the Destroyer, Bumblebee has really become a means of transportation. This broken source of fire can only be used once again. So, Fei Lan just thought about it and thought it was better not to use it for Bumblebee. The Bumblebee has now given Daisy a means of transportation, and she already has the protection of the Phoenix, Chick plus Destroyer plus Rat spell, and adding a Bumblebee that shape-shifting King Kong seems to be a bit too much. Leave it for later to see what is worth shape-shifting. Stretch out. Fei Lan turned around to open the bedroom door and fell down, not wanting to be followed by a figure. Fei Lan's 400+ reaction clearly saw the person coming. He immediately raised his hand and embraced him, pretending to be unsteady, stepping back half a step and lowering his height, just mouth to mouth with the person in his arms. Sky. 10.
Sky.
Sky. 2. QAQ winky face. Sky sad face asterisk caret underscore 102. After experiencing the emotional changes of shyness, affection, shock, and anger, Sky pushed Fei Lan away with her mouth open, wanting to accuse him, but it seemed that she was lying at the door and listening to the corner of the wall. Is that considered an even?
No.
That was my first kiss. In the past 18 years, I have been hiding everywhere in Tibet, and I have never thought about sacrifice. Is it so inexplicable? Sky stared at Fei Lan angrily, not knowing how to react for a while. But Fei Lan... He slowly wiped his face. Gangji acted in a hurry after all, and was smeared with lipstick all over his face. In no mood, Sky glared and said angrily, "You think I'm dirty? That was my first kiss." Dirty, Fei Lan said strangely. No, it's just that the face with lipstick is everywhere, and it's uncomfortable to put it on. In other words, just following Sky kissed his face. Sky immediately said angrily, "What are you doing in the room? It's like playing a tunnel all day." Initially, Sky also thought Fei Lan was in the bedroom, doing some of the things adults do to relax occasionally. But after listening to such a big movement and lasting for 9 hours, I knew that she probably guessed wrong. Although she has never done that kind of thing, it is absolutely impossible to make such a big movement. In the slums, she has been forced to live broadcast a lot, and she has never eaten pork or heard pigs cry. So she would come over and listen for a while, wondering what Fei Lan was doing inside. Did not expect it to be. Fei Lan said strangely, "The sound insulation of the police villa should be very good. How do you know? You have been eavesdropping on my door?" Speaking of which, Fei Lan gave an "I understand" smirk. "Little girl, you have grown up too." Sky glared at Fei Lan angrily, turned around and ran back to his room as if to flee, fearing that he might not be able to work in a short time. Fei Lan looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the evening. He knocked on the door and shouted, "I'm going to have dinner at Tony's, are you coming?" "Don't go." "Oh, then cook your own instant noodles, I'll eat steak, foie gras, oysters, black dew." Jean Yen didn't have a few dishes, and the door suddenly opened. Sky gave Fei Lan a vicious look and gritted his teeth. "Go." Where did she have the chance to eat these expensive ingredients? Now that you can eat the big dog, isn't it her own loss if she doesn't eat in a fit of anger? Eat him up. Fei Lan glanced at Sky with a smile and didn't ridicule too much. Too much. He raised his hand and gestured to Sky, who was a little reluctant and felt that it was okay to walk so close. But hesitation under. She still put her hand on obediently and followed Fei Lan into the dark world, emerging from Tony's shadow, who happened to be chatting with Pepper. Ugh. The two sides of the input were immediately separated, and a long silk thread was pulled out again. Fei Lan was used to it, and Sky's eyes widened. "Can you still play like that?" Tony said angrily. "Bastard. There was some movement before, this time you brought people to watch?" Pepper stood up awkwardly and said, "I'm going to see how Natalie's preparations are going." "Get away." Sky saw a shadow of himself not long ago from Pepper. Tony glared at Fei Lan for a while, then suddenly laughed again. "Why, you're so angry." Fei Lan raised his eyebrows. "Hey, I didn't know you would bring people here, so I also invited Norman, and Norman brought Simmons and Daisy, plus the Sky. Boy, you have a headache tonight, yes?" Tony muttered. Fei Lan's smile froze when he heard the words. It doesn't matter to Simmons. Although she looks sweet, she and Fizz are the CPs of childhood sweetheart 880. Fei Lan has no idea of winning love. But is Daisy here? If it was put before, he would have a clear conscience. But just now, Peng and Sky are warm. But as the saying goes, if you lose, you don't lose. Fei Lan quickly sorted out his emotions, glanced at Tony indifferently, and took the initiative to walk out of the yard for dinner tonight. Today's party is an outdoor barbecue. Natasha Romanoff and Happy were busy in front of the grill, with Pepper playing by the side. Norman, Daisy, and Simmons were sitting on the side, and were discussing this intensely. Fei Lan walked over directly. As soon as I approached, I heard Daisy loudly say, "The percentage fee model is proposed by Fei. It is absolutely impossible to go wrong. I think the 10% rate is very reasonable, and there is no need to change it to a unified price." 99. Simmons retorted. "Do you know that the pricing method is to be accused of monopoly crime? The energy of those rich people is extremely terrifying if they are connected because of this." Fei Lan's eyes lit up when he saw this. He found a way out. "Are you just going to suffer for Simmons? Anyway, it's not your own person, so don't be too scruples. Then let them sue." Fei Lan walked over, and then Daisy's shoulders were strong. "As long as they dare to sue, I will dare to cancel the sale of AIDS Killer, saying that the formula is missing, and there will always be people who will bite the dog with them. The sick rich can't wait. But the other patients are innocent." Simmons frowned and retorted. "What kind of people do you think most people with AIDS are?" Fei Lan said disdainfully. "Except for a few mother-to-child transmissions and those who were tricked by others, most of the rest are self-inflicted, and let them tear those jealousy. People just fine." 99. What if they insist they won't bow their heads? Simmons asked again. "Then don't sell it." Fei Lan doesn't care. "I brought this AIDS nemesis formula, and I don't intend to make money from ordinary people." If those rich people with big rhymes are not willing to work hard, let them to die. I don't have a mother's heart. Those who obey me prosper. Those who go against me perish. It's that simple. These words, it can be said that all possibilities are completely cut off. Fei Lan is to make money from local tyrants. Whoever doesn't earn it is fine, and he doesn't get rich by Aid's nemesis, but they have to rely on this medicine to survive. Who can afford to drag whom? Simmons obviously had objections, and Norman, who had been silent, stood up. Okay, Simmons, let's just listen to the fee. Let's focus on research. 93. The jar of Simmons was unwilling to stop talking. And Norman also said to Fei Lan, Fei, you also know that we are engaged in scientific research, and it is just a rib, and now Simmons is working together to restore the original formula of spider serum, which is very important, so. In other words, Simmons' scientific research ability is irreplaceable, so it's better not to be too rigid. It doesn't matter, I don't want to conquer the world, so just change the project. Fei Lan followed Daisy and said firmly, but I have to stand by my woman. She said this plan is feasible. Then use this plan. 22. It's clear that it's unreasonable to protect the short, and it doesn't matter if you slap Simmons in the face. What can Norman say? It's better to keep your mouth shut, so as not to cause more disputes. And Simmons just curled his lips, but there was no more emotion. It is pure disagreement of opinions, and it will not be on the line. Daisy burst into laughter. Fei Lan not only himself at the railway station, but also confessed, my woman. That's better than any kind of sweet talk. At this time, Pepper also came to smooth the game and let everyone come to eat and drink. It was just a disagreement, and soon this matter was revealed. Sky's presence. Fei Lan didn't hide anything and told Daisy everything that happened before and after. Although Daisy was a little dissatisfied that she followed her boyfriend, she was still immersed in the happiness of the phrase, my woman, just now, and she didn't care too much. As for Sky, she didn't even have a stand to be angry. Well, she was a little unhappy that there was no foie gras black truffle at the scene, but she still took Yun to eat the buffet posture and tried her best to eat meat. Tony's party, even if it's an open-air barbecue, can the materials used be poor? Today is the first meal for her to eat a big dog. A possible harem dispute was resolved in invisible. Fei Lan breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly thought of a question.
Abe.
Sky was just the name she gave herself, and her parents' name was Daisy, too. 0. Daisy and Daisy. If the two women are still there in the future, Sky will have to keep his current name. If this is changed back, it can't be called Big Daisy or Little Daisy, right? Hey? Fei Lan glanced at the well-proportioned Sky, and then at the position where his arms were sunken. According to the file size, it seems not impossible. With the small plug of the awning. For today's dinner, Pepper and Norman will try not to talk about work anymore. Anyway, Fei Lan doesn't care about the company.
Just talk to you as often as you like.
Fei Lan and Tony, who have crossed the age of 30, came to the side to discuss the future of the Earth. Do you think the Avengers will be the future of Earth?
Tony asked.
Yes. Fei Lan wasn't sure. He has been watching Avengers 4. It seems that the Avengers have rescued the Earth many times. But it seems that every crisis has something to do with them originally. In Avengers 1, it was Thor who failed to deal with Loki. Avengers 2 is Tony's oversight under his anxiety. In Avengers 3, it seems that Thanos started the infinite finger snap plan, but if Thor's girlfriend Jane was not a cheap hand, he brought the reality gem out of the seal, then this time would have to be postponed indefinitely. 4. Avengers 4 is simply a proposal by Ant-Man and the participation of other Avengers to save half of the universe's regrets. There is not so much to admit the reality. How to analyze and deny the Avengers. Fei Lan was a little puzzled, wondering which logic went wrong. Seeing this, Tony misunderstood, shook his head and said, Sure enough, I think there is something wrong with Nick Fury's one-eyed. He said that you participated in my follow-up participation, but it seems that besides you and me, there is only an archery and an archer. Tony looks at Natasha Romanoff, who is also a member of the Avengers, at the careful barbecue. Regarding the existence of Hulk, Fury hit a hand, and didn't say anything. Oh. Fei Lan clenched his right fist and hammered his left palm. The Hulk was thrown near the North Pole by me at that time. Hulk. Tony frowned. The big green guy you ran away on live? He also participated? I'm even more suspicious now. Fei Lan squinted at Tony. Suspect? In the future, you will pay the most for the formation of the Avengers, and in the end, you will compromise with the rule that heroes should not have laws. With that said, expect to be slapped in the face in the future. On the topic of the Avengers, this will stop. We talked about some other things, and soon this meeting was over, and everyone went back to their own hearts. Daisy and Sky followed Fei Lan back to the police villa next door. Daisy rode, sworn sovereignty, hugged Fei Lan's arm, and directly whale swallowed. Fei Lan said it was really good. As for Sky, she has no position more than Daisy now. She is a guilty volunteer. She can only hold on to her stomach and continue to eat this dog food. Waiting for the police villa. Daisy had just finished eating, so she went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of ice Coke and drank it in front of Fei Lan. It seems to be implying that Fei Lan can drink ice today. Do you understand? I can drink ice. Fei Lan pretended not to see it. After sitting down and chatting for a while, Xiaoxieshi proposed to send Daisy back to school. It's very late. Manhattan is still a little dangerous. Bumblebee let Alice drive back. I'll send you with the dark world. Fei Lan said. What else can Daisy do? You can't just say she wants to stay overnight. She wants to go to Fei Lan, right? Can only pouted in agreement. Fei Lan came forward to catch her amusingly, sinking into the dark world, emerging from the ghost of Columbia University. Okay, the police are angry. It's going to be a long time coming. Fei Lan nodded Daisy's nose. The police always think about whether there is something, and manage Osborn well. Since Simmons dares to talk to you directly, someone must be playing tricks. Huh? You mean? Daisy mused. It's most likely Norman. He probably thinks you are a threat to his status. Fei Lan pointed out. You should deal with this first. If not, then I will come.
La.
Daisy watched Fei Lan sink into the dark world, stood in the woods for a long time, and then turned to leave. The other end, Fei Lan returned to the police villa, without going to Sky. Just waiting in the master bedroom that has been cleaned. Not long after, the figure of Yao Yao came quietly and lightly came to Fei Lan, who had his back to the window, and suddenly tried to hug him, which seemed to be chokehold. But the hugged Fei Lan twisted and disappeared. The real Fei Lan, hooked on Natasha Romanoff's back. Snapped. A slap hit the target. Natasha Romanoff turned around and frowned, biting her lower lip with her teeth, with a pitiful expression on her face. It is a beast that can inspire people to bury. Fei Lan admits that at this moment, he has a heartbeat.
But he didn't act.
Instead, he smiled and said, So, are you ready to hang out? Prepare for what? Prep for what? Natasha Romanoff smiled provocatively and walked away from Fei Lan, but slammed her head into the psychokinesis wall. Okay? Fei Lan shook his head and said, In view of your identity, I need to ask some questions before I can fully approve it. He pointed to his heart. Natasha Romanoff. 0 carat at hashtag. She has already delivered 5 doors by herself, and you still choose 3 buildings and 4 buildings? She seemed a little angry, and suddenly her eyes narrowed. Something seemed to be developing, causing a jolt on Fei Lan's psychokinesis wall. Psychokinesis. Fei Lan was only shocked for a moment, then reacted. That tube of tea, magic potion, which Fury used for you. Natasha Romanoff laughed and didn't answer. There is only a very small probability of obtaining psychokinesis, which can be obtained by her. I have to say that this luck is really strong. But in Fei Lan's eyes, it's still not enough. He continued, Answer me a few questions, and I'll give you the devil fruit. Don't sneak a rule? Natasha Romanoff laughs weirdly. Listen to the answer first. Then ask, Where are you? It turns out that you guys care about this. Natasha Romanoff pouted and said, In the Red House, there was a need to break the process of C. Although I drank that kind of medicine, I killed it with perseverance. The man who came here was also given the title of Black Widow because of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to decipher it. Why? 99. Oh, interesting. Fei Lan stared at Natasha Romanoff for a few seconds, and his strong instinct told him that Natasha Romanoff wasn't lying. Then the next question, how many times have you betrayed yourself during the mission? 99. Would you believe me if I said it 0 times? Natasha Romanoff smiled seductively. In no mood, Fei Lan nodded and said, if you really say that, I will believe it. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff stopped smiling, looked at Fei Lan carefully, and after confirming that he was not joking, his expression gradually became serious. Inquiring about Hughes is inevitable in the execution of tasks, but I have never really sold the bottom line, and it is because of this that I have learned a lot of skills to make up for this deficiency. 99. Natasha Romanoff said word by word. Then you are still a baby? Fei Lan expressed surprise. Natasha Romanoff shook his head calmly and said, in the Red House, in order to avoid more trouble, I used the silencer of the sniper rifle. Hiss is a fierce. Fei Lan couldn't help thinking, since Natasha Romanoff's past is surprisingly simple, it's not the thing tonight. Consider being the first tree in his forest. Then you can't take coercion and cultivate your feelings first. Thinking so, Fei Lan took out the sweet fruit and handed it to Natasha Romanoff. It's yours now. What do I need to pay for? 33. You have paid. Just a few questions? Just a few questions. What a surprise, you actually gave up. Looking at the chokehold you just wrapped around, I'm afraid if I really want it, you will give up this devil fruit, right? Fei Lan guessed. 97. Natasha Romanoff smiled and didn't speak, but the attitude was tacit. Since she can practice various skills to defend herself, why would she devote herself to a devil fruit, even if it has great power? Suddenly, Natasha Romanoff said, this devil fruit, just eat it? 33. This surprised Fei Lan. How did she know? Natasha Romanoff saw Fei Lan's reaction and knew she had guessed right. He couldn't help laughing and said, sure enough, this devil fruit is very similar to the devil fruit in One Piece. You should have taken it from One Piece, right? You didn't say that you are the guardians of the Dimension Gate. Since the gate can be entered, it can also be, and a universe similar to One Piece? 39. Did not expect. Natasha Romanoff can infer so much information just by virtue of the name of devil fruit. This world exists except that there is no Marvel movie, other film and television works. Instead, Fei Lan gave her a high look. Anyway, Natasha Romanoff guessed it all, so Fei Lan didn't hide it. Let's eat it. I'll just take you to swim in the sea later. I don't know if the effect of being cursed by the sea has any effect in our universe, Fei Lan said. Natasha Romanoff has no objection to this, grabbing the peel of the sweet fruit and the pulp of the sauerkraut. I took 84 small bites while holding my breath and swallowed it without chewing. Vomit. Even at this level, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help retching, but fortunately, he had already swallowed it. She stood up straight on the bed beside her. Crack dash. Looking at the petrified bed foot shards in his hand, Natasha Romanoff looked down at the bed with a missing corner and quickly realized that it was the ability of sweet fruit. Sweet fruit, the main ability is petrochemical, and the secondary ability is... Natasha Romanoff suddenly raised her head and smiled sweetly at Fei Lan, and Fei Lan was moved by the charm of sweet fruits and the radiance of blooming rhythm. Natasha Romanoff, who is already a monster, is invincible when paired with sweet fruits. Smile all over the city, laugh all over the country again. Fei Lan finally calmed down, raised his hand and said, let's go. I'll take you to the sea for a test. Natasha Romanoff smiled and took her hand, and then sank into the dark world. Lie down again. It is on an island in the Pacific Ocean, and the scorching sun is asking for a swim in the sea. Without waiting for Fei Lan to speak, Natasha Romanoff took off her shoes and walked barefoot on the beach. The sun shone a long shadow on her, and her body was covered with a halo. The atmosphere at that moment was simply not too seductive. But Fei Lan admired more than other emotions in his eyes. He was not an animal dominated by the lower body. Watching Natasha Romanoff walk to the beach, the waves submerged her ankles, and then she fell softly to the ground, washed by the waves, as if she was drained of strength. delicate, and full of protection. It seems that the side effects of devil fruit are universal. Seeing that Natasha Romanoff was motionless, Fei Lan was worried that the police would be harassed by the waves and hurriedly rushed over to help her. In no mood, Natasha Romanoff hugged him with a backhand, twisting and pinning him to the ground. Fei Lan didn't resist either. He looked at Natasha Romanoff with interest, resting his right hand on the back of his head. "You are?" Fei Lan asked. "I don't want to let it go if I meet someone who can conquer me." Natasha Romanoff's frankness makes the blood boil. "Are you sure?" "Definitely. I declare in advance, I'm not the only one with you as a woman. That's why you keep not taking Daisy?" Plan to tell her later. "If she doesn't accept it?" "The woman I like can't escape. Domineering. But I like it, so I have to start first." Natasha Romanoff leaned over and kissed Fei Lan's lips actively, jerky and passionate. The ability of the rubber fruit can finally come in handy. Hundreds of thousands of words are omitted below. After 3 hours, Fei Lan fed Natasha Romanoff back to Trident headquarters, still reminiscing. "Say something." Although Natasha Romanoff is very moist, but the jerky action proves that she did not lie to Fei Lan. "And I just said that's such a close-fitting battle suit. There must be nothing in it, and it really is right. But it will be worn later." 99. Shaking his head with a smile, he dived into the dark world again. But instead of returning to the police villa, he took a hook from Pierce's shadow. Just happened to bump into him at home meeting with bad soldier Bucky, as if he was giving him a mission, which is why Fei Lan came, and the ghost told him about the meeting. Bucky saw Fei Lan Yunxian, and then looked down at the photo in his hand. Silently, he pulled the gun from his waist and pulled the trigger at Fei Lan. Crack dash. Bucky didn't fire the gun, but cut the trigger hard, presumably because Fei Lan used psychokinesis to disengage the safety on his pistol. But he did not intend to just give up the task, and he was still waiting for action. Illusion, tree binding. Barton was put in place. Seeing this, Pierce's expression turned pale.
Done.
This devil will never let him go. Just as Pierce expected, Fei Lan tapped Pierce's acupuncture point with psychokinesis to activate the life and death charm. That's not enough. He used psychokinesis to take the wine bottle on the table, barbed a bit of the wine to condense a death talisman again, and planted it on Pierce. The life and death talisman, can you believe it? Doubling the experience, it's not too cool.
Pity.
Pierce couldn't get enough and couldn't tickle, and was frozen on the stool by Fei Lan's imprisonment package, and only the tremor proved his experience today. Life is better than death. Fei Lan, on the other hand, was staring at Bucky with interest, the guy who killed Tony's parents. If you hook this news bucket, letting Rogers and Tony have a fight is a Civil War scene, right? But the news just passed through his mind, and Fei Lan would shake his head and decide to wait a little longer. With Sokovia Treaty, you'll be able to get more famous scenes. Then save Bucky's life. But this fate is used as a weapon, and there is no need to continue. Fei Lan used the horse charm to heal Bucky, and Bucky's cold eyes gradually became warm. It seemed that his will was controlled, and it was also controlled by the horse charm. Fei Lan removes the tree binding, and Bucky is able to regain his mobility. He didn't commit murder. Instead, he looked at Fei Lan in confusion, but he was actually sorting out his thoughts. "I haven't had the right to dominate for too long, and I have already forgotten who I am." For a long time, Bucky's stray eyes gradually condensed, facing Fei Lan in front of him. But there was still no change. "Are you from Hydra too?" Bucky asked.
Guess.
Fei Lan, Qian's laughed. Bucky glanced at Pierce, who was shuddering, and though he didn't know what he was going through, there was a signal of death in his eyes.
Pity.
Bucky is very self-aware and understands that it is impossible to accomplish this kind of thing under the eyes of the person in front of him. "As long as you're not from Hydra, you can ask me to do anything." Bucky sighed. "I just asked you to free me earlier. It's also a death wish." "That won't work. You have to give him some motivation to live." Fei Lan said, "I just took Rogers to Shield yesterday. He has been frozen in the glacier for nearly 70 years. He is as young as you. and he can wake up in a few days. Bucky's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he got up and grabbed Fei Lan out of control, but was stopped by Fei Lan's psychokinesis. He didn't take it seriously and asked, "Is Steve really still alive?" "You're still alive. What's so strange?" "Yeah, too." Bucky sat back down again, looking down for nothing. Another few minutes of Pierce's agony passed. Bucky looked up and said, "What do you want me to do?" "It's easy to chat with smart people." Fei Lan smiled. "I don't have any idea of ruling the world, so you don't have to worry. 10 years. As long as you listen to my command for 10 years, I will set you free." Okay. Compared with the endless manipulation of Hydra, Fei Lan's 10-year appointment is simply a gift. "That's fine, you go to rest for a while, and you should take a vacation." Talking, Bucky was sunk into the dark world and was sent by ghosts to an uninhabited island in Asia with a pleasant climate to recuperate. Dealt with the base problem. The jar of Fei Lan was already covered in sweat, Pierce thought with interest. What to do with this snake head? Never mind. Let him enjoy first the evening. Taking Pierce into the dark world to close the little black house, Wulong watched the policeman die, and he returned to the self-police villa. Looking at the soft bed with missing corners, Fei Lan hesitation, sinking into the dark world again. Natasha Romanoff must be hungry again. The next day, when Fei Lan woke up, Natasha Romanoff had already left. It's still early. He just stayed in bed and played with his mobile phone for a while, swiping the hot topics from all over the world, and unexpectedly found that most of them were related to him. Dimensional Observer. Who is Electric Mother Chun Penyang? Who is the electromagnetic gun girl? Tony Starr is on the Ethiopian battlefield in a steel coat hook. Osborne Biotech announced the upcoming release of AIDS Killer, but the sales plan was shocking.
Brush the hot spot for a while.
Fei Lan always remembers that there are still people in his dark world. When he hooked Pierce, how can this Hydra snake head lurking in SHIELD still have the slightest prestige? His face was haggard, his hair was unkempt, and his bones were broken, as if he was about to die suddenly. The double experience of the two occurrences of the death talisman obviously made him experience extreme happiness. After simply getting used to the sudden light, when Pierce saw Fei Lan, he immediately crawled over on his knees, wanting to hug his thigh and beg for mercy. Stopped by Fei Lan with psychokinesis. "You know what's wrong?" Fei Lan asked. No. Huh. Fei Lan was stunned. "I didn't expect you to be a..."
9.
"Not again. I mean not again. Not anymore," Pierce repeated eagerly. 33. Still want to praise Pierce for, kind of, but that's it? Still overestimating the bones of your Hydra. Shaking his head, Fei Lan asked again, "What's wrong?" "Wrong. Wrong and not trying to defy your..." "Wrong," Fei Lan said bitterly. "You are wrong. You're going to kill me before the life and death talisman is lifted, although it will definitely not succeed. But if it succeeds, what will happen to the middle and senior level of the Hydra? Are you all changed?"
Huh. Grass.
This Ken of Fei Lan is a reaction. Pierce is really ruthless. He's going to replace all the middle and senior management of the Snake Shield. Have to say, this boldness made Fei Lan glance up at Pierce, and then activate the life and death talisman to continue throwing it into the dark world. Special. Such a ruthless person must torture and deter again, or else he will be disobedient in the future. Get up. As usual, I went to Longwood for breakfast and bought 2 more copies for the Ghost Police to give to Sky and Daisy. Occasionally 883 would be enough, and every day would be a licking dog. Scumbag profound truth, never get used to it. Woman. The more they get used to them, the more they will be particularly favored and arrogant, which is not conducive to the harmony of his woods in the future, and he must cut off all possibilities at the first time. Finish breakfast. Fei Lan strolled to the Trident headquarters, flew to Fury's office from outside, broke the window directly, and met Fury one-on-one. "Can't you just walk up the stairs?" Fury asked helplessly. "No authority, it's too slow, I'm too lazy." Fei Lan spread his hands and said, "Right, your former director Pierce asked me to reform him last night, and it will take a day or two. Pierce's identity is still very useful. Fei Lan has to cover him. A boss like him, not much. As for why Pierce ushered in no increase afterward, what can you see from the increased lifespan that the young master gave him? This is not. In view of Fei Lan's rhythmic ability before, Fury just nodded his understanding, without much reaction.
Compared to this,
He is more concerned about other issues. I heard that the devil fruit only needs to be eaten? Fury said with a dark face. Then you let me eat the whole thing? Even the peel. Did I say it was too late? You finished the pulp? 39. Fei Lan gave a thumbs up. I wanted to praise your courage with this gesture, but you misunderstood yourself and just swallowed the peel. I can say what? Fury, oh, carrot hashtag. It's justified. Fury's motherfucker really can't refute it. Oh, that's right. Fei Lan said, as the reward for sweet fruit is paid, I want your obelisk of item 084, which will turn into stone if you touch it. 93. Fury test is darker. On Natasha Romanoff's side, didn't you imply that she was going to rule? And it worked too. Why do you still ask him for the reward of sweet fruit? Charge both ends? Profiteer. But Fury looked at Fei Lan's impending victory, thought about the possibility of reasoning with him, and finally decided to get back at least a little bit of the benefit. It would be his salary for becoming an Avenger. I need to know, what are you going to do with the obelisk? Fury said solemnly. It's very simple for Sky. She's an alien. Inhumans. Fury blinked with one eye. What's the relationship between Inhumans and Fong, dab obelisks? Any more news is paid content. Please pay for it first.
Thank you.
Fei Lan laughed. Fury fell silent. He wanted to refuse, but the awakening of super ability related to the entire race of Inhumans might be very helpful for SHIELD's future missions. What do you want? Fury compromised. When will Rogers wake up? I'm going to watch and ask him a few questions, by the way. Ro, it's agreed that I will date Hill. How about her? Phi, these are 2 conditions. Yes, my intelligence is worth so much. 99. Fury pressed down on the phone in his hand in silence, then looked at Fei Lan. After 10 seconds, the door of the office opened, and Hill walked over with her long legs and said coldly, Director Nick Fury, are you looking for me? This arrogant royal sister is cold even to Fury. Wait for a walk with Fei Lan Yun, and then come back in the afternoon for the secret plan, Fury said. Hill didn't promise Fury right away. She turned her head and glanced at Fei Lan, who had been looking at herself. She was handsome in appearance, well-proportioned and powerful. According to information, she was a very powerful super ability person.
Okay.
99. Hey, you go down. No, just stay here. Fei Lan interrupted Fury with a wave. I don't think Hill has anything to hide. Fei Lan said so. Can Fury refuse? The default is to stare at Fei Lan, waiting for him to tell the intelligence. Hill is also listening. She needs to know what makes Fury sell her. I just heard Fei Lan say, this alien is the Kree you encountered before. A few years ago, a part of human beings were used to make a super soldier plan, and an alien weapon was born. It was only later. I think ability is too weak, so I gave up this experiment. What about the obelisk? What is it? Fury asked. I almost forgot. Fei Lan patted his palm. There is a Tarragon crystal in the obelisk, which is the key to the awakening super ability of aliens, similar to the catalyst of super soldier serum. Fury nodded thoughtfully, thinking about the value of Fei Lan's information. Let's go first. Fei Lan said, you give me the obelisk this afternoon. Without waiting for Fury to speak, Fei Lan happily took Hill's hand and walked outside. Hill frowned and looked at the hand being held by Fei Lan. Hesitation still did not break free. Fei Lan also didn't take an inch, and the strategy has to come a little bit. Morning. He also didn't take Hill to do special police affairs, just the old routine of eating, shopping, and watching movies on a date for ordinary people. Exactly. For an identity like Hill, who is always on high alert, the pace of life of such an ordinary person is very comfortable. Just like the rich are used to eating big fish and meat, and eating green vegetables and tofu will also feel very healthy. At the same time, Hill also has such a fascination with Fei Lan, who has never crossed the bottom line despite his rough hands. This is probably the true portrayal of men are not bad and women don't love. After lunch, Fei Lan brought Hill back to Huaxing Shield, and Roger's Kaifeng ceremony is about to start. At the same time, Sky, who was far away in New York, woke up from a drowsy sleep and ate the breakfast Fei Lan left her. Wondering why Fei Lan disappeared today? Haven't woken up yet? She came to the master bedroom to see what was going on, but found that the door was open, and at a glance, she saw a vermicelli fruit falling to the ground. Fei Lan. Are you there, Fei Lan? 13. I'm coming. After trying a few words, making sure there was no answer from Fei Lan, Sky boldly walked into the house and picked up the strange fruit. What is this thing? Sniffed. No taste whatsoever. She took pictures curiously and searched the internet, but she didn't have any relevant information. Looking at the gap on the top, it must have been eaten by Fei Lan, right? Since he can eat it, it shouldn't be poisonous. Thinking so, full of curiosity, Sky tore open the peels in other positions and the little vomit. Is this shit? It smells so bad. Why doesn't it smell? Huaxing Shield, SHIELD headquarters, in the Trident building. I don't know if it's because of Fei Lan. Fury will wake up Rogers in this location instead of downtown. Fei Lan and Hill sat side by side, in the observation room with Fury, looking up at the screen. In the screen, it is a ward decorated in the style of the last century, and on a small chuang lies the thawed Rogers. It's ready, Fury ordered. Receive. Next moment, there is a translucent mist spray hook from the hole in the wall. After injecting a sufficient amount, the hole is closed. The fan blades above the head turn slowly. The radio on the table starts playing. A soft sunset glowed outside the window. Everything is trying to create the rhythm, the atmosphere of Roger's days. But Fei Lan, who knew the plot, knew that it was all in vain. The live game on your radio, and Rogers was there. After about half a minute, Rogers opened his eyes and sat up in a daze, probably thinking about 3 philosophies of life. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?
Ding.
Congrats on signing the famous scene. The United States Captain's Earning Awakening won the Sign-In Award F-Class Blind Box.
Ken.
This wave of white scoops is very comfortable. In the screen, a female agent imitating Peggy Carter pushed through the door, trying to calm Rogers. But a few words from Rogers, it was to give the female agent speechless, and then directly broke the door and hooked away from this studio. Fury didn't move, just watched quietly. The screen flickered. It was shown that Rogers broke through the defense line of the agents and was about to rush out of the Trident building. But the moment he rushed out the door, Rogers seemed to have hit a wall of air and then took a few steps backwards, and love was steadying his body. He looked strangely at the empty air, unable to understand what was going on. Natasha Romanoff, a handsome figure, walked from the door. Captain Rogers, where are you going? Natasha Romanoff chuckled, but Rogers' eyes were blurred. The charm and blessing of sweet fruits are not covered. Even the agents chasing next to him slowed down regardless of sex, for fear of disturbing the goddess, Natasha Romanoff. See this scene? Fei Lan has an inexplicable sense of superiority, your goddess, but the lady of the young master. He looked at Hill and said, "It's so boring to watch through the screen. Let's go outside and watch." Hill just nodded. Fei Lan is already using the speed of Spellfree, so he picked up Hill and ran out to see that Hill is tall and slender, but his figure is not skinny at all, and there is no ambiguity about where he should be fat. After a few seconds, Fei Lan came to the door with Hill in her arms, put her down a little reluctantly, and folded her arms as if watching a play. This made Hill hesitate and rubbed his ass secretly. Is it an illusion? At the moment field, Rogers also has several brushes. He grabbed his thigh, forced himself to wake up with pain, and looked down vigilantly and stopped looking at Natasha Romanoff. Who the hell are you? Rogers demanded. Where am I now? This is S.H.I.E.L.D. It evolved from the Strategic Science Army. The founders were Howard Stark and Peggy Cassiopeia. Do you remember the captain? Natasha Romanoff said. 99. A flash of memory flashed in Roger's eyes, but he soon came to his senses. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Rogers remained wary. Natasha Romanoff sighed, making the nearby agent sad. How could one doubt the goddess? Just as they were gearing up to swarm, Natasha Romanoff hooked her finger and said, "If you beat me, no one will stop you." Really? Rogers was skeptical. What nonsense. Natasha Romanoff took the lead, kicking Rogers with a straight, unpretentious kick, which was blocked by Rogers with his arms crossed in front of him. Subsequently, Natasha Romanoff just stood on the ground with his hands and feet, watching Rogers slowly petrify from his arm. The curvature of the corner of his mouth became more and more seductive. The power of sweet fruit won the light of the United States in one fell swoop. Her gaze crossed Rogers, who was not a threat in the petrification, and fell on Fei Lan, who was watching the play by the side, followed by frowning slightly at Hill, who was standing beside him, and then spread it out. Is your next target Hill?
2.
If it's just her, she really won't be able to compete with Fei Lan to understand her infinite physical strength. The petrified Rogers was brought back to a certain lounge and returned to his original state, and sat down with Fei Lan, Fury, Hill, and Natasha Romanoff. Fei Lan glanced left and right, but found no Phil Coulson. He is a loyal fan of the Rice team, and Fury is really an inconsiderate boss for not putting him in charge of Rogers' wake-up plan. Look at Rogers again. He, who already knew the whole story, was thinking about something with his brows furrowed at the moment. What are you bothering about? Come and give us some fun. Fei Lan teased. Although Rogers slept for 70 years, he still had eyesight and knew that Fei Lan was joking. He sighed. I missed a dance. Mention this. Fei Lan suddenly got excited and asked curiously, at that time, just before you fell asleep in your memory, why did you hit the glacier? 11. There are nukes on the plane, and I can't let them fall in my country, Rogers said immediately. This answer made fury a few people in awe. Heroes should be so. Just. Well, I understand what you mean, but Fei Lan gestured for diving. But you can skydive by yourself after pressing down the course? Even without a parachute, with your physique, you can jump directly into the sea. No big deal, so you don't miss your appointment. Rogers. 0-0. Rogers, who was still full of sacrifice my glory for the country, directly doubted life. Yes. Why didn't you think of jumping? What's more, there's a parachute on it. Asterisk, A == such.
Ding.
Congrats on signing in the famous scene. Ask Rogers why he didn't parachute. 99 got the sign-in reward, E-class blind box. Laura, is this a famous scene? Right. In the deleted Easter egg, Rhodes asked Rogers a similar question, and Rogers' expression was so suspicious of life at the time. Then Fei Lan was more interested in asking questions. Right, I have a curious question, where are you? Fei Lan asked. Huh. Rogers' brain ? Fei Lan repeated his question. Rogers was a little emotional and subconsciously confessed. After getting the serum strengthening, I followed the team to tour the country. Most of them were girls, and I was very strong. The rest everyone knows, including Fury. It's all a bit of an accident. I didn't expect you to be the captain of the United States. Fei Lan wanted to ask a few more questions to amuse him. In no mood, Fury stopped him with a sound of 883. Captain Rogers has just woken up. He needs to slow down, so don't provoke him anymore. It's not easy to get an obedient one. You've been fooled. Fei Lan shrugged boringly and waved to Natasha Romanoff and Hill, and Lien Sure sank into the shadows and left. But this scene confused Rogers' brain even more. He just slept for 70 years. Is the world already so terrifying? Beautiful colleagues who can make people petrify. Poisonous colleagues who can sink to the ground. There are so many super sci-fi devices and so on. Let him not understand for a while. He couldn't help looking at Fury and asked, are he and she the military's new super soldiers? According to Rogers' understanding, this should be the only possibility, right?
No.
Strictly speaking, he is an ordinary person. Fury said calmly. Ordinary people without alien cells, without X gene, just mastered magic. 39. Rogers slowly hit a, and once again fell into a state of doubting his life. Why did the magic pop up again? It seems times have really changed. Can he really fight again as an old comrade? Instead, Natasha Romanoff and Hill looked at Fury with inexplicable expressions and then looked at each other again. How did Fury get Fei Lan DNA? For a long time, Rogers said bitterly, "Shouldn't I be the weakest person right now? Are people as strong as him now?" Fury sighed. "I hope so. Captain Rogers, take a good rest. You still have a lot of lessons to make up." 93. Rogers nodded hard. He now had a serious need for knowledge. "Otherwise you are just like an ignorant monkey." Fei Lan on the other end. After returning home, surprisingly, I found that Daisy was here today, and she was still carrying a suitcase. "You are?" Fei Lan asked. "After I graduate, it's not easy to continue living in the school." Daisy hugged Fei Lan's arm and acted like a spoiled child. "Then you have so many vacancies. Just let me live here." 97. What can this Fei Lan say? Definitely agree. Anyway, Natasha Romanoff has been collected, and Daisy can put out as many fires as he can with Natasha Romanoff. As for Daisy, just a second. Seeing Fei Lan nod, Daisy laughed happily, rewarded Fei Lan with a kiss, and then looked at Sky provocatively. "This is my boyfriend." Sky was intent on ignoring Daisy's provocation, but thinking of the accidental kiss before, his heart couldn't help but get confused. Seems a little sour? He even forgot to ask Fei Lan why he threw a fruit made of urine in the room. After cleaning up Daisy's hooked bedroom, it was time to go to bed. Daisy is still brewing there. Fei Lan had already smeared oil on the soles of his feet and slipped away. Did Natasha Romanoff sleep well then? After Daisy had prepared her emotions, she came to Fei Lan's master bedroom and knocked on the door for a long time, but there was still no movement. She opened the door carefully, but it really didn't lock. Looking at the empty master bedroom, Daisy was stunned for more than 10 seconds and stomped her foot so hard that it caused a certain part to sway nonstop. Sky, who was watching all of this in the dark, was still secretly laughing, but when he saw this scene of extraordinary ability, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Look down at yourself again." She went back to the house silently, took out her computer, and sneaked into the dark web to search for keywords. How Fingdi Wexing. Trident Building, in Natasha Romanoff's private lounge for high-level agents. Fei Lan's Natasha Romanoff was content with the flimsy sheets. Half rate. Natasha Romanoff slowed down and said softly, "Hill, is it your next target?" "Not sure yet. Do you need my help? Is it okay?" "Definitely, after all, you are too. Only me is too difficult." 33. Hey. Waiting for Fei Lan to be complacent for a while, Natasha Romanoff continued, "Fury has your DNA there. Do you know how he got it?" 19. My DNA? Fei Lan was stunned. "I haven't been hurt until now. Where did he get it?" "I'm worried he's using your DNA to do some bad experiments." Natasha Romanoff looked pale. Fei Lan nodded in understanding. "He doesn't want multiple brothers or something like that." Too late. Fei Lan is reminded of his own dark world. Pierce still experienced the double life and death talisman in the little black room. Wrap Natasha Romanoff tightly with a quilt. Fei Lan didn't have any cover, and directly summoned Pierce from the dark world. The miserable appearance of his shattered clothes and dying was really scary in the middle of the night. Natasha Romanoff was clearly surprised to see Pierce, but watched silently without speaking. Fei Lan is very satisfied with this sensible knowledge. He paused the torment of the hoof life and death talisman, used the horse talisman to renew Pierce's life, and threw a bottle of water to show him that he had drank it all, and then opened his mouth. "Tell me yourself and my wife. What kind of identity are you?" How dare Pierce go against Fei Lan? Didn't even have the courage to look at Natasha Romanoff. In a hurry, he explained his identity, the development of Hydra in SHIELD, and the scale of Hydra today, etc. The bamboo tube poured the beans into a clean statement. Now he just wants not to go to that little black house, and not to experience the double life and death talisman, even if it is death. When Natasha Romanoff heard this, she looked full of shock. Half of SHIELDs are Hydra? And she didn't find out in SHILD for so long? Nima is outrageous. What are you going to do? Natasha Romanoff said sadly. Hydra's plot is not small, otherwise it will directly. Don't worry. Fei Lan smiled confidently. I have an ability called the Life and Death Talisman, which can make people survive without dying. It is 10,000 times more terrifying than the torture methods you know. It's under my control. Heard. Natasha Romanoff wasn't too surprised, apparently guessing something from Pierce's obedience. Then are you ready? I still use Hydra, and the weapon is good or bad. It depends on whose hands it is in. Fei Lan said. Natasha Romanoff did not dispute, but did not agree. Fei Lan did not continue the topic. He turned his head to look at Pierce and said, I'll give you a mission now, and Fury has my DNA in his hand. Figure out how it came from, and then destroy it all. Is there any problem? No, no problem. Give me 3, no. Give me 24 hours. I'll make you happy, Pierce vowed. As long as he's still useful, Fei Lan won't be thrown into that little dark room again. That's enough for him. It is difficult for a person who has not experienced the triple torture of darkness and life and death talisman to imagine how tormented he is in the dark world. Fei Lan nodded. After ordering him and Fury to take cover, he waved Pierce into the dark world again. This time, instead of closing the small black room, he sent him into a portrait. When Pierce is gone, Natasha Romanoff said in a roundabout manner, You keep the Hydra. Is it still useful? That tone. It seems that Fei Lan will definitely kill the Hydra. Fei Lan said with interest. Hydra is so easy to use and has half the rights of SHILD. Why should I destroy them? With your strength, why do you need Hydra, a subordinate who can bite back at any time? Natasha Romanoff's tone was still firm. Oh, what kind of strength? Thinking again? Come on then. Natasha Romanoff interrupted when he interrupted the conversation, and the screen turned to the paid content of VVVIP again. The next day, when Fei Lan woke up, there was still no sign of Natasha Romanoff. Even with the increase of Ding virus plus sweet fruit, she is still training hard, and this is the capital she can keep for many years. After sensing the ghost at home, the two girls hadn't gotten up yet. Then don't be in a hurry. Forgot about it yesterday. He still has 2 blind boxes unopened. First come the lower one.
Ding.
Open the sign-in reward F-class blind box and get 1 cut. Name, 1/. Category skill, cheek war, 97%. Plain, 1/. Grade, F-. Function, when you wear a knife, you will continue to consume physical strength and keep gaining momentum, and when you use scissors, all the potential will explode. Slogan, 1 knife can cut the sun and the moon. A knife can cut the sun and the moon. What a domineering slogan. Fei Lan was amazed. This 1/ is easy to understand. The key point is always gaining momentum. The sword can be infinitely expanded without the sheath, and all 7 shots will explode when the thistle is sheathed. It's just a one-shot flow. It is precisely because of this simplicity that it is almost passive and does not require Fei Lan to operate, so it will be evaluated as F1's control difficulty.
Peppa
Extracted the skill of 1/ and understood it in seconds. Fei Lan condensed the lightning sword, and as expected, he could sense a subtle energy, which was condensed on the lightning sword as he continued to consume.
But
when he dissipated the Leguang sword, the knife momentum he had just accumulated was also dissipated. You don't know the carrier, so how can the sword situation exist? It seems he needs to get a decent knife to use. Then the remaining blind boxes were also opened.
Ding.
Open the sign-in reward, E-class blind box, and get Black Knife Autumn Water. Name, Black Knife Autumn Water. Category, Other. Cheek war, 100%. Plain, 1 piece. Grade, E1. Function, spicy water, one of the black knives, one of the 21 big quick knives, and a national treasure of Wano country. This knife is very tough. Even if a dinosaur steps on it, it will not bend a millimeter. It is denser and heavier than knives of the same size. Slogan, A solid blade can withstand more pressure, and you will be stronger. Isn't this sleepy and send a pillow? He Dao Chiu Shui's famous name. As a fan of Suada, Fei Lan must be familiar with it. He extracted the autumn water, and a long knife fell into his hand. Humph. Geng Shui was pulled out of the scabbard by Fei Lan. The ridge of the blade looked very thick. The blade was a large inverse T-shaped blade. The blade was black and purple, and the blade had a red-S serration pattern. Handsome group. Fei Lan asked for a few times, and it was very easy, and he was more and more satisfied with the water. Sheathed knife. The spirit and energy slowly condensed in the autumn water scabbard again. Fei Lan put the boot water aside, waited for a few seconds, and then picked it up again. It doesn't dissipate when you take it off, which is very comfortable. Satisfied, we'll pull the water plug. There is no buckle on the charm belt to hang the knife. There is no place to insert it. Not a big deal though. 0. Fei Lan went to find Tony, the tool man, and after a little adjustment, the adjustment was completed, and he hung the boot water on his waist, and the enchanting black added a bit to his handsomeness. Is this a Tang knife? Aren't you a magician? Still using weapons? Tony asked curiously. Hey, I don't like to hear this. Magician can't use weapons? Fei Lan said disdainfully, and Kamartaj, who is still playing melee combat, refuses to accept us to fight? Just a knife? Tony looked dangerous. Just use a knife. Fei Lan nodded. Can Tony pass up this chance for revenge? He immediately put on his latest model steel suit, which was tailor-made for Fei Lan, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was an anti-Fei Lan suit. Today, it's time to be ashamed. Then, I saw Fei Lan raising his boots with a knife and sheath, pointing at Tony far away. Bang! Tony involuntarily raised his hands and knelt on his knees, his face full of confusion, and he didn't know what was going on. And then he roared angrily. What about no magic? You're cheating. Sorry, I forgot to turn off passive. Fei Lan turned off 100% hand-to-hand. Tony stood up. The accumulated anger had already been ignited, turned on the energy injector, and rushed straight to Fei Lan. Fei Lan really didn't use other abilities. He painted Chiu Shui's scabbard with black paint, captured Tony's trajectory with a strong reaction, raised the knife the scabbard, and smashed it on his steel sheet, while he sideways avoided his collision. Dang! Tony just felt like he was being struck in a big bell, and his brain was buzzing. Looking at the position where he was smashed, it was directly sunken to the depth of half a finger. To know? This is the ultra-hard gold that Tony chose to fight against Fei Lan. For this reason, functions such as high-altitude flight and cold resistance are even abandoned. The result is this? The sword is not sheathed. Tony didn't believe in evil and charged again, and he had to punch Fei Lan to relieve his anger and go around. Then, come on.
Dang.
22. After 3 minutes, Tony was wearing a heavily deformed steel helmet, and his brain was buzzing a little bit hard to find the north. Confused, he activated all the thermal weapons, and the armor-piercing, high-explosive, and micro-missiles were all poured out. By the time he reacted badly, it was too late. Be careful. Get out of the way. Fei Lan didn't listen to Tony's warning to dodge, but raised his eyebrows and lowered his waist to retract the knife, then to his left waist, holding the handle of the knife with his right hand. Since you used a hot weapon first, then it's my fault.
Slash.
Knife cut. A half-moon sword energy rhymed from Chiu Shui's blade, easily cutting through all the cannonballs trying to hit Fei Lan, and hitting Tony unabated. Crunch dash. In the harsh sound of metal rubbing, Tony's steel suit was cut with an exaggerated dent from the mouth of the moon. The small arc reactor was scrapped on the spot, and he was pushed back and moved more than 10 meters around, completely exhausting the power of the knife.
Boom.
The steel battlesuit that had no energy to drive it became an iron coffin, and Tony fell to the ground without any resistance. Fei Lan was so frightened that he thought he would kill this guy with a knife. Immediately, Lei teleported over, painted the palm of his hand with black paint to protect the steel mask, and used the horse charm to heal. Pain. Let go. Tony said in pain to Roar. Just look at Fei Lan guarding the steel mask with his bare hands to know how strong his hands are. When Fei Lan let go, I saw a black mark under Tony's nose. It was bruised blood. It's outrageous, Nima. Why would he fight this guy? Seeing that Tony can still swear, you know he's not a big deal. Fei Lan couldn't help but sigh about the power of slash with one sword. That's right. Breaking through the core of Tony's steel suit, it was still a slash that took less than an hour. Although the slashing with a sword is also very powerful. But Gangdai Fei Lan didn't use much effort at all, and the power at most was to cut Tony flying, not to almost cut him off.
Ding.
Congrats on signing in the famous scene. Iron Man is against what is against the suit. 3.1 inch. Get the sign-in reward D-class counterfeit box. Interrupted by the complicated prompts, Fei Lan stopped thinking about it. The stronger the power of the knife, the more happy he should be. He looked down at his watch. It was 8 o'clock. It's almost time for Daisy to get up and go to work at Osborne Biotech. Leaving Tony, who was lying and scolding his mother, Fei Lan sank into the dark world and went to the Dragon Country to buy breakfast. Walter? How dare you leave me here? Yen hashtag at. Tony's curse, Fei Lan, was inaudible. After coaxing the unhappy Daisy, he watched her leave in a bumblebee. Sure enough, he came to the sky door and knocked on the door. Wake up. It's time to eat. There are fried dough sticks today. And your favorite pancake fruit. After the half-minute bombardment, the door was opened, and Lou stared at Sky with panda eyes. I slept very late last night. Will you let me rest again? Sky was about to close the door. That won't work. Fei Lan slammed the door with one foot. Hurry up and eat. There will be time to rest later. 99. Talking. He grabbed Sky's hand directly, and even if she didn't wash up, he just let her eat it at the dining table. It's scientifically proven that brushing between her teeth after breakfast is more hygienic. Sky looked at Fei Lan strangely while eating breakfast. Is there time to rest? What does Fei Lan mean? Are you ready to? No way. He didn't even move Daisy, which was obviously edible, so how could he be interested in himself? Guessing. After breakfast, Sky was wary of Fei Lan. Fei Lan didn't care. He raised his hand and gestured to Sky. Sky hesitation, but still put his hand on it, but she didn't notice it herself. This time, she was holding the whole hand. Sinking into the dark world, this time it did not resurface. Fei Lan turned on the pre-prepared lighting, took out a silver-white suitcase from the complex space, and threw it on the ground. Are you ready? Prepare for what? Sky was puzzled. Next moment, Fei Lan pulled out a knife and cut out. Fighting sword. Armed arrogance. Bull spell.
Slash.
Knife cut. 5-fold increase. The goal is directed at